Mic's on?
Yep.
Mic's on, please. Okay, good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for June 4th, 2019. Appeals calendar, item number 1, 2018, 166A, 40-31, 82nd Street, Queens. This item is on for decision.
Okay, is there anyone here who's appearing on behalf of the appellant, or no?
Yes.
Yeah.
Be careful. No, so I don't want you to get hurt.
Just state your name, please.
Paula Siegel on behalf of Queens Neighborhoods United, the appellant in this case.
Thank you. So the hearing is closed, as I mentioned yesterday. So I just want, before each commissioner casts his or her vote, to make a statement about the reasons for casting the vote in whatever way. Each commissioner should respond to the specific questions that were presented by the appellant. That is, does the zoning resolution direct that floor space in the cellar be counted as floor area with respect to the size of a retail establishment? And is the proposed use at the subject site a use group 6 variety store, which is a permitted use in the subject zoning district, or a use group 10 department store, which is not a permitted use in the district? My response to those questions, first.
You want to make your motion?
Yeah, so I would like to make a motion to grant, and then I'll read my reasons for how I vote. So a motion to grant is standard on how we present all motions, right? My response to those questions, based on the written and visual materials provided to the board in the record, my independent research, and the testimony at the hearing, is as follows. The subject site is located in a C13 R6 zoning district pursuant to the use regulations in Article 3, Chapter 2. Only commercial use group 5 and 6 are permitted in C1 districts. Use group 5 uses are transient hotels, and use group 6, as described in zoning resolution section 32-15, quote, consists primarily of retail stores and personal service establishments which provide for a wide variety of local consumer needs and have a small service area and are therefore distributed widely throughout the city, unquote. Among the use group 6 retail uses are drugstores, food stores including supermarkets, hardware stores, and stationery stores without limitation as to size. Large-scale retailers that fit those descriptions include Duane Reade, Whole Foods, Home Depot, and Staples. Variety stores are also use group 6, but are limited by the language in section 32-15 to, quote, 10,000 square feet of, quote, floor area, which is a defined term, that's why I'm quoting it, per establishment. Floor area is a defined term, while establishment is not. All of the above named uses are parking category B, which, pursuant to section 36-20 of the zoning resolution, with the exception of food stores, requires in a C13 zoning district 1 parking space for every 400 square feet of floor area. Again, floor area is a defined term. Food stores, by contrast, are treated as parking category B only when they contain less than 2,000 square feet of floor area per establishment. But when larger than that, they must comply with stricter category A requirements of 1 parking space per 300 square feet of floor area, the defined term. Likewise, section 36-62 requires that loading berths be provided for use groups 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 14, and 16 located in C districts, generally including C13 R6, at a rate of 0 loading berths for the first 8,000 square feet of floor area, 1 loading berth for the next 17,000 square feet of floor area, and 1 more loading berth for the next 15,000 square feet of floor area. As stated, while the word establishment is not a defined term in the zoning resolution, floor area is. Section 1210 of the zoning resolution, which is where the definitions are found, defines floor area as, quote, the sum of the gross areas of the several floors of a building or buildings measured from the exterior faces of exterior walls or from the center lines of walls separating two buildings. So in the first instance, before reading further, floor area is absolutely the area of every floor in a building, no matter where located. As an aside, a building is a defined term as well, meaning a structure located within the lot lines of a zoning lot, permanently affixed to the land, with one or more floors and a roof, bounded by open areas of firewalls with at least one primary entrance, etc. So I don't think there's any dispute here that the subject structure is a building as defined in the zoning resolution. So going back to the definition of floor area, there is an A through O listing of what floor area includes. And it's, quote, in particular, such as basement space, which is a defined term, elevator shaft, some attic space, some parking spaces, some loading berths, some balconies, etc. Letter O of the list states that floor space includes, quote, any other floor space not specifically excluded. The definition of floor area then goes on to state that floor area of a building shall not include, among others, quote, 1, cellar space, except where such space is used for dwelling purposes. It clarifies that cellar space used for retailing shall be included for the purposes of calculating requirements for accessory off-street parking spaces, bicycle parking spaces, and off-street loading berths. So the instructions for floor area calculations are: take the sum of the gross areas of all of the floors of the building measured from the outside of the exterior wall, and for the purposes of determining the building bulk, subtract from it the area of the cellar and the other exclusions such as certain types of mechanical space and parking space. However, for the purposes of determining the number of parking and bicycle spaces and loading berths for retail uses, include the cellar space. I don't think there is any dispute here about what constitutes a cellar, which is a defined term as well. Appellant urges that we apply a different analytical method to measure the size of the undefined establishment that occupies the floor space or floor area in the building, even though the direction in use group 6 is to limit the size of the variety store establishment by the defined term floor area. I think the zoning resolution already acknowledges in the section 1210 definition of floor area that cellar space is never to be counted as floor area, except when used for retailing, it counts towards parking and loading. As stated at prior hearings, the city planning department looked at uses it considered to be problematic in terms of neighborhood impact and treated them differently. So, for something that's called adult establishments, which is a defined term, as a use, they are everywhere limited in size to a total of, quote, 10,000 square feet of floor area and cellar space, under section 32-01E. One should note the use of the word establishment in this context, where how you measure the amount of floor space is for the establishment, right? So adult establishments require you have floor area plus cellar space not exceeding 10,000 square feet. For me, that is a clear expression of how the zoning resolution is intended to be read, because it understands this word establishment and how it combines floor area, which is defined, and cellar space, cellar defined, space not defined, into one for that establishment. Similarly, section 22-14 limits in certain districts the size on a zoning lot of use group 4 ambulatory care facilities to, quote, 1,500 square feet of floor area, including cellar space. And section 42-121 requires a minimum amount of industrial floor space on a zoning lot containing a self-service storage facility that is, quote, equal in floor area or cellar space to 25% of the zoning lot area. Section 63-01, fresh food stores qualify as such if they provide at least, quote, 6,000 square feet of floor area or cellar space for the intended purpose. Actually, that chapter is very instructive in that it specifically addresses the question of retailing when it is floor area and where it is cellar space, allowing the two areas to be combined, underscoring the distinction that city planning has made between these two locations and terms in the context of retailing. And for ambulatory care facilities, the parking regulations of 36-21 specifically require the inclusion of cellar space for parking regulations. This is, of course, similar to the parking and loading rules for retailing that I discussed earlier. In the Tribeca Special Mixed Use District, Section 111-13, city planning made clear the distinction between floor area and cellar space, where it states that in certain areas within the district, all uses in use groups 6 and 10 are, quote, limited to 20,000 square feet of floor area on the zoning lot, including retail cellar space allotted to each use, unquote. In that district, city planning made a special effort to limit the size of retail no matter what level of the, quote, several floors of a building it is on. In so doing, it clarified that that limitation does not apply outside of that district. Something similar was done in the Special City Island District, and I note also that the term cellar space appears only 54 times in the entire zoning resolution and is always used in conjunction with and distinct from the defined term floor area. Neighborhood testimony expressed concerns about increases in traffic, parking, trucking, and pedestrian circulation as a result of the proposed use, but the parking requirements for all Use Group 6 uses except food stores are the same. This is also true for Use Group 10 variety store and department store uses. Both of these are parking category B, and in the zoning districts in which such uses are permitted, C4, C5, C6, the parking requirement can be actually less strict than in C1-3 districts. Just to the north of the subject site, across Roosevelt Avenue between 81st and 83rd Street, is a large C4-3 district. So by way of comparison, the parking requirement in that district is 1 per 400 square feet of floor area, which is identical to that required by the C1-3 district regulations. Likewise, the loading berth requirements in a C4-3 are the same as those in a C1-3, so city planning anticipated a similar amount of truck deliveries in these two zones. As to whether the proposed target is a variety store or a department store, it appears that appellant believes it could be either one, so there is actually not much of an argument being made to refute DOB's position that Target is a variety store. Appellant instead insists it must be a use group 10 because the cellar space increases the floor area of the establishment, which I've just covered above. So in brief, as of October 2018, there were 28 targets in New York City, with others completed since or under construction. These are spread throughout the boroughs. The stores vary in size, and according to retaildive.com, the stores located in denser urban areas tend to be what the retail industry describes as, quote, small format stores with total areas between 17,000 and 50,000 square feet. To put this in perspective, the Kmart at One Penn Plaza at Penn Station that occupies the first floor and 3 sub-cellars is 142,000 gross square feet. It is use group 6 according to the 2007 and most recent certificate of occupancy. And as to destination retail, the abundance of these stores and their content include groceries and other items to meet everyday needs. This is unlike Macy's, the most classic of department stores, that is in fact a destination store selling apparel and branded boutiques, large furnishings, and appliances. So based on all of the above, I cast my vote no on the appeal.
On the motion?
On the motion, on the motion, on the appeal, yeah.
Floor area is a defined term. It has been in the zoning resolution section 1210 since 1961. Section 1210 floor area definition outlines spaces that must be counted towards floor area, and that is listed in subsections A through O. It further outlines spaces that shall not be counted towards floor area, including cellar spaces in subsection 1, except when used for dwelling purposes. The text further states that cellar space used for retailing, and I highlight the used for retailing, shall be counted towards determining parking requirements, loading bays, and bicycle parking. Since the drafting of the zoning resolution in 1961, it has permitted cellar space to be used towards retailing. At the same time, the drafters recognized the potential parking and loading impacts, and thus required the spaces below grade used towards retailing to be counted in determining parking loading requirements. Please note that when zoning resolution was updated to include the bicycle parking requirement, floor area definition was modified to include cellar spaces to account for required bicycle spaces. Definition of floor area has been consistently applied throughout the resolution, except where exceptions have been made, like in the Tribeca Special District as identified by the Opposition Council, and some additional ones that was just mentioned by the chair. However, the subject site is in a C1 zoning district and not in any special or exempted districts. With regards to use group, first I want to distinguish between use group 6 variety store or use group 10 variety store. Zoning resolution is agnostic when it comes to mom and pop retail establishment versus national chains. It only defines categories of uses. Zoning resolution section 3215 use group 6A categorizes convenience retail store or service establishments. Zoning resolution section 3219 use group 10A categorizes retail or service establishments. Both use groups list variety stores. Variety store is listed as use group 6A and use group 10A. The difference is in the floor area limitation. Use group 6A is convenience, retail, or service establishment where a variety store has a floor area limitation of 10,000 square foot. Use group 10A is a retail service establishment which includes variety store with no limitation to floor area. In both sections, floor area is hashtagged to indicate that it is a defined term as in section 1210. In a C1 district, which is the district mapped on the subject site, only use group 6 is permitted, whereas in a C4, C5, C6, C8 districts, both use group 6 and 10 are permitted. A variety store in C4, C5, C6, C8 districts would be a use group 6A if the floor area is limited to 10,000 square foot, or use group 10A if the floor area is more than 10,000 square foot. Again, floor area as defined in 1210. If as per the defined floor area, the proposed variety store, which is in a C1, had more than 10,000 square foot of floor area at grade and above grade combined, then it would not have been qualified as a use group 6A and hence would not have been permitted in a C1 district. The variety store use group 6A as proposed here maintains a 10,000 square feet of floor area limits as stated and defined in the zoning resolution. With regards to variety store versus department store, opposition also argued that Target is a department store which is a use group 10A and is only permitted in C4, C5, C6, C8 districts. Opposition is correct in stating that use group 10 is not permitted in C1 district. However, the proposed establishment in question, in my opinion, is not a department store. While the zoning resolution does not define a variety store, per Merriam-Webster, a variety store is a retail store that carries a wide variety of merchandise, and a department store is a store having a separate sections of wide variety of goods. Similarly, per 2017 North America Industry Classification System, a department store 452210 are establishments known as department stores that have separate departments for general line, separate customer checkout areas in each department, central customer checkout, or both, which is different from all other general merchandise store, which is 452319. These are establishments primarily engaged in retailing new goods in general merchandise stores. A dollar store, a variety store is considered a general merchandise. Typically, a department store has separate departments like the luggage department, perfume department, shoe department, home decor departments, etc. for different goods, and there are separate checkouts for each department. While a variety store may carry similar category of merchandises organized in aisles, it will have a common checkout area. Retail industry is changing, especially in urban areas where typically large format stores that are prevalent in suburbs have reduced their footprints to be able to locate in an urban area in a localized manner. For example, a grocery store in a suburban area occupies a large horizontal footprint at one level, whereas these chain grocery stores have modified to vertical configuration and in smaller footprints. So based on all I've said, the proposed development is consistent with the definition of floor area and the use group. With regards to the ills of the project, as stated, we have received several public testimonies regarding the ills of the proposed establishment regarding traffic impact and displacement of mom-and-pop stores. I just want to point out that this case that is before us is for a zoning interpretation regarding an as-of-right development. It is not a variance application where existing traffic congestions may have been considered if it were a variance case. So based on all of that, I vote no.
The zoning resolution 1210 definition of floor area, what does and does not constitute floor area is clear. Floor area of a building shall not include cellar space except where such space is used for dwelling purposes. Since the language is clear and unambiguous, one does not need to go further to study or analyze intent. As for whether or not Target is a use group 6A variety store or a use group 10A department store, I'm convinced that Target at this location is correctly classified as a use group 6A variety store, having a varied stock geared towards satisfying the local demand for low-cost goods. In analyzing DOB's determination that Target is one of the types of uses that could be classified under two different use groups depending on the zoning district that it is located in, I am aware that DOB is articulating a standard practice of allowing a choice between different use group classifications where it is not clear that only one choice is appropriate or correct. This has been articulated by DOB in other appeals cases and accepted by the Board of Standards and Appeals as well as the courts. Therefore, I vote no.
Commissioner Shetta.
The two questions before us are, I'm going to address them separately. The first one, whether the proposed is a variety store or a department store. It appears that the Department of Buildings depended on the applicant to determine whether the proposed target is a department store or a variety store. The DOB indicated they did so as the application documents are signed off by professionals. I understand the role of professionals certifying submissions to the government agencies, and I understand that by certifying these professionals have responsibility that the submitted information is accurate. However, certification by professionals should not mean that the government agency does not review, verify, and/or correct the accuracy of the submitted information. I cannot see why the proposed target cannot be classified as a use group 10 department store that is not permitted in the subject zoning district, as I don't see a big difference between many department stores and the proposal. The second issue before us is whether the proposed target is a variety store. Should it be considered as if the proposed target is a variety store, should it be considered as a use group 6 or use group 10, of course based on the floor area limitation. To comply with the zoning text, the use regulation text of the zoning resolution, ZR 32-00, I believe based on my understanding of the relevant zoning text that a variety store more than 10,000 square feet in size or floor area shouldn't be permitted in the subject zoning district. I also believe that locating an establishment or a facility in a cellar does not make the floor area of such facility or establishment zero, but it just makes the floor area of this facility or establishment does not count towards zoning limitations on the floor area of a building. This means that one should differentiate between floor area of a building, the measurement of which was addressed in the second paragraph of the floor area definition in ZR 12-10, and the floor area of an establishment, facility, or a story, such as a cellar. I believe the use of the definition of the defined term floor area in specifying size limitations of a variety store in ZR 32-15 and ZR 32-19, i.e. the specification of use group 6 and use group 10, was intended to indicate that the way the dimensions of these areas or this area is considered should comply with what is described at the beginning of the floor area definition, meaning that from exterior faces of exterior walls or from the center lines of walls separating two buildings. If the intention of the zoning resolution writer, was to exclude the cellar floor area from being counted as floor area for buildings as well as establishments/facilities, they could have written cellar space should not be counted as floor area, and then cellar space could be excluded equally from buildings and establishment. However, they didn't write such. The exclusion of cellar space as floor area was just limited to a building, not to an establishment or facility. To demonstrate my point, the point that the use of the defined term floor area in ZR 32-15 and ZR 32-19, which describes use group 6 variety store versus use group 10-1, does not mean the exclusion of parts of a store area or footprint located in a cellar. I did read chapter 2, entitled Use Regulations of the Zoning Resolution, and consider the zoning resolution as I consider the zoning resolution as one integral document that shouldn't, because of a given interpretation of the zoning text, contradict itself. In chapter 2 of the zoning resolution entitled Use Group, item 32-00, entitled General Provisions, it says, quote, in order to carry out the purpose and provisions of this resolution, the uses of buildings and other structures and open uses of a zoning lot or portions thereof have been classified and combined into use groups. A brief statement as is inserted at the start of each use group to describe and clarify the basic characteristics of that use group. Therefore, when one classify any proposed use, let's say as use group 6, such use should be consistent with the basic characteristics given at the beginning of the description of use group 6 in ZR 32-15. If a use is classified as use group 6, but it is not consistent with the basic characteristics in 32-15, its classification would not be considered complying with the zoning resolution text. At the start of use group 6 description in ZR 32-15, it says, use group 6, this is code, use group 6 consists primarily of retail stores and personal service establishment, which, and in item 2, it gives one of the basic characteristics as item 2, have a small service area and therefore distributed widely throughout the city. If one presumes that portions of an establishment located in a cellar are not considered as part of the size of the establishment, and there are hypothetically, this is the way to test the hypothesis. If we have hypothetically two stores, A and B, that are very similar in every aspect to the proposed target except for the size, and are applying to be permitted in a zoning district similar to the subject one. Let's say store A is a very unique 1 million square foot in size, a variety store that has no similar within the city, and is proposed in a cellar while only having 5,000 square feet entrance and lobby on the first floor. And store B is a 10,001 square feet variety store proposed on the first floor of the same building. Based on the way the ZR was applied by the DOB in the current case, DOB would accept the applicant characterization of store A as use group 6 and may permit it while denying the applicant's characterization of store B as use group 6 and potentially denies it. Since store A can be very unique in different aspects, including size, it's not likely that store A would have limited service area, probably. It would service areas larger than store B, which may be characterized as use group 10, and also would not be widely distributed within the city because of its uniqueness. Therefore, I believe the outcome of the DOB adapted interpretation contradicts ZR 32-15, and therefore the appeal should be upheld.
That is
That's a yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Shetta? Oh, Chibetta, sorry.
I will do my best to not be repetitive. A brief walk around the site would make abundantly clear to anyone why such objection to this development has been voiced. It would also explain why the objections are so vehement. Queens Neighborhood United is not fighting against a target as much as it is fighting to preserve their community. In this vein, they sought to challenge the use permit. The arguments evolved during the proceedings as to whether Target was a department store and/or a variety store. Both terms are undefined in the zoning resolution. According to the zoning resolution, the differences between the two are not contingent on size alone. That being said, it is seemingly agreed by both parties that an establishment can be both a variety store and a department store. At one point, appellant argued that this specific use is both a department store and variety store over 10,000 square feet of floor area, but later argued that that argument was in the alternative. Department of Buildings contended that this use is a variety store under 10,000 square feet of floor area, and we should not consider whether it could also be a department store. This argument is not entirely compelling considering the procedural history here, in that the prior application was filed as a department store and subsequently denied. It is a firm belief of mine that procedural history is relevant and before the board. It is also important to note that Department of Buildings did not deny that this use may also be a department store. Department stores are not permitted in Use Group 6 and are in fact an example of a Use Group 10 establishment. Is Target a department store as referenced in the zoning resolution? It is unlikely that the concept of what Target and the state of modern retail is today was contemplated by the drafters. But does this use or the potential issues related to it fit the form of department store? While comparing the multiple definitions provided, it does not appear that Target is a classic department store, but it certainly does share several characteristics of a department store, arguably even one of department store of 1961. Taken with the fact that Target itself had labeled itself a department store on a previous application, an argument could be made that this use is akin to a department store use. Yet, determining whether this Target is a department store in and of itself would not end our review. For appellant to succeed in its argument that the Target is a department store and therefore not permitted in this district, it would also have to show that it's not a variety store under 10,000 square feet of floor area, or at the very least, the use is more specifically a use group 10. In a previous application docketed 189-10A and later upheld in matter of Chelsea Group and Bus Owners Association LLC v. City of New York, the Board of Standards and Appeals was faced with a similar question of competing uses. Like the instant case, appellant in 189-10A challenged the classification of a use and proposed that another use prohibited in that district is the proper classification of that use. The board, in the denial of the appeal, held that statutory interpretation principles do not preclude a use from being within more than one use group. And if the proposed use meets the requirements of the proposed use group, it is a legal permit. The Appellate Division First Department upheld that determination as the Board of Appeals properly determined that the proposed use met the requirements of that use group. While there was substantial argument that Target was not a variety store under 10,000 square feet, I believe the record, as well as the most modern definitions from North American industry classification systems, support that this use is at least also properly defined as a variety store. Therefore, we must evaluate whether or not Target is a Use Group 6 variety store. Our first step is to review the statute. Use Group 6 specifically permits variety stores limited to 10,000 square feet of hashtag floor area, hashtag per establishment. The hashtags mean that they're referring to a defined term. As floor area is a defined term, we must reference the definition of floor area and what is included in same. In Section O of the definition, it specifically states that the floor area of a building should not include cellar space except where such cellar space is used for dwelling purposes. Cellar space used for retailing shall be included for the purposes of calculating requirements for accessory off-street parking, accessory bicycle parking, and accessory off-street loading berths. It should be noted that this very exception does contemplate retail space in a cellar, and while it requires its calculation for specific purposes, it excludes its calculation for the purposes proposed by the appellant. It has been suggested that reading the definition above literally would invalidate the intent of the zoning resolution. So we seek guidance of precedent. And there is substantial case law that stands for the position that a decision that runs counter to the clear wording of a statutory provision is invalid. See Cursix and also matter of Toys R Us v. Silva. This is a fundamental rule rooted in the separation of powers doctrine. The BSA and the judicial branch are not permitted to legislate. We must only interpret the law, and when the statute is unambiguous, we can look no further. There are a few exceptions to this rule, especially at this level. Yet one that can be argued, as it has been argued in the past on very similar case, is that the plain statutory reading would render a conclusion that is absurd. This was the position that was held on by the BSA on Raritan Development Corp. v. Silva, where the board imported intent into a clearly worded statute. In that case, the cellar exception of floor area did not yet specifically state that cellar space used for dwelling purposes shall be calculated as floor area. What it said at the time was simply that cellar space was excluded from floor area calculations. The board, knowing the history of the zoning resolution, the decades of use, and contemplating the possible outcome of zoning if thousands of square feet of residential cellar space was not to be calculated, held that cellar space used for residential purposes is floor area. The BSA was overturned because it did not specifically follow the plain letter of the law. As an attorney who has litigated, I sincerely appreciate the craft of the arguments presented by the appellant, particularly the reliance on undefined term establishment. I understand the argument that a plain reading can frustrate other portions of the zoning resolution, but even setting aside portions of the zoning resolution that specifically state the limited circumstances when cellar space is to be calculated as floor area, such as section 3201E, Applebaum v. Deutsch on the value of the introductory statements in each use group and how we are to use them in our interpretations, and Department of City Planning submission regarding intent, among other things. Similar facts with regard to residential floor area as opposed to retail floor area was presented in Raritan, and simply stated Raritan is not distinguishable from the case before us today. We are bound by the precedent set by the Court of Appeals. The same section and relatively the same language was seen as unambiguous, regardless of the arguments of potential results. Subsequent to Raritan, the appropriate legislation process took place, which addressed the text and provided a residential carve-out to cellar space, not being calculated as floor area. As is the case here, the BSA was not the appropriate jurisdiction to address the legislation. It attempted to do so in Raritan and was reversed, and that is why I must vote no.
So that is a denial for 1. Thank you.
Thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next calendar. Please.
5 minutes? Yeah.
5-minute break.
5-minute break.
5 minutes.
And Nazar, you're going, right?
Yeah, I'm leaving.
Yeah.
Oh, you're leaving now?
We're back on the record. Item number 2, special order calendar decision items 17706BZ, 1840 Richmond Terrace, Staten Island.
Good morning, Stephen Simicic here for the applicant.
So thank you very much. Parking lot looks fantastic. And again, I appreciate very much the responsiveness of both you and your client to our comments and issues. So I would like to make a motion to grant on condition, we've talked about the conditions before, that fencing, asphalt, and landscaping need to be maintained and replaced as needed. The building needs to be maintained and painted as needed and kept graffiti-free. Barbed wire is not permitted, and all of the other prior conditions shall remain as is the standard, right? So on that, a motion to grant.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Okay,
Thank you.
take care.
Continued hearing items. Item number 3, 15673BB, 1975 Eastchester Road, the Bronx.
They requested an adjournment. I don't know if anyone's here on it. I didn't see any specifics on the request.
Okay.
So, sort of at our convenience. August might be an ideal term. Transient parking.
Can we do September?
Oh, wait a minute. It's an extension. Yeah, it's an extension of term. Can we do, is there room on the August 3rd?
So 13, 14 there, 13 there, we could do
Yeah,
August.
yeah.
Okay, so continued hearing, August 13th, submission deadline, July 24th.
Item number 4, 13292BZ, 3948 Amboy Road, Staten Island. This is an adjournment, so.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik, PC. I thought we sent in an adjournment if you didn't get it, so
Oh,
I
I didn't
apologize.
find it. So what's the,
We're putting in a fire alarm system, so we're still working on that.
okay. So similar schedule or longer? Like something towards the end of August or?
Since you wanted a full installation, I think I need a little bit longer than that.
Yeah, of course.
September, October?
Let's try October.
Okay.
It's hard. We didn't get in the plans yet to the fire department, and they have to approve them first.
Why don't we do then submission deadline of October 2nd for hearing October 22nd?
October 2nd?
Submission,
October
October 22nd hearing.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Item number 5, 12693BZ, 1225 East 233rd Street, the Bronx.
Is there someone
Yeah,
here for this?
someone's
Yeah.
coming.
Second call?
Oh.
I don't know.
Maybe he's going.
Who am I on?
No?
So no? Oh,
Oh. Second call?
is someone here for this application, 1225 East 233rd Street? Okay, second call.
Second
it.
call.
Second call. He was late the last time, so
that's
he's just,
okay.
don't realize it. Okay, item number 5, 30312BZ, 1106, 1108 Utica Avenue, Brooklyn. You gotta give me a chance to pull the tape up. That's okay, fine. Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions? Proceed.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik, PC. I do not believe you had any additional comments.
That's true. Okay, so then, and just to clarify for our council, they're asking for a 4-year extension. So I would like to make a motion to close.
Any speakers?
Oh, sorry, are there any speakers on this? Okay, a motion to close?
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And a motion to grant for the 4 years.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 7, 27713BZ, 1769 Fort George Hill, Manhattan. Raise your right hand, Mr. Chester. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Okay. You can come and sign when you're finished.
Jeffrey Chester for the applicant.
Did you heard our,
I did.
yeah, okay. So we didn't actually have any additional issues. Thank you very much for responding to the questions about the E finding, which was the main critical one, and making the corrections on the drawings. So I'd like to make a motion to close.
I would just like to, in the interest of ongoing transparency, we wanted to bring something to the board's attention. We just, in the last couple of weeks, found out that they may have changed, HPD may have changed the terms of the ELA sheet, which may have created yet another financing deficit for us. So where we are with that is we're looking at other potential, the development's going to stay exactly the same, and it's still going to be 100% affordable. We're looking at other state programs in combination, and they're looking at the possibility of adding more supportive units. Right now, we're working with Councilman Rodriguez to see if we can get in under the previous terms of the ELA, but no decisions have been made, and I wanted the board to just be aware of that recent change.
Okay, so I guess it's a question, because if we were to close and vote, you would have to make a whole new application
No,
if it's a
I don't think we
big
would.
change in the project?
There's not going to be any change to the physical
Oh.
outlay of the project, either the
Oh,
number of
okay.
units, the size of the units, any of the layout of the
Okay.
units.
It's
It's just
only
a
the
question of
distribution.
financing and what program we were going to use.
Okay,
So it will remain 100% affordable. The
100%
total number of
affordable.
units will remain the same, the bulk will remain the same, the footprint will remain the same.
Yes, yes.
Only thing is
exactly.
how it's going to be financed, and the kind of unit mix will vary a little bit.
There could be more supportive units.
but the supportive units in the same
Exact
size,
location,
building,
yes.
number of units, et cetera,
Yes.
right? So
And
it's
they'll be
really just what you do with those. When
Right.
you put someone in a unit, it's whether there's a support mechanism or not.
But there was a narrative in the statement of facts, and I just wanted to know that you know, discussing the program, and I just wanted to know, you to know that we may, that in terms of the number of supportive units, and what exact program we use, that may change a little bit.
And this will be all integrated into one, it's not you will create separate.
That's
bills.
exactly right.
Yes, which is required, of course, right. Okay, so with that, I know. So with that, then, I think we're still good, right? Okay, and I just don't want to put you in a position where you have to come back. We
I
can
don't want
just
to, I don't
delay
want to
it.
be in a bad position either.
Okay, right, okay. So then, I would like, are there any speakers on this? No, I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And a motion to grant on condition, the same conditions as in the original grant, plus one additional that just came up as a course of looking at drawings, that there's no exterior insulation system permitted for the exterior finish on the project, so otherwise known as EFIS. Okay, so on that motion to grant.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Thank
Thank you very much, Commissioners.
New cases, item number 8, 69859BZ, 2773 Nostrand Avenue. The sign here? Okay, great, thank you. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions? Yeah.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik, PC. I have a few photographs to hand out. Sorry.
Sorry. Oh, great, thanks.
So, firstly, the area behind the dumpsters you said was landscaped, and I understood your comment, but when The owner looked at the plans, and they looked behind the dumpster on the landscaping plan. I can show that on the previously approved plans. They planted the trees next to it, but there was nothing shown directly behind it, so they didn't interpret that. I'll show you on the landscaping plan.
Just give us a,
Oh, she's providing.
Area here
I see.
to be landscaped. So they did all the trees, and you went to the sites and they updated the landscape, and you can even see the trees kind of in the picture here. But they didn't plant directly.
Wait a minute, where is that brick wall that, so where's this little low brick wall?
This is this.
It would be
Oh,
along,
right. No.
oh, hold on.
So then, but there are, wait a minute, there are, if that's,
These are these trees. These trees are these trees.
but this low brick wall is point to the low brick wall?
It's not, look on the site plan.
Because it's parallel to the dumpster.
This is.
Existing brick
Yeah.
wall to remain on the
So,
site.
because what's, the issue is behind the dumpster. Oh, so we're standing behind the dumpster when we
Right,
look at
right.
this?
Yes.
Oh,
So it's in this area.
You got it,
It's in
absolutely.
that
That's the brown thing? Is
Here's the
that-
site
Yeah.
plan. and
is
the-
that
Yes.
right behind you?
So that's how it was interpreted when they,
So it's, I mean, yes, as per the plan, there were no trees. It was a paved surface that went all the way to the
no,
end.
no, really?
This
This is a
this.
paved surface going
This is
all the way
yeah.
to the
This is
back.
that. This is this, because this is
I was
that
looking at
dumpster,
that.
There's a tree
on here, but
there.
I was looking at that.
which may have grown.
This is this way.
Which may be the property.
we're standing directly behind the trash can right now.
Behind the dumpster. When you say behind, so that's the thing. I don't think that's where we're standing. I think
I
we're
thought we were in
standing
front of
here.
it.
We're standing right here.
This photo?
This photo is right.
So this doesn't really make sense.
So this
Because
is not
look,
reflected. This is what I'm trying, this space is.
not shown on any drawing.
Oh, okay. I'm looking at the wrong
I
photo.
gave you,
Oh,
she's looking at the right photo, you're looking at.
so if we were to sketch,
This here
I'm
reflected.
doing two sites in a row.
so
Oh,
if we're,
okay.
This is what I'm
Here
saying.
we are.
That's right.
There's a gap here. which is what
and
that-
where, and the gap is between what and what? Like, show me where
Oh,
there's a gap
okay.
next to
The
the,
wall of
Yeah.
the store, and then you have a gap, and then you would have that compartment and the landscaping you see on the picture.
This makes more sense now, given the
So right
conversation.
where, point, sorry, we need to figure this out. So point to where this wall is on this drawing.
That should be,
It should be
Yeah, I can
this,
see it now.
this wall.
that wall.
It doesn't really make sense because this is right up against a building and that's not.
Got it.
So that doesn't match this drawing. So sorry, this doesn't look like, I don't know where this is taken, because when we look at the drawing, it doesn't match anything on the drawing.
It's
So,
behind the.
so this low brick wall,
Is right here.
which should be what's separating the residence from the whatever, the drawing shows that there's a building right up against the low brick wall.
Not in this.
Yes. See, when you use your finger, it's because it doesn't, it's not specific enough. This low brick wall is right up against a building. We're not seeing this low brick wall right up against a building.
Oh, looks like it's the angle.
I think it's an angle.
It's the
Well,
angle.
I can get more photographs, but I think it's the angle. They took it behind the trash can.
Like if you were to stand by those garbage canisters and look the other way, you should probably see the building. Yeah.
It's not north facing.
It should be, we should be standing,
I think it's the angle, because they went behind
It
the
is,
trash
it is
can.
the angle.
yeah.
Yeah.
And those three canisters are for oil, and they're gonna be
Right,
picked up.
from the,
So, because the issue here is that, I mean, we're looking at somebody's house now, right? The whole issue is to shield the residences from the use.
I understand, but that's just how they interpreted the previously approved landscape.
But now they're storing actually in that spot stuff that shouldn't be stored.
We can ask them to not store stuff in that
That,
area.
No, but so this is how, like, architecture solves problems as opposed to promises solving problems.
That's just how they saw the previously approved plans and they planted.
See, I don't see how they even came to that conclusion. They went straight back instead of letting it wrap around a little bit.
It would have been potentially mulch there, that's just not how they interpreted it, and no trees that are coming.
No, it's too old. We can't do that. But it actually looks exactly like the existing conditions. That's why,
The only thing I would say from the aerial view, the buildings, there are buildings that are right against the property line in the rear.
not according to this.
But that I mean, I'm just looking at the aerial
It's
view.
probably a bad angle.
Yeah.
No, it's not a bad angle. You're standing there looking at somebody's door.
There is a building.
So it means a
But
person
that's
who,
all heavily bushed right next to their door. You can see how tall and wide.
no, I can stand there and I'm looking at their
No,
door.
I know, but I'm saying from here to the door. If we were to go on, jump to the other side of the fence, take a picture. It's all large trees.
You're right, now we know that we need to have a bush at every spot, otherwise, right. It's kind of crazy because it's a landscaped area that they paved, which I actually don't even understand how they came to that conclusion based on the drawing. There's no line behind the dumpster indicating that that should be paved.
You can ask them to put the mulch there.
They would they have to dig up the concrete.
I mean, that's obviously not the preference for them because it's expensive and timely, but that's.
I don't know, what did the commissioners want to do? I still don't really understand what went on, but anyway. Comments, others? Are there any speakers on this? Okay.
I have, you want me to address your other question?
Yes.
Okay, so the Kohler container, it's a generator, and in that packet is the permit for it.
It's a generator, but
Yeah.
it's not shown on the drawings.
Yeah, it was not shown on it. There, we had a permit for it, but we can add it to the drawings. Sometimes they need to put generators in
But-
based on New York State Department of Agriculture.
Based on New York State
That's what
Department
they
of
said.
Agriculture?
This is
Why is it
generator
there?
as required by New York State Department of Agriculture and Marketing.
For what? It's not
It's a
a,
new state law.
it's not a cornfield, like what do you mean?
Oh, I know there's a project to have gas stations be like areas where people, when there are big storms, to like have like
Yeah.
generators
Hi,
on
yeah.
site.
It's Eric Platt. Just for clarification, there's a state law, the Department of Agriculture governs weights and measures, that governs gas stations. After Superstorm Sandy, the metro area found itself in a shortage of gas as a result of no electric servicing the gas stations, despite the fact the tanks were filled.
Okay.
So as a result, they passed a statewide law requiring gas stations to have generators to operate in the event of a catastrophic emergency to allow fuel to be distributed to the general public while the electric is being restored. And that's what, and
So
it's not a farming thing, it's a weights and measures.
Okay, but so does this thing make noise, like it's right near a residence? What
We
is
can
it?
find out how loud it is, but no, it's just a contained generator, and it was required to be placed on the.
Just to, also, I think the generator's just turned on in emergency instances. It's not something that's running, it's just
Okay.
there in case.
So anytime you
But
see a
it's-
Kohler on any of the
Right.
sites, it's a generator.
Just also for the board's background, we got some inquiries from DOB and maybe some other agencies about gas stations under the board's jurisdiction that have been having to add these and whether or not they create a new non-compliance, but this is something that's been on staff's radar for.
Oh, okay. So,
Thank you, Eric.
so
Thank
it's
you, Gloria.
very prominently situated in the middle of the planted area, like of all the places to put it, you know? It's not concealed by the planting, it's not at the back of the planting. I
Are there
sort of
requirements
don't
for
get
it
it.
to be,
Yeah.
are there requirements for it to be open in an area, in an open area, and that it cannot be sealed, concealed?
I can ask, but I more ask, what is it for?
In my
But I
honest
can
opinion,
find
they
out
could
more
probably use
information about it, but
landscaping
that,
in that
I mean,
area
they
at
got
least like
approved
this
plans for
area.
this and a permit, and this was the place that DOB was agreed.
That's
So,
why I
so we
don't-
need to see, We need to know why it's put in such a prominent place. It's like an advertisement for a Kohler generator, the way it's looking. I mean, it's so prominent, right? It's like they couldn't have picked a more prominent location.
I think that my feeling is that may have had to do with the fact it needed to be in an open area and not an enclosed
Maybe.
because of
I'm sure they get hot, they
hot
need
and other
to.
Right,
reasons, so.
but we don't know anything. This is right?
There also has to be a way to make this look nicer.
Yes.
And without having to, but obviously without tasking the generator and making it hot, there's got to be a way to make it look nicer. Similarly, there's got to be a way to make the residential property have a better view.
Yes.
And I think that, simple landscaping could solve that pretty quickly.
Yes. So, yeah.
If you're looking at the Google Street View, it looks like there are trees along the property line that's coincident with the residence. Up
Yes.
until the point that commercial building protrudes. That's what it looks like to me.
You're talking about where the Kohler thing is?
No.
No.
I'm talking about behind the Kohler thing, from that point, from the edge of the side wall of the house back to the dumpster. Looks like it's fully planted with those trees. And that the only part that's left blank, if you look at it from this angle, is what a one-story extension on the commercial building.
Are those trees in front of the wall or?
Yes.
Yeah.
And they planted in accordance with the approved plan.
I think the trees are gonna continue to grow.
Yeah, they're already quite,
Yeah.
I really think this owner took the time to like put in the nice trees, make sure they were living and growing.
Right. So all right. I don't know. Yes.
And then the tree pits, someone did hit the tree pit. One of the both of the fences went down and one of the trees went down. One of the trees remains, but they're working this week to fix up and replant the tree.
Replant the trees and take out the banners unless you
Yeah,
have,
they told me they already took out the banners, but.
okay. And they shouldn't go back, and if they want them, then they need to comply with the sign regulations. That's a lot of banners.
They know,
Right?
they took out the signs, but they're replanting that tree, and they wanted me to confirm that you want the ornamental, metal.
The ornamental fence, that
Fence.
wasn't a requirement of
Yeah.
ours. I actually don't remember. It just says on the drawings, proposed tree pit in 5x10 pit typical of 6. So that's what it says on the drawings,
So they
right?
just wanted me to confirm whether that's a necessary item or not.
So no, I don't think it's a requirement. They're usually to protect, small flowers. I don't know. I guess the issue is if the cars are driving over that thing, the tree is what would prevent them from driving over it as opposed to those little fences.
Clearly it didn't work this time. Somebody
Yeah.
drove right into it and tore the car.
well, I think there were a couple of more that were required along Kings Highway.
Couple more tree pits.
Tree pits as per the approved plan. There were 4 that
Four,
were.
but they said only one tree went down. And
I think that is the one that's on Nostrand, the one that went down, but along Kings Highway, so can I see the plan? So these 4 trees, as you can see from your photographs, are not there. And the tree pits also have not been built in. So those have to be provided.
Okay, so this is a request for an extension of time, right, to complete?
Right.
So we don't necessarily have to keep going back and forth, but you have the instructions, right? So what I would like to see is that Kohler structure be sure that there's some kind of vegetation that's going to grow high and still at the same time comply with whatever the requirements are for a generator. And really, the plan should have been updated to show that location.
Just to go back to the issue of that paved area in the back, as I look at the photo, there is a structure behind the building, where that paved area is, and the green space is occupying the area that is abutting the residential area, the open area. So I understand there's a mistake made, and this is lesson learned from the board. Next time, we'll make sure the drawing is as lushly painted as it should be grown.
I mean, you now do
But-
curbing and dimensions, so that probably.
Right.
No, but I mean, this is kind of, the tree shape, which is really just a little tree stamp, pretty literally, right, is to indicate conceptually
Yeah.
that there is landscaping, not to say exactly in what spot to plant it. So now I'm kind of, do we do a hatched area that indicates that all has to be landscaped, that we have to state clearly that it goes from edge to edge with bushes, it's kind of, it's really asking for a lot of specificity on the
So
part
I
of
think
the board.
in terms of what we always, the reason for us asking for, the board asking for the lush greenery is to create the buffer between the residential commercial. And given how the layout of the residential building is in relationship to this structure, I'm okay with where it is now, given the situation that has been created, because they have a structure at the end of the building. So that area would need a buffer. So I'm okay with that.
Okay, all right, I don't want to belabor this, but really, okay.
This was 2013.
Yes, okay. All right, I already asked for speakers. Is everybody else okay with the current state of affairs, basically? Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye?
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
And to grant on condition that that generator be planted around to conceal it from the street.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye?
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Item number 9, 6791BZ, 5455 Little Neck Parkway, also known as 26001 Horace Harding Expressway, Queens. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond to city board member questions?
This one shows bushes behind.
Elise Fullader from Eric Polanic, BC. This is going to be a similar idea. Now we have.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
No, give it to me.
This one at least put the generator at the back.
So again, there was a generator put on the site, Kohler. You can see it behind the trash enclosure. So, there you go.
Where the planting was supposed to go.
So again, they interpreted it.
They can't interpret it this time. There's bushes shown right behind the enclosure. So I'm losing faith in that use of that word, interpret. I think the correct word is ignore.
What the hell is this? That's the intercom? Oh, that's right, yes, yes.
That's not an interpretation when you don't do it the way it shows it.
I think they had to put the generator somewhere, unfortunately, similar to the last one. So they put it there. I can ask them about moving the generator. It is blocked by a large
Yeah, I remember when they
So what
wall and
I'm
then.
trying to understand, though, there is a tall block wall. Whose property, where is that? Whose property is it on? That's the,
That's the adjacent property that ramps up, and I think there's a community facility, I think it's a church that's behind the garage.
Is this electronic?
because in this case, this wall looks like it's about 10 feet tall. I don't even know if that's gas. Wow, but nonetheless, it's a very high wall with a fence on top of it. So it's not as if whatever the adjacent use is can actually benefit from the planting. But I don't think, our drawings don't show that at all. Our drawings weren't aware of that
Concrete
fence.
patio, no access.
Yeah.
Maybe because I'd gone to the site at that time. I do remember during the approval of the last case, it was mentioned that that church was under construction and that was it was going to be at a higher elevation.
Right, but the drawings don't show that there's going to be this 10-foot high wall with a fence on top because they didn't know there was going to be a.
That's
10-foot
the
high wall with a fence
applicant's,
on
the other properties.
Yeah, right. Okay, so from that perspective, there's nobody to protect, right? Because you wouldn't be able to see the plants.
And the plant that is placed is in the most visible area.
Forward of the trash.
Forward of the
Yeah,
trash, which I
which
think-
is what it's shown on the drawing, right? Yeah, okay. All right, and then so this thing with the keypad, what is that?
So they have the keypad, it's in one of the photographs there.
The keypad is for them to call and say, can you come out and pump the
Yes.
gas? Oh,
And they had many measures for that in the condition.
Mm-hmm.
The only measure they didn't put on, and I want to discuss it with you, is the honk, because they are next to a senior center.
Elise,
So
to
they
the
have all
mic.
these other measures.
Ms. Valder, could you go to the mic?
sorry,
They are next to a senior center, as you said, so they put in all the other measures to get an attendant, but not the honking, because a honking would be even louder presumably than a vacuum cleaner.
So, it's hard to see, but there's a little handicap symbol there, accessibility symbol. Is that referring to what you do if you need assistance? Do you know what that sign is next to the pump?
Next to the pump.
'Cause I think that was what the issue was, and we did this in response to community board request, right?
Yeah, it's a handicap symbol.
So they put in, I think I gave you all my photos.
Oh,
Here.
The handicap symbol. Oh, yeah.
I think this is on this. But where are you referring to?
See, if you look at that
Maybe it's for-
photograph,
maybe
there's
it's for
the
the fire
accessibility sign right next to the pump. Does that, I mean, how does somebody know they're supposed to press a keyboard? Like, where is it? Where's that keyboard located relative to a person? If somebody who's disabled in the car,
Yeah.
they can't get out, right? So where is this keypad located?
Picture. They gave this to me when I asked them for the help button and the dispenser image, but I'm sorry.
You don't know where it is?
I know it exists because they took a closer up picture of it, but I don't know exactly where it is.
Okay, so what, I guess that the issue is, and again, this is an extension on time to complete, so it's more to make sure that this call button is in a place where a person who is in the driver's seat can reach it without having to get out of the car, right?
Because it says help on it, but I guess,
Help, but from where,
but
right?
it's somewhere on this,
Yeah, yeah, okay.
I can't tell you exactly where, sorry.
No, because you can't see it in this photograph of the pump at all. Maybe it's there, but it's a little photograph.
Maybe it's this middle item,
That's what I thought it was on.
You can't see it.
but
so
sorry, I
don't
don't
know.
want to.
Okay, all right, so we can just make sure that the condition will be that the help button is properly located and reachable by someone in the car from the driver's window, okay?
Ms. Valder, have these photographs been submitted to the record yet?
No,
Can you submit them to the record?
yes.
Okay, that means second call.
Can you submit to the record right now?
For the last piece, for this?
For
piece?
both
For
Any
cases.
case for which you have not submitted
Okay.
things to the record?
Yeah, sometimes I just show them for discussion.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, I will.
Okay, so let's do a second call on this, but in the meantime, are there any speakers?
I think it's fine to do, it's okay to vote now as long as you send it.
Oh, it is?
in now.
Okay.
You voted on the last one.
Yeah, I know, but,
Yeah, she should.
okay,
You should.
all right.
Do you want to say something? Oh.
John Daly, Fire Department. I do want to correct my letter that I had submitted, my letter of objection for this application. In it, I said that the cooking establishment there, the McDonald's or Burger King, whatever, they are current with their permits.
Okay.
So we're good on that. Thank you.
Okay, so we're good. All right. Thank you.
So we're
All
closing?
right. So then, I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And a motion to, oh yeah, for a 2-year extension is what they're asking for. And a motion to grant on further condition that the call button for the disabled be accessible from the window of the driver's seat, at a distance accessible. So on that motion to grant.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Thank you, I'll go submit.
Thank
Item number 10, 2108BZ, 1601 Bronxdale Avenue, the Bronx. Raise your right hand. No. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board and respond honestly to board member questions? Now you can sign it. Thank you. Thanks.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Frederick A. Becker. We attend your review session. I'm here to answer questions.
Okay, so I think it was fire department, if you have any updates. Otherwise, we wanted to know what the status is of installing your fire alarm system, or correcting the fire alarm, which received a violation for being non-operational. It says, in trouble mode in violation of Fire Code 901.6. And fire department was issuing to us a conditional letter, but because this has been operating without the required permits for a very long time, I'd like to know what needs to be done and what the applicant's plans are to take care of these open issues. The fire department said it was operating without without an operating permit and failure to maintain a fire alarm system.
I can answer one of those. With regard to the permit, we have the catch-22.
No, we're not. Sorry.
We have the catch-22 of we can't get the PA permit without the C of O. We don't have the C of O because they changed the use in the building. With regard to the other item, I'll let Chief Daly address that one.
So wait a minute, the operating permit may be a fire department thing, so let's have Chief Daly.
John Daly, Fire Department. The operating permit is issued by the Department of Buildings. And recently I had a unit inspect the second floor of those premises. It used to be a nightclub, which now has been converted back to offices. And of course, the owners have filed an application to amend their C of O. And I agree with Mr. Becker in that trying to get it in those C of Os and a temporary C of O is holding up their operating permit. So the department at this time has no objection to the board rendering a decision. Okay. I just wanted to let everyone know, Mr. Becker, we spoke earlier, that no, we're not going to take more aggressive action. While our units in the LPPA, who are responsible for inspection of PA spaces, they will inform me right away. I'll do the research, reach out to the applicant, and try to negotiate to get these all cleaned up. As to the fire alarm that's in trouble mode, while we can still receive a signal from Central Station in the event of a fire, they really need to get their maintenance, fire alarm maintenance crew there to fix it. Again, we will continue our inspections there and enforce the orders. So at this time, again, the department has no objection to the board issuing a decision on this application.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, I do have one other question. Sure. What's the difference between a C of O and an operating permit?
Oh, the certificate of occupancy
Yeah,
and that's for the building use.
yeah.
And then the operating permit is for the PA permit.
Oh, this
Yes.
is the PA permit. Okay.
Right, yes.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Are there any speakers on this? All right. All right, I think that is it then. Okay, so making a note again to our council that the hours of operation for Sunday have been reduced to 6 PM closure. And that's it. So I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And a motion to grant, and they're asking for just a standard 10-year extension from 2017.
Okay.
Motion to grant.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 11, 27113BZ, 129 Norfolk Street, Brooklyn.
Anyone here for this?
I don't know, is anybody outside, maybe?
129 Norfolk Street?
Second call.
Second call.
Second call. Where are you?
Last year was postponed.
All right. Do you want to call the other one, or just keep going?
Sure. No? The second call on the first one?
Yeah, what was the first?
Was the one in the Bronx?
33rd
Yeah.
Street.
Yeah, go ahead and call number 5. See if they're here.
Okay, now I lost my, oh, where is it? Shoot. Okay, great. Item number 5, second call, 12693BZ, 1225 East 233rd Street, the Bronx. Anyone here for that? Nope.
Who's the applicant?
Sohail Humayun.
No, the last time he came very late, so I don't know.
And today's a holiday.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, well, let's wait for the afternoon calendar to
Oh,
call.
okay, fine.
Yeah, okay.
He may not come.
So then we'll.
Where are we,
we'll
number
continue the
11?
hearing.
Number 12.
Number 12.
Second call, that one, number 11. Okay. Appeals calendar decision items. Item number 12, 2018-23A, 2018-24A, 29 and 31 Herbert Street, Staten Island.
Did you get anything? Sorry.
No, it's not that, no, no, no,
David
no.
drawing or anything?
That's not your
He
case.
sent me an email yesterday.
Oh, that one
He'll
others too?
explain it.
Okay, fine. Are we reopening this one, or are we just voting?
I think we have to, no, it's not.
it's not closed. Is it closed?
It's on to a decision, but it's not indicated as closed. Let's just reopen.
Yeah.
Okay, because you have the thing about the plan or something.
Yeah, I thought it was open.
It was open too.
So we're reopen. Motion to reopen, Chair Promoter?
Oh, it's on decisions. Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
There's only 4 of you. Good morning, Todd Dale for the applicant. So we did have discussions with respect to the restrictive declaration. Council and I communicated. We agree to the 34-foot improved width. That's what we expect it will be anyway when DOT and DOB approve the BPP. And when we file the recorded declaration, we'll change that. We were just following the 32.2 because that was what was in the letter.
Okay.
The other issue that came up was regards to the exhibit. Just a couple points about that exhibit. First, Exhibit C. This declaration isn't just about the DPP, it's also about the possible future maintenance.
Yeah.
So that Exhibit C is trying to point out the area that would be subject to possible future maintenance and not necessarily what the BPP would look like. I spoke to the project architect and raised 2 concerns, the architect, the property owner. The first was they don't have the BPP done yet to insert in there. Number 2, the concern they have is that even though there's full expectation that DOT and DOB will continue that continuous line as has been approved to the east of the site, as has been approved for the subject site, they expect it to continue. Until they actually get that approval, they don't know for sure what it's going to be. So there's a concern about putting in a document that shows this and then having DOT or DOB change it for some reason and then having to come back to the board and get it changed, change the declaration. So that's the loop that they're
So it's
concerned
not
about.
really a loop. So I understand why they might not want to record the BPP.
Right.
But there could be a diagram that essentially does the same thing. The diagram showing a 10-foot curb that continues all the way to the corner and a 20-foot improvement from curb to center line or whatever that is. It's not really center line. That match looks like the BPP for these two subject lots. And that could be the diagram that shows the extent of the improvement. And then, because that's the issue, because the diagram that is in C doesn't actually show the same extent of improvement on both properties.
Yeah, the diagram C is not intended to show the improvement, it's just intended, so.
Right, so you could have two different diagrams. You could have C
Sure, we
for,
could do an
yeah.
Exhibit D and
D.
add it in.
Right.
And if the board agrees, could we reference that and say that a
Subject to the
subject, a
Yeah.
DPP will be filed
Sure.
Absolutely.
in reference
Yeah,
to that? Okay.
Why not?
Two things. We can get, I don't know if the board wants to see that before
Yes.
granting? Okay, then I don't think we can get it done today, but we could submit very, very shortly.
Okay, could you do it by Friday for next week?
We could probably do it by Thursday. I don't know if we could set it for, is there a hearing next week?
Yes,
The 11th?
June 11th.
If we could set it for this decision, we can get it in, we'll get it in Thursday.
Or we
Or
do it for
Friday
the
morning.
following one to not stress us?
Or you can get it in by, sometime next week and we can put it on for June 25th.
June 11th sounds great. We'll get it in this week.
Okay,
Okay.
all right.
Okay, so set for decision June 11th and we'll submit
So, yeah.
as soon as possible.
Great.
And you call for speakers?
Yeah, are there any speakers on this? Because we reopened. I asked whether fire department signed off on this. Do we have a sign off from fire department?
John Daly, Fire Department. In my letter, I had made the mistake of the dimension of 32.2, and Ms. L'Oreal and Mr. Dale, we both agreed. I made the mistake, so it should have been 34. So, and our city planning unit has signed off on this.
All right, great.
Thank you.
Okay, great. All right, so then I think we can close this again. So a motion to close.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Okay, so, and we have the submit by Friday.
Submit by Friday for decision next Tuesday.
Yes.
Understood.
Thank you.
Zoning calendar, continued hearing items, item number 13, 7715BZ, 244 36 85th Avenue, Queens. Raise your right hand, Mr. Todd, Mr. Dale.
Mr. Todd works. I accept it.
Oh, never fails. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I so affirm, Ms. Tony. We attended review session, and we understand the key question that was raised by the board. Just to provide a little history on this, because this has been pending for a while as work with DOB. When this was originally filed as a variance, there were some initial questions and concerns that were raised by the board about meeting the specific findings for the variance. And during discussion on the original hearing, it was forwarded that we should consider exploration of the special permit, which is what we did.
Right.
Now, it took a lot longer than expected.
Yes, a year.
Meeting with DOB, and just to give the board some background, we met with examiners, staff, technical review, and eventually, just before the submission was due for this particular hearing, met with Deputy Commissioner Ho, and finally got acknowledgement from them with respect to this contrast and conflict between the two provisions, the 73-621 and the 52-22. I understand what the board raised about 73-621 speaking to compliant and non-compliant buildings, but we can clarify this in papers and expand upon it. As I said, we were a bit rushed with this because we got the response from DOB literally right before the submission was done, or submission was due. But 73-621 does speak to non-compliant or compliant buildings, but it says for any building that's residential use. So there's nothing in it that specifically prohibits it applying to a permitted non-conforming residential use.
Really?
And
So
we understand that.
do you have it in front of you? Can you walk me through how you're reading
Sure.
it?
73-621, I have both 52-22 and 73-621. So 73-621, the prerequisite to be a building that could possibly obtain the special permit is it has to be a compliant or a non-compliant building that existed on December 15th, 1961.
Check.
We meet that.
Right.
It's a CO, and this building satisfies that. The next says it contains residential uses. This does contain a residential use. And then it says, the board in standard appeals may permit an enlargement, a change of use, or an extension, provided that such enlargement, change of use, extension shall not create any new non-compliance or increase the amount or degree of any existing non-compliance. And what we're proposing would not do that. So we believe we meet all of those steps. Now, understandably, this does, 5222 says that the DOB is not allowed to allow the enlargement for a non-conforming use.
Right.
So between these two provisions and all this meeting that we had with DOB, staff, eventually at our last meeting with the deputy commissioner, he said that if the board, assuming they could meet the findings, if the board was satisfied and granted this special permit, that allowing the increase in floor area of the subject building, that DOB would no longer object under 5222. So that was what was told to us.
Wait a minute.
Wait.
You go.
So DOB, who was the interpreter of the zoning resolution, said that if you were able to convince the board that you made the findings of 73621, they would remove the objection of 5241.
The way it was described to me is that a 73621 special permit was granted, and the special permit said that the BSA authorizes this enlargement of the building, this increase in the floor area, that would satisfy DOB with respect to the enlargement of the building. That's what was confirmed to us. Now, part of when we were exploring the special permit is we didn't want to just change the special permit without having this discussion with DOB. So once we had that meeting with the deputy commissioner, we went forward. Now, I understand the concerns that are still being raised here. We're happy to discuss. I mean, in the end, I understand the needs to meet the findings of whether it's a variance or special permit. But the reality is that this is a property owner who's just seeking a very modest enlargement of that second floor unit that's very small. And, understanding the board's concerns of the variance, that's why we went to explore this. When we met with DOB, I have to say, they said they had never encountered this issue before, that any time that they had this before, the property owner in this situation just said, well, I'm going to convert it to a one-family and make it a larger building.
Yeah, because that's
Sure.
what it says in
And
the
I-
zoning
and I-
resolution.
No, but in this instance, because it is right now, a legal two-family, the property owner is seeking to maintain that two-family status, which is a different situation. So I understand more needs to be done for this discussion. I understand that board council may want to reach out to DOB council. When we meet, it's often easier for us to meet with staff level DOB as opposed to council. We're happy to meet and discuss and to make sure that the board is satisfied. We do believe, and maybe it's not as clear in our last submission, we'll expand on, but we do believe that these two provisions they say different things, but this one provision, if we meet the findings for that provision, there's nothing in 73621 that says it cannot apply to a non-conforming building.
That's true, but then you have 5221. So the way that I would feel comfortable is that if that weren't, well, I don't know if I would feel comfortable, but let's just say it would make me more open if I didn't see that DOB objected to 5221. What they're saying is grant this, and then we'll take away 5221, which is the board therefore deciding whether 5221 applies. But that's really DOB's job, right? DOB's supposed to decide what the problems are with the application to DOB, and then you come to the BSA to see if there's methods for resolving those difficulties, right?
I understand, and the objection that we granted was a very hasty objection because when we had to update it because this has been pending for a while, DOB said that in order to issue the objection, they gave us a full objection that includes a lot of technical issues that, we're not seeking relief from the board that we can, deal with administratively at the thing.
True, but
so,
now-
So we understand the concern. We're hoping to be able to move forward. We're happy to meet with board council, DOB council, whatever, to discuss. And I understand what the board's saying, the issue here, but if we're told by DOB, get this approval from the BSA, and BSA is no, DOB needs to return it, we're kind of caught between this.
No, actually
rock and a hard
not.
place
If
situation.
DOB is so comfortable that 73621 cures 5221, let them so state in their objection, In other words, you don't comply with this, and you don't comply with that, therefore, go get a special permit under 73621 to cure both. They're not going to say that, by the way. So at this point, though, because for one, you raised that objection in your initial papers way back when it was as a variance, and for two, DOB has it in their objection sheet. DOB would have to feel comfortable that it's somehow cured by this special permit, because, by the way, we often have situations, or not often happily, because it would make it very miserable for the property owner, but there are times where the board grants something, and then the applicant submits to DOB, after having already submitted to DOB, and then DOB says, what about this thing that you didn't get waived by the board,
Oh, I
right?
know.
You know, you've experienced it yourself,
No, I
right?
understand.
So, yeah.
So I hear what's saying here. So if we were able to obtain a more updated objection from DOB that says, that cites 5222 and then says obtain special permit from 73621, an objection that clearly states get A to solve B, then the board would feel more comfortable moving forward. I'm not saying you're going to meet the fine. I'm not saying
I
you're
don't
going to
know.
meet the fine.
I don't know.
How's this? We're seeking, and we understand the concerns, but I also hope the board understands our situation where we have one agency saying we're not comfortable, get clarification from this agency, and then the other agency says we're not comfortable, get clarification from this agency, and we'll do the work. It's just tough to be ping-ponged between.
Well, it's not really being ping pong, because the obvious solution is, if you want to enlarge this building, then convert it to a one-family, which arguably is what the public policy is behind this non-conforming use question, where you are allowed to enlarge in an R3 district, but not in an R2, right? So there was a public policy consideration about enlargements of non-conforming uses in the higher density
Sure, I
districts.
understand. I mean, this is a relatively recent rezoning, though. I mean, this building was in its own district where the, I understand, but
We're
I'm just
reading the
saying.
zoning resolution, it
So,
doesn't really
the
matter,
circumstances.
right? So it's not ping-ponged, it's trying to do something that's not clearly permitted by the
It's
zoning
also not clearly
resolution.
prohibited.
I'm not sure about that, since it says right there in 5221,
But
according to
7316
DOB, no structural alterations shall be made in a building substantially occupied by a non-conforming use.
True, but there's other, I mean, every special permit that we get before the board that says if you meet these findings, the special permits are allowing you to do things, whether it's for a gym or other things like that, they're allowing you to do things that aren't allowed in other sections of the
that's
zoning
not-
resolution. You know what I mean? So the special permit is a key to unlock a prohibition elsewhere with the
Sometimes.
zoning resolution.
Yeah, but it's a specified prohibition, and it's a specified key to unlock it, and that's not what I see here. And if, I can understand if you want to make that argument, it's going to have to be a lot more detailed than this, like, little...
I understand, and, you know, we were in a situation where we appreciate the adjournments the board had granted, and because of it, we finally got what we thought was the answer from DOB. Like, literally
It might not
day
be the
before.
answer.
I understand, but how's this? An answer,
An answer.
literally before the submission date. So,
If
Yeah, go ahead, Carl.
No, just as a matter of procedure, and again, I'm not speaking to whether 73-621 is applicable or not, but I don't see how DOB could offer up any other objection than Article 5, whether they applied for 73-621 under any situation, regardless. So just before, you go down a path that's more complicated, I think the objection may be correct either way, whether you were to pursue anything here or not, whether it was a variance or a special permit.
no, I understand.
There'd be no other provision to object
Because
Right.
you're non-conforming.
because they're not conforming.
Right, yeah.
So,
Right.
right, whether it's determined that 73-621.
We're not
says-
seeking to have 5222 removed from the objection. We realize that that's going to be on an objection sheet, whatever form and fashion it takes. It's there.
Really makes,
Okay,
then
but-
where are you?
But if DOB issued an objection, because often, like for a PCE, we get an objection that says PCE is not permitted in this particular section pursuant to 42-10, obtain a special permit from the board under 7336. If we did one that said proposed enlargement not allowed under 5222, obtain a special permit from the BSA under 73621, that would be the same mechanics of those two objections.
Well, not exactly, because the PCE and its special permit are directly linked to each other. You want a PCE, it's one in one of those zoning districts, go get. On the other hand, obtain a special permit, a PCE special permit in a building that's sitting in an R district could be their objection, right?
You can't hear
But we
it.
don't have the authority to grant such a thing, right? So that would be DOB having made a mistake about the applicability of the special permit in that R district, right? And we've experienced that, right? So, okay, so what I want to say is the only other thing you might do, and I don't know if the board has a history on these, the board doesn't have a lot of 73-621 cases. You might look to see in the history of granting these whether the board has made a rationale for allowing that kind of situation where it was well briefed as opposed to a mistake, because you can't rely on a board's issuance where it didn't realize, right?
Sure, understood.
Okay.
Yeah, and I know that there hasn't been a huge history of it. So, as is, it's very clear what's being said, and we understand, I apologize because of the timing sort of forced that submission. We would like the opportunity to both explore the history, to see if we can get clarification with the objection, and present a more developed legal argument with respect to this, and then submit it to the board. Because we believe we could meet the findings if the findings were allowed to be met.
Okay.
How's that?
Yeah, well,
Yes, sir.
I don't doubt that.
Okay.
If it applied to you, you probably would meet the findings. Okay.
And the brief should also include just a discussion on 7301, which is the prohibition on jurisdiction.
Sure.
Limitations. on that.
Limitations.
Can you repeat that? What did-
The
can you
general
repeat?
special permit
Yes.
section. That's fine, yeah. So,
7301.
so we'll review the objection, we'll review history of the BSA, and 7301. Understood.
All right. Are there any speakers on this application? No? Okay. So,
I imagine
it's
you'd like
time.
some time.
Yeah.
Yes, we would. I know the DOB, our research we can control, we can't control necessarily objection with the DOB. But this also has been before the board for a long time. If we were able to submit somewhere between 6 and 8 weeks,
Is that all
All
you
right.
need? Sure.
and, we can see what the calendar is. I don't have the calendar in front of me.
8 weeks is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's the end of July.
I would give them more time. Yeah, I would have to say that sort of this is the last stab, because
Understood.
we know it's a tiny addition and it's less than 10% and all of that sort of stuff, so it
Understood.
meets the findings. The question is, do we have the authority?
No, I understood. We've tried to be creative and diligent in finding a means to achieve it. All right.
What if we gave you 12 weeks and put you on hearing September 17th? So that would be a submission August 28th.
Just because of schedule, can we move that slightly forward?
Forward?
What about a submission like August 1st? I don't know if that works for a hearing.
So you either have July, well, I'd rather not put you on there because I don't have a full board. August 21st would be September 10th. That's the first hearing in
That's the
September.
list? Okay, we can do that.
Okay, so let's do that. Submission August 21st for hearing September 10th.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 14, 263-15BZ, 4547 Little Clove Road, Staten Island. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I so affirm. Good morning. So from review session, we know there were certain questions raised. The first I want to speak to is the ramp issue. Just to give some background on this, those ramps were originally designed for this project based on a prospective tenant that was going to be there that dealt with a lot of stretchers, and so that was the thought behind it. It turns out that prospective tenant won't be occupying the space, so we reached out to the project architect, and they were reviewing removal of those ramps.
Okay.
Okay? So I know that was a big concern, and we did try to provide a screening. Just wanted to provide some background to the board to understand why those ramps were there in the first place. But without that tenant, it'll provide more flexibility with respect to the ramps. And also just some background with the ramps. I mean, the current design I know there were some questions about like the building height. You know, right now, the reason that they have the basement on the first floor was to keep the height of the building
No,
low.
no, no.
Okay.
It wasn't about the height of the building. It was about 50 feet of ramps on both sides of the building and how it's being required because you're sinking the building down, right? So I'd say the other building doesn't have a cellar, or, I mean, has a cellar, but it's built at grade, so height isn't really the issue. This building could be taller.
Right. Yeah, the building, that's, I mean, they were trying to be respectful because the building that's already on that lot is the tallest one in the whole area. So when they were trying to build this building, they were trying not to like push it to the limit of that because one of the findings is being within the character of the neighborhood. So they were purposely trying to create a building that was a little bit shorter to, you know, stay in character. But the
One
short
evil
answer is.
traded for another, so.
Yeah, the short answer is we're reviewing the ramps and removing them and coming up with alternate means to get into the building. She'll hopefully take care of that. The other big key issue is with respect to the drop-off. You know, I understand what was raised by the board. What we're dealing with here is there's sort of a few factors that are coming in. There really was some thought behind the design about keeping it in the rear. One factor is that they're trying to keep more of a residential profile in the front of the building, again, to stay in character with the building. And the main entrances are actually off to the side of the building, even though there is a front door. You access those offices, you know, off to the side, like where those ramps originally came in.
No, no, no. Front door to the buildings are at the front.
Yeah,
Those
no,
ramps on the side are additional, but the front door that takes you right into the waiting room and all that stuff.
those side ramps, though, were designed to bring in most of the patients. In any case, so the front door was part of the issue. The other concern that was raised, and I was speaking with the property or the project architect, he very quickly drafted this. I'll pass this up. There's copies. It's not signed and sealed. It's just a very quick draft of a theoretical drop-off that would be in front of the building. And the issues that he raised, at least initially looking at this drop-off that they had discussed before for this submission, were one was the concern of maneuverability. Such a short turnaround on that drop-off would be very difficult for cars to come in and to maneuver out. There were also questions as to whether DOB would agree to the width of the driveway with zoning compliance. There's also like a green area in the front yard issue that you would run into with the drop-off. So that's why they tried to maintain the rear as being the main area for the cars. Now, I know that the concerns that were expressed, you know, through the borough president, the community board, and also the board about possible logjam in front of the building. The thing is, though, is that they say even if we had a drop-off, some form of drop-off, if you still create cars that are slowing down when they come to enter into the building there, that they're still worried that may be a concern. And the thought was that the ideal situation would be to have vehicles that are going past the front on Little Clove, just not stopping for any reason. Not stopping to drop patients off, not going into a drop-off, and then going to the rear area.
Why would they not
You
stop
don't
for
think
any
they're-
reason if the front door is on Little Cove?
You don't think they're going to stop?
Makes no
In the
sense.
middle, right in front of the place to get out? They are going to.
It's
Yeah,
humans,
no,
right? Humans in cars.
Sorry,
Right, right.
No, I understand what you're saying. And the thought was, that's why on the latest plans we did, there was a sign about, you know, main entrance in the rear or police park in the rear. We didn't know if there was a visual buffer that can come up, but they wanted to explore options of putting up like landscaping there or something to discourage vehicles from making a stop whether there's a drop-off there or not. Now, the other issue that comes up is that there was a discussion about possibly extending the drop-off to be over the full frontage, so you get more of a loop instead of this like tight C. The issues that come up there is that there's existing hydrants and utility poles in front of the other building, and removing those might be difficult as far as where do you relocate that if you put those drop-offs. Again, it's something to be explored, but initially it seemed to be a difficult task.
Okay.
So how's this? There was thought going into this design, and the goal all along was to not make it easier for cars to drop off in front, but just to try to do something to prevent vehicles from
Putting a
dropping off in
sign
front.
up that says, "Don't drop off," isn't going to work.
Yeah, it's-
Right?
Did you consider the lay-by suggestion that I
Yeah.
made yesterday?
I just received, I didn't actually attend, so if you could
Oh,
go for it
go
again,
through it
yeah.
again. Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
I said in the interest of preserving as much landscaping as possible, yet also accommodating the community, you might consider a lay-by on Little Clove Road that sets the sidewalk back like 3 feet to allow
Okay.
people to pull out of the main area of traffic and just deposit people on the sidewalk.
So like a loading, okay.
But the problem with that, of course, is DOT.
Right.
We don't know what they're
Right.
going to react to in terms of how the sidewalk works. Maybe it needs, and also, the borough president's concern was that people are stopping along that sort of side lane, and they want them off the side lane, so 3 feet may not be enough. It probably needs to be a full car width.
I think the problem is this stretch of Little Neck is kind of in the pathway of the vehicles that are exiting the Staten Island Expressway and vehicles that are entering the Staten Island Expressway. So it's a conflict area. And so that's why there's tremendous concern of any vehicles stopping there, dropping people off, because that causes backing up of vehicles exiting.
And we agree and don't dispute that. And so the idea of having it in the rear was, and again, this current design may not do that, but our ideal goal, and we think the best, if it could be achieved, would be to have no stopping there or no slowing down to pull in a driveway there. Because a vehicle stopping could cause difficulties with cars coming past, but also a car suddenly stopping or forgetting to put its signal on or moving into the driveway or doing something there. So it'd be better if cars just went right past that and didn't cause any slowdown there whatsoever. So that was the idea behind centering everything on the rear. Now, I understand the concerns that are still coming up, but that's, our ideal situation would be to just prevent any stopping there whatsoever.
So
You'd
the
have
only
to break
way,
up the front door then.
yeah.
If
Okay.
you would have to make the only entrance to the rear at that point.
And then you can't turn the building around to face backwards because that's not a residential character, and so that doesn't meet the findings.
So we run into
right?
the conflict between those two.
But
So-
aren't there lots of historic buildings that, for whatever reason, people aren't using the main entrance, and so the building
No,
looks like a building, but you
No,
always
but so
enter
it ends up,
from the
this
rear.
is the semiology of architecture, right? There's a thing that looks like a front door, people think it's a front door, you go to this front door, and it doesn't open. And so now everyone's confused, and they end up walking around the building. It's actually interesting, there are a lot of buildings I can think of where the front door doesn't work.
Yeah.
And you go to the front door, and you go up the
sometimes
steps, and
there's
there's
a
a
plaque.
sign that says, sorry, go around.
Yeah.
So the people get dropped off in the front, and they're not in the greatest shape. They're going to the doctor's office, and now they have to walk around the entire building, having been dropped off at the front. So it doesn't stop the dropping off of sort of new visitors or infrequent visitors and
Who haven't
all of
learned
that
the lesson
stuff.
already.
And, I don't agree with designing a building that is designed to confuse.
And I understand that. So that really is the crux of the issue here is the idea would be no traffic whatsoever in the front. And the best way to do that is not to have the entrance, but causes those other problems that you
Right.
raise. So, I mean, there may be other drop-off options that are there. I think the lay-by is an interesting examination, but as you said, it would need to be of a sufficient depth, assuming DOT would agree to it and all the other provisions
And there
there.
are,
Because the loop, creating that loop,
Oh, there's
either
parking
just in
there,
front of the
but
one building
no
is just
parking.
not maneuverable or an issue, and extending it over both does run into the utility and hydrant issue.
I didn't see that. Where does it run into the utility hydrant issue?
In front of the existing building that's there, it may
Okay.
not have shown on the plan, but there is a utility pole and hydrants there.
And it can't
And the
go
thought
around
was-
that?
The thought was is that you can't have the curb cut too close to that,
Okay.
and that relocating it might be difficult because of the minimal frontage that's there.
Have we
You know,
examined if it's difficult or not to relocate that?
How's this? Upon information and belief, he did examine
Okay.
that, but I can ask for more details as to
appreciate
why it
that.
can't be done. All right, so I can do
So,
that.
so here's the thing. This has been here for a year, or almost a year, so almost happy anniversary. It's been dismissed, it's been adjourned 3 times. There was the dismissal warning letter sent and all that stuff. We can't keep going on with this. So far, all the submissions have been non-responsive, right? We haven't gotten rid of the ramps. We haven't solved what both the community board and the borough president expressed as real serious traffic conflict issues, right? This, unlike another application that we had where the building is really big to be a medical office, this is a very modest size looks residential, so the other kinds of findings look like they would be met. But if you don't meet the traffic issue, which is a serious and real concern, then I don't see that this goes anywhere. So what I would just have to say is, it's the last time. You need to submit something that's a solution and not excuses why you can't provide the solution that solves it, right? So either it's a turnaround that still meets the requirements of landscaping, or it's a lay-by that meets DOT requirements, and a turnaround would also need to meet DOT curb cut requirements. There's already one curb cut, so it's the second one, which I believe is more than the required 50 feet away. You already have an issue with the existing medical facility, which is causing these drop-offs. Actually, most of the concern is about the existing facility, which is causing the drop-offs. So maybe that loop better, as you suggested, goes all the way to that facility, so the drop-off is in front of that, and that might give you more room for landscaping, or the lay-by, which includes both frontage of the existing plus the frontage of the proposed, so that you have maybe 2-3 cars that can drop off at a time in that lay-by zone, which I think is a really great idea, but I have no idea whether DOB would be okay with what it does to the sidewalk. Right?
I have a question. The existing medical facility and the proposed one, is there going to be any synergistic?
No, the plan was to keep it separate. There was going to be as I said, there was part of the delay here was that the prospective tenant was going to occupy the new building is no longer going to, but even though they're on the same zoning lot, the idea is separate, different practices.
It'll be completely different practices.
Different
They won't be
practices.
sharing patients,
But
no
you never know.
exchange of.
I can't speak to the future where they might share an x-ray machine, I don't know, but the plan right now is to have different medical professionals and practices within the buildings.
The reason I'm asking that question is just to see if there's a way to address the existing problem also with a good design that will address both.
Right, but I do think that extending the lay-by idea, if it were feasible, seems to me what could be the best option because it preserves, the greenery and landscaping and deals with the issues and extending it on the front frontage. That's the primary thing that we'd suggest to the architect. But, we hear that a resolution in the front and keeping the front design is what is preferred, and we'll address it.
Okay, so again, last time, been here a year, and needs to address all of the comments that we had that have to do with the ramps, that have to do with the landscaping, which you do show, but that the borough president also had asked for more additional landscaping on Cayuga.
Okay. we can
So
look at
you
that.
should listen to our comments from
Sure.
yesterday. I don't want to go over them again.
Nope, that's fine. I mean, the two,
yeah.
we'll address the issues, the two key issues were the ramps and the drop-off. The ramps will be taken care of. It's the drop-off that's really the core issue.
Right.
Keeping the landscape.
And the landscaping to make sure it's responsive to concerns.
The landscaping, I can say, shouldn't be an issue because we already
Okay.
proposed more and we'll propose even.
Okay. All right. Did I already ask if there were speakers? Are there any speakers on this? All right, then. So.
We can be very flexible with the board's schedule. I would want 6-7 weeks to submit, ideally.
I'll just note that at the last adjournment request, we sent out a letter saying no more adjournments. And so
Right.
that will apply going on, so the next hearing can't be adjourned.
Understood? No.
Just
How's this?
making that clear.
There's a very clear issue to be resolved. How's
Okay,
this? And
yeah.
the only expectation is at the next hearing is that we will present a solution that the board at most will want minor tweaks to.
Okay. As for timing, and to give you all the time you need, what about just keeping with the September 10th date of your prior case?
Sure, I love having multiple cases in a day. It
Okay.
works. Be here.
Okay.
So 8/21 and
So
9/10?
8/21 submission and September 10th for hearing.
Perfect, thank you.
Great.
And I just want to add that since we talked about the ramps, because you have a parking lot at the rear, no ramps to get from the parking lot into the building, right? So if you have to add another elevator, so be it, right? Or
Right.
drop it down the building into have a cellar, put the building at grade,
yeah.
et cetera, right?
Very clear. Understood, thank you.
Great, thanks.
Okay,
Thank
so we're going to take a
you.
5-minute break?
Take a 5-minute break.
Yes.
It's 12
We're taking a
o'clock.
5-minute break, ladies and gentlemen.
Be back on the record at 12:07.
All right, we're back on the record. This is item number
5.
11.
Oh, 11. I thought we were calling
Wait, you should call
5.
number 5.
Well, he's, yeah, I don't know if he's outside.
If he hears it, he hears it. If he doesn't, we fourth call it.
Oh, I know he's here, though, that's the
I know. But we need
Item
to.
number 5, second poll, 12693 BZ, 1225 East 232nd Street, the Bronx. Come.
Good afternoon.
Please raise your right hand. Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond to the board member questions?
Yes, I do.
This is 12693 BZ, 1225 East 233rd Street, the Bronx.
Good afternoon. I want to apologize for being late. I had a hearing in the Supreme Court across the street. That's why I was late. So
Your name for the record?
My name is Mohammed Sawir.
Thank
I'm an
you.
attorney. My office located 6915 Fifth Avenue, 2nd floor, Brooklyn, New York, 11209. Present on behalf of the applicant. I have copies actually of the plans and the work done for the members. If you like, I'll pass them.
Please, yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
We can just get this.
You can just leave that there and come.
And before you go on, could you just, for me, please spell your last name because I made up something?
S-A-W-A-E-E-R.
E-E-R, okay.
Yes.
Great, thank you.
So, last time, should I start here?
Yeah.
Okay, last time we were here, the board gave us a lot of points to take care of. We basically, with the help of Tashid Building Consulting, my client took care of most of, or all of the notes that you guys brought to our attention. Most importantly, the tire shop is removed completely. No tires whatsoever existed on the location. The site is clear 100%. The back, the roof, and there is no more tire shop activities on the site. The second issue is the landscaping. Actually, my clients, we attached pictures of the landscaping, the first page, and it's attached to NZ5, the page next to the last page. We provide a plan for the landscaping from all sites according to your recommendations. In addition, we provided a maneuvering plan to explain how the entering or exiting to and from the gas station will be taken care of. And this is going to be on Z number 4, third page next to the last. And also, we provide a plan for the lighting, full explanation what are the existing lighting on the site and whether they affect the neighbors or the pass-bys, and it's not blurring or affecting the neighboring residents or the pass-bys whatsoever. Finally, the last page is about the signing, our signs. So we have the logo sign on this on-site. We have the price sign and the deli sign. So this is, in short, a brief presentation of the work that has been done and the notes that you guys brought to our attention, and we did our best to take care of them.
Thank you. I think you might not have been aware of our review session yesterday, which is videotaped.
Yes,
right?
actually, I didn't have the chance to review
Okay.
it.
So we had some comments about your submission. Thank you for having jumped on the cleanup issue so quickly. I want to point out, because there was a conversation yesterday
Yes.
about not knowing whether there were tires still stored on the roof, and you provided a photo here.
Yes, it's like
Yeah.
real time.
Right.
Literally 2 days ago were taken. We understand that maybe the Google Earth pictures are not updated
No, it's...
quickly,
right.
so
We-
make sure
They
to...
do as much as they can.
Yes.
When you say they were taken, do you know where they were taken?
Where?
Yeah. How were they disposed?
How are they
we're
what?
taking two?
Disposed, the tires.
Oh, where the tires went, oh.
My understanding, my client contracted with
A tire.
a tire
Okay.
shop, and they just removed them in exchange for a fee.
Thank you.
Okay, so there were a couple of things that we talked about, and I just want to kind of make sure that board members are still in the same place. One, because when it was being used as a kind of an aggressive tire facility, it was quite a nuisance to the neighbors. But now that it's a cleaned-up facility, my question is, should the landscaping actually be beefed up with another layer like we talked about yesterday?
I would say we still need some ground covering, because,
Okay.
especially along the Derimier Avenue? Derimier Avenue?
Right.
I think the ground covering, in the previously approved plan, there was, it said ground covering or something.
Right.
So I think that should be continued.
So by
And that
ground
is-
covering, just to clarify, that's kind of like low-growing vines?
Yeah.
That just grow, it's not grass, because grass is very hard to maintain, actually. It means you have to mow it, right? Whereas the ground cover can be some kind of low-growing plant that just takes care of itself. The most common is like an
Extend on the front,
ivy,
yeah.
an English ivy, or one of those kinds of creeper vines.
My fear is that would become a place for garbage being collected.
Yeah, to avoid garbage. Another one is like, there's a kind of a juniper that grows very low, also very low maintenance, and it's an evergreen. So, any of those things, they're short. They're like 6 inches high when they're in full
Okay.
fluffiness.
I think so. I'm okay with the signage, the revised.
You're okay with the revised signage? Commissioner Otley Brown, are you okay? I think you had.
The
Okay.
site has been cleaned up.
Yeah,
It's
Okay.
nice.
Yeah, so the site actually looks really good. We really do appreciate after what was not so good. I note there's like these little pieces of grass that are planted between the trees.
Yes.
And I'm thinking they put that down just to hold the soil in place, but because it's probably sod, the sod in hot weather ends up probably drying out. That's an area where you could plant ground cover to hold the soil in place, and it still allows the trees to get wide, right? It doesn't compete with the trees for the
Okay.
soil.
I think it's doable.
Okay, but I'd be okay, I don't know if there's anything else that's open.
No.
I'd be okay with making that a condition, so we don't need to have you come back.
Thank you.
Is that all right with everybody?
They
Okay.
certainly demonstrated that.
Because you've been so responsive, I would say it's not quite a record, but it's up there.
Thank you.
So,
Try our best.
so I'd like to ask if there are any speakers on this. All right, so then I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
All right.
And a motion to grant on condition that ground cover, some kind of low-growing ivy or low-growing juniper or equivalent be planted on the planting beds to fill in the spaces between the shrubs, basically, and trees. That in future, all of the landscaping be maintained in living first-class condition, or
Sure.
words to that effect. No tire sales permitted on the site.
Or repair.
for storage, tire storage. Anything else that we were leaving out? I think that's it. Oh, and the fencing also to be properly maintained. Okay, because those are the main things that were added. Okay, so on that, a motion to grant.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Second call item, item number 11, 27113BZ, 129 Norfolk Street, Brooklyn. You want to sign this, please, for me? Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Yeah.
Victoria Midani.
Hi. So, were you aware that we had a review session yesterday where we talked
Yes, I
about the
was
project?
here.
Oh, you were here, okay. So, so the issues were that the project is very far along. So my question is, why do you need such a long extension of time to complete?
Actually, I need only about 6 months to finish interior work and obtain CO. That's all.
Oh, okay. So if we gave you a year, is that good?
Yeah,
Is a year
absolutely.
enough? All
Sure.
right, so we're changing it to 1 year.
Okay.
I'm not going to do 18 months. That's been
18 months?
I don't know.
Yeah, oh, that's fine, a year and a half?
Just in
18
case to do- come back here.
18
Yeah.
months,
Happy
okay,
holidays.
18 months, all right. Okay, good. And then we just wanted to make sure that the project was complying with the approved plans, so we really need the equivalent of either your statement that it's matching and signed. Are you an architect?
No, I'm the homeowner.
Oh, you're the homeowner, so we would need either your architect to give an affidavit or a set of as-built drawings to show you're in compliance.
Okay.
Yeah. So I don't know what the situation, I mean, architects are required to file as-built if they make a change in the project. So that would be something they'd be filing with the Department of Buildings. And so that should be something that exists already.
There were no changes made, so it's all according to the plan.
According to the approved BSA plans is the issue.
And DOB plan as well.
Okay. So, no, so that's the point. There's two different sets of plans. So there's the Board of Standards and Appeals plans, and then there's a set of drawings that should look exactly like them, but often don't, which are the Department of Buildings plans, right? So either we get a signed affidavit, signed and sealed from the architect, that the as the conditions as built match the approved BSA drawings, okay? Or we get a copy of an as-built set of drawings,
Okay.
okay?
Should I email it to your office or?
Yeah, so it would be sent to submit, which is our standard submission method, and with a copy sent to the project manager, who is Rory Levy, okay? And if we could get that this week, we could put this on for decision next Tuesday. Does that work for us? Yeah. Okay. So
Can you get it to us by Friday?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so then, are there any speakers on this? So then I'll make a motion to close, because really it's just a compliance issue. Okay, so a motion to close?
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
So it's a signed and sealed affidavit from the architect. That's critical,
All
okay?
right, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, could you just come and sign? Okay. Item number 16, I'm sorry, item number 15, I apologize. 2016-4153BZ, 4701 19th Avenue, Brooklyn. That's it, thank you.
Hi.
Are you the only one presenting?
Actually, a bunch of us are. Let's go sign.
Well, we need to raise right hands.
Where's one of you, just in case? You can sign it later. Which one?
No, this is the swearing sheet. Raise your right hands. Raise your right hands. Who else? This is three? Okay. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions? Okay. I do. You can sign it. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, Eric Palatnik. So we attended your review session yesterday. We're sort of, I don't know how to respond. I heard a bunch of things yesterday. I liked what the vice chair had to say a lot.
So can we just get to the point? You need to prove that the combined site, which is held in common ownership, would not work for the programmatic needs of the applicant. That's the question, that's the standard of review on all cases where we have adjoining properties and adjoining commonly held properties. And by way of example, I forget whether that one was on like Astoria Boulevard or something like that. We had a case where there was a very strange little lot, and up until not too long before they came to us for a variance, it was owned in common by the strange little lot next door. And the applicant showed that the two lots, either combined or separate, wouldn't have provided a reasonable, in that case, residential building. And that's how it was established that combining them would make no difference, that they'd still need the same waivers and so on. So in this situation, because it's a kind of a different standard, we look at programmatic needs as opposed to whether it's a viable house, which was the standard then, right? You need to look at why, as a combined lot, it doesn't meet the programmatic requirements of either the synagogue or the project witness. And one sentence in a document doesn't do it. We have to understand why it doesn't work.
We can give you a narrative for sure and give you a programmatic report that shows that.
So it's not just a narrative, because as I said yesterday, I'm a visual thinker, and at the moment, I can see in my head without drawing a solution. So you have to show me, it doesn't have to be
I don't understand. What do you mean? You could see when you see the
I
pictures.
can see it in my head without drawing. I can see the solution, right? And so, and I'm not, the thing that's unfortunate is architects these days all assume they have to do a CAD project. They don't. They can do, it doesn't have to be computer generated. It can be sketches using pencil on paper that you photocopy.
I practiced in front of this board a long time in these programmatic needs things. You've never asked for just little sketches. You've asked for plans that show the complete breakdown of the rooms. But if we could,
But it doesn't have to be generated by CAD, which takes longer.
I understand. It's regardless. It's the bar has been set very high at this board for the submission of plans, and I think anything that's rubbish would not be accepted. If I could just go back, because the conversation we just started with is starkly.
Can I just interrupt you there?
Definitely.
I just gave you an instruction, and I know that your consultant is here listening, and the instruction was that you can do a sketch that shows how the building would fit on the combined lot and how it would lay out as a synagogue, and it doesn't need to be done on CAD. And from my own experience, hand sketches are faster, right? So if there's nobody in the group who can do hand sketches, that's a whole other subject. But to try to make the board set a bar that's higher because we've gotten lots of letters saying the board is being unreasonable and asking for these things. This is our standard way of proving that a combined lot is not or let's say the subdivision of a lot is not creating its own hardship, right?
We're talking about a zoning lot, or are you talking about just the term lot?
We know that the lots held in common ownership.
Because this is not a zoning lot, right? So we're talking about two distinct zoning lots.
Lots held in common ownership. You know very well that that's the standard because you.
No, it's not. It's an affirmative action for, Madam Chair, with all due respect, it's an affirmative action for.
No, but I think what she's pointing out is that on other variance applications where you're relying on the narrowness of the site, you often take a look at all sites within 400,000.
We're not relying on the narrowness here, though. I apologize.
usually you'll look at other sites and you'll disqualify other sites that are the same size as you by saying, oh, but those are held in common ownership, so those owners have the opportunity to address their, non-compliances with zoning by looking at both.
For narrow lots, I agree.
For narrow
This is not a
lots,
narrow
right.
lot. We're a deference on a cultural
I
educational district.
I understand.
But I understand what you're saying.
I don't think you are, because I haven't finished what I'm saying.
Okay.
So if I could, it's been established at prior hearings that there's the capacity to have both of the lots under common ownership. And once seen, I think the problem you're seeing is it can't be unseen. And so now the problem, or not the problem, the question posed to you for you to address is whether or not you can show in plan, sketches are acceptable, CAD's not required, why these two programs cannot coexist in the same building, having already shown that these two lots can be held under common ownership, and having been determined by...
Are held in common
Are
ownership.
currently, I didn't say that because I don't know that for a fact, but
Yeah, no,
yeah,
they
that's
are
what you say,
held
they are
in
held in common ownership, because that is what the board looks at. The board looks at plans, you've seen us here for 3 hours already looking at various
All the time.
plans. And so that is the setting, that's accurate.
You've been abundantly crystal clear. Thank you,
And this was what we
Councilwoman
asked
Rowan.
for, and this is what's
And-
so unfortunate. In February, we asked for this identical thing.
You did.
And had you responded in February and submitted prior to this hearing, maybe we wouldn't be having this conversation now, because I don't know. I don't know that you can make this finding, but you need to make the finding.
Okay, so, and I understand, and thank you for giving me the chance now to speak, and we understand. And everybody that you got the letters from, and everybody that's here today to testify, we all understand that crystal clear. Everybody understands what you're asking for. We happen not to agree respectfully with Ms. Monroe and the chair's contention, and let me tell you why, because it's important. And the issue at hand, we all know, is a Holocaust Cultural Resource Center that's very near and dear to the councilman's heart, Chaim Deutsch's heart, a lot of people, state senators. So thank you for giving me the time to speak to it. Let me tell you why we're not so quick to give to you. First of all, we don't agree that we're required to. We think we're talking about a zoning lot, not just a lot. And we think that we have two distinct zoning lots, of which there was no affirmative action to, and I know you disagree, but if I could let me just tell you our position. And if we don't agree here today, we might not agree today, but that's okay. But let me just give you my perspective.
But I need to interrupt, because
Sure.
this was in your papers already. We read your
No, I have-
15-page paper that insists that providing us with the information that requested wasn't required because it's not one zoning lot. We never look at whether it's one zoning lot. We look at, is it held in common ownership, and will its subdivision, or not treating it as in common, create the hardship complained of? And the answer in this case is yes, it creates the hardship complained of, because the setbacks are required because the lot is narrow. And if you had a wider lot, you wouldn't need as many of the waivers as you're asking for. So that's actually the standard. The other thing that we've discussed at another hearing at length is whether deference overcomes self-created hardship. And in another hearing, we've established with lots and lots of briefing on the part of that council that no, deference does not overcome self-created hardship. So I'm not sure that your interests are going to be served by having more and more testimony about why we shouldn't do it. You need to do it because I'm not convinced, Commissioner Otley Brown isn't convinced, and I can't speak for the other.
I'd like to be given the chance now to try to convince, and if at the end of our discussions and after everybody speaks, you don't agree, again,
So wait a minute,
but
What, you're going to try to convince us that we don't need it?
I'd like to I'd like to speak to present I haven't given my presentation, so I heard your review session yesterday, you spoke for half an hour, there was a lot of conversation. I heard the Vice...
We wanted, though, the explanation grounded in visual.
I'm trying to, I'll speak, I know what you want, Here's our concern, okay? Flat out, our concern is this. We've heard over and over for the last two hearings, let's start at the beginning. We left the hearing on August 27th. Give me 5 minutes to speak, I'll be quick. We left the hearing on August 27th. The sole discussion at the end of the hearing was all this issue that we're talking about right now, that was settled. Everybody knew that it was owned by the same congregation. The congregation owned both pieces. They knew that we were transferring. The exact request was to show the project witness had skin in the game. We satisfied that in a way that didn't the board was not content with, and that was by merging the two entities. It wasn't merged even, it was an intent to merge. There was a letter that said we could do that to satisfy the board.
Are you sure that's, I thought
Yes.
that, I thought that we started off with that these are two separate entities, and then when we asked for a lease, it became a merger instead of a lease.
No, they've always been two separate entities, Project Witness
Right, okay.
and the congregation.
Perhaps you made,
That's
I
what he
think you may have.
said.
That's what I said.
What you
But
just said.
What
That's what you just
Commissioner
said.
Shabeta just.
Right,
think
it's
you
two, I misspoke, it's two separate entities, Congregation Witness and the congregation, Project Witness and the congregation. We were asked at the August hearing to simply show that Project Witness had ownership or skin in the game on the piece that we're talking about, on the corner. That was all. All this discussion, everybody knew everything we know about now. We all knew the board of directors were on the same thing, which is no uncommon. I did research. Bill Gates sits on Microsoft and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. So it's not uncommon for people that are on board of directors to serve on one. Actually, I have an article here from the Wall Street Journal about that. They actually call it a synergy between board directors. They actually, all of them sit on multiple boards. So that is not concerned. Should not be a concern. But at that hearing, the sole concern was to show interest, ownership interest. Samuel Krieger is here today, who's experienced practice. Raise your hand, Sammy. He's older than I am. He's done this for years. Sam said that this is one way to do it, merge them. We submitted to the board. Nobody liked that idea. We got the message. He went back to the congregation and said they hate the idea. Can you
That's not
transfer?
actually correct.
Can you transfer?
We didn't say that we hate the idea. We said, aha, now Project Witness is the sole owner of all of the assets of the
No, we said Project
synagogue.
Witness could be. Could, it's just, please, let me
Please,
speak.
you cannot
It's my
speak if
turn
you're
to speak.
standing.
Sam, it's my turn to speak. No, we said we could do that. You already knew that everybody was on the board already. We talked about it. We had at-length conversations and multiple hearings up to that. If I just finish my thought, Ms. Monroe. So the two were separate at that point. We came up with a solution that was an intent to do it. We didn't do it. We didn't tell you any information that you already didn't know. You already knew it. We already had multiple hearings on the two actions, affirmative actions, zoning lot, one lot, two lots. Everybody was kosher with everything, no pun intended. We got to August, they said, show us skin. He came up with a crummy idea, you didn't like his idea. We came back with a new idea.
No, what I had said was this undercuts your whole argument about being separate.
Yes.
If we actually merged them, if we merged them, but we didn't merge them.
Right, but you showed you could.
Of course we can, we could do anything, of course.
Right, but
Sam,
the very fact that you chose that as an option undercuts your whole
Yes.
conversation
Or
up
variance.
until that point that these uses were separate.
Why?
And could never be.
Why? If Bill and Melinda Gates can be on the same, on Microsoft and the Bill and Melinda Gates
Now,
Foundation,
what you
how
revealed
does that
is the
undercut it?
fluidity of this entity. We could buy it, we could sell it, we could rent it, we could merge it. It means the entities are the same.
But at the time in August, we
I
didn't
think- I
have
think
anything set up, we were trying to satisfy you.
I think the second step to that is, it's not just that there's a fluidity, it's that that fluidity goes in, it runs into a conflict with with whether or not this was self-created, because you can change it yourself without asking for a variance.
Yeah.
So, now, perhaps if your argument was, we were trying to solve another problem by trying to create, but you still run into, when you come before the board, you need to show that you have a hardship, that's not something you can fix on yourself, and that's how self-created has been defined. But let me just finish. And that's why there's a bit of a problem by having this joint ability ownership. I don't believe there's a member on this board that doesn't want this project to go through. From what I've heard from the board members, they're all really eager for this to go through.
Well, you've heard something different than we've heard, because we've listened to the tapes and we had stenographers go through, and we've heard on 2 different occasions the following comments, and we can provide the board with the following comments. That we think maybe if we provide you with sketches, that the board could find that it's more efficient to merge the 2 buildings, and there could be cost savings, and it could become a desirable program.
And
that scares the heck out of everybody that you got letters from, because they don't have any desire. So our fear...
Can I tell you what we're worried about?
Yeah, tell me.
We're worried about precedent. We're worried about creating this, at least I am, creating this issue here, and then every single anyone could subdivide their lot and then say, I'm opening a cultural institution here or some sort of institution here. We have deference.
But that's not the facts here. We didn't subdivide this lot.
I understand what you're saying.
And this is a zoning lot. I mean, we're being very loosey-goosey with zoning lot, the definition of a zoning lot. There's still two distinct zoning lots. There was no change to that
That were never
ever,
held in common.
regardless of ever who owns it. I mean, you can have an applicant here that could own the remainder of the block, but the zoning through other entities, but it's the zoning lot
And they
that's...
could cure it
that's-
in a second by merging their own property into a single zoning lot, and that's the
That's the
issue
issue.
of commonly held property and self-created
They
hardship.
could create a zoning lot, but we're not desirous of creating, we don't
Because that's a
desire to create a
desire.
zoning lot.
Yeah.
But you have to translate that not desirous to we cannot, because it violates the programmatic needs of either the synagogue or the project witness.
The synagogue doesn't even have the synagogue doesn't even have a clear program available to them. The synagogue is just in...
You know what I would think before I speak?
Yes.
Yeah, I
You
would-
don't want to say something like that on record, like, oh, it's a synagogue in name only, we don't
They
really
don't
have a
have a
program.
No,
because
I'm saying that I can't sit here, I'm saying that I
You-
can't sit here.
you're
I'm
gonna take
suggesting to you, here's what I'm saying to you. People come and they daven in that synagogue every single day, and that synagogue is utilized. The synagogue doesn't have their information. What you're asking them to do, to get a programmatic needs report and provide all of that, costs real dollars. People have to go out and hire people, they have to
That
sit
goes to
down.
that goes to another point that might be something that you might want to consider, and that is the funding and the hardship related to that.
Well, that's another component of everything, which is what Ruth Lichtenstein spoke to at the last hearing, and we all spoke to, of why the entities have to be entirely separate, which is because they take money from the city and the state and the federal government, and there can be no mixing of religious uses and sex, and a use like this, secular uses in the same building,
Then
and
how do you-
that alone is what they're going to testify to in a second, and that alone should be the main reason
And
why
that's
we
where we
can't do
were in
it.
August. And then we received a document saying that you can merge them.
Yes.
And that's why Commissioner Otley Brown stated that undermined your argument. We were all satisfied, we were all satisfied with that argument.
If you had just provided the lease, you would have half your building up already.
So now,
It's probably the least of what?
For
The
Project
lease
Witness.
that we asked for that had showed that Project Witness was going to be the occupier of this building.
The only way that Sam was able to do it was to get Project Witness as the named entity on it, by having them as a named entity on it. I'll let him explain why he did it like that, but...
Are you saying that this was some sort of straw man named entity? This was only...
No.
Okay.
No, Sam, why don't you just come up and testify, because he can testify, he's been doing this on work for decades.
State your name, sir.
Samuel Krieger, Krieger, Krieger and Prager, LLC. I'd just like to make two points, important points over here. Point number one, in terms of, and this was a point I made when I was at the last hearing, in terms of the need to get the funding to construct the Project Witness building, title has to be in the name of Project Witness. Number two is submitted with the materials that were submitted over here was a letter saying that the congregation is going to be donating for nominal consideration the 4701 lot to Project Witness. That way Project Witness has its name on the building, will have its name on the building. I just want to read into the record, if you can give me a moment to find it. I'd just like to read section, a moment to get my glasses also. I'd just like to read section 12, subdivision 8 of the Religious Corporations Law of New York. Congregation Zichron Yehuda V'Chana is a religious corporation. Section 12, subdivision 8 says as follows, except any I'm going to omit the beginning. Any solvent religious corporation may, by order of the court, obtained as above provided in proceedings to sell, mortgage, or lease property, convey the whole or any part of its real property to another corporation or membership educational for a consideration of $1 and other nominal consideration. The proposed and it then provides that it's not necessary for the court to find the pecuniary or proprietary interest of the grantor corporation will be promoted thereby. It's deemed that it's promoted thereby. What we're asking the board, the letter you had regarding the conveyance, is that I don't think it's necessary that you find that the interest of Congregation Yehuda Zichron V'Chana is promoted thereby. It's specifically provided for in the statute, and we think that that's the standard that the board should be applying vis-à-vis the religious corporations law.
Sorry, this is a zoning board. We don't do religious corporation law.
But what I'm saying,
So-
with all due respect, Honorable Chairperson, is that I'm making the point that it is provided for in the law that there can be a conveyance for nominal consideration from one religious corporation to another.
We're not saying you can't.
So our
Very
concern
good.
is, our concern is more that now that that there is this, that they have the power, these two units are under the same ownership and have, or are acting in accordance with each other, how is this one unit, how should we consider this one unit on its own alone?
I'm not sure.
So
with all due
these two
respect, I'm
lots-
not a zoning lawyer, I don't know
Exactly.
which one unit.
Exactly the
Which one
point.
unit you're speaking about.
So the lot that's before us, we want to be sure, we want to know that now, in some forms, these two lots are being, the ownership of these two lots is, they're reliant on each other. And these applications asking us only to look at this lot in and of itself alone. So that's where we're having some difficulty, because naturally,
Well,
in other cases.
once the property is conveyed, you're only looking at the property.
Sorry,
Do you
I don't
imagine
want to pursue it because
Okay.
this is a zoning question, not a religious, not-for-profit, lawyer-related question. So I think the question presented to the applicant is still clear. You need to prove that the hardship isn't self-created. You need to do that. I just want to cut to the chase. We have a lot of cases that we need to go on,
Is
and
it
the request
possible-
is not different. You need to prove in all the various ways that it's either problematic from a programmatic needs or perspective, not that it is problematic from a programmatic needs perspective, and any other perspectives you want to bring into it, but we don't know what those are, right? And I don't want to belabor this and keep having this discussion. You had the opportunity to present the answer to this very question since February. You know what the question is. Just do it. Let us move on. Get it done. Okay? Yes, let's just, are there any speakers on this?
You're wasting the time. We'd prefer to have no submission. We rest on our record.
Should we close?
We believe we have presented to you a very clear application. And
Counsel, at the very least, you're going to have to, for me, you're going to have to make an argument as to how this is.
we believe we have clearly shown that
You have
it
not.
is a singular zoning lot, that the two tax lots, there's never affirmative action to create a singular zoning lot. The mere fact that the religious organization owned both tax lots does not, in fact, create a zoning lot. We believe under the deference granted to them that they don't have to prove to you that why they can't merge it. We are fearful that if we show to you that they can be merged physically, that the board will find a reason why they should be merged. That is not our intention, is not the program, it is not what we are desirous of doing. We believe we are protected under the laws of the state in order to achieve the goal that we're trying to achieve. We believe we gave you all the information for you to make that reasonable determination.
Are you asking us to say that deference, it should be held in consideration with self-created harm?
We're asking you to believe that there was no singular zoning lot ever created, and the mere fact of common ownership alone does not cause the inference that it is a singular zoning lot.
That's not at all what we said. We agree with you in that. We're not talking about a single zoning lot, two properties held in common ownership, and the option to treat them together or
There is no option in our mind.
separately
Programmatically, we don't have the choice from the funding sources. We don't have a philosophical choice. We don't have a spiritual choice. We have no opportunity that you see to merge them. We do not have. We do not see that same opportunity. We do not have the funding opportunities. We do not have the spiritual inclination. Neither organization, neither the religious organization or this organization desire.
It's a shame you couldn't detail that in a narrative.
We can give it to you in a narrative. We would love to give it to you in a narrative. We would love,
as to why you don't have.
We would love to give you a narrative. We don't want to give a plan. I have said that from the beginning, that Vice Chair Chanda said, asked for a narrative yesterday, that Lynn is sitting here ready, poised to write. We are happy to give you as much narrative as you're looking for. We do not want to provide a plan, whether it's.
Because the plan will demonstrate the opposite of what you're intending, which is why
This is
architect
what
said
this
is
is why we.
imagining it. So that's the whole point, but we've had many cases where the case is made by the drawings. And so you're opting to not, this is your business, right, and your client's business, but we have findings to make. We're missing a critical finding. We're giving you the opportunity to make the finding, and for
You
some
are.
strange reason, you're choosing not to make the finding.
Because-
And so what I would say is, let's close the hearing and put it on for decision at another time to give you time to really ruminate over this decision on your part to not provide us with additional information.
We appreciate that, but we are steadfast in our decision today that we are calling for a decision when it deems the board if they should not deem
Right, but
today.
I think you should clarify to the people you represent that you are making an assumption that this board is looking for a reason to deny this
Yes.
case, and that is not the case at all. This board is looking for a reason to grant this case, but we need to make sure that that door stays closed,
I understand
so
that.
that nobody else can come in after you.
There are quite a few people, I'm only the face of this. There are a lot of people that are working on this with me.
Right, and they all.
They are all crystal clear, aware of everything that's been going on. So they're aware. I'm happy to take a week. If you feel a week of Lynn sitting down and putting together the best programmatic needs report you've ever seen with an addendum that documents why we can't do it, we're happy to give that to the board. We would love to give it to you. We are not comfortable giving a plan.
So I'm not understanding that, and now you said on the
Well,
record that.
I'll tell you a couple of reasons why.
plans.
One reason why is Louis Garfinkel charged $15,000 to $20,000 to create the plan. That's number one. That's number one. This is nice pie in the sky talk, but it's a not-for-profit, and Lynn is willing to do it altruistically. I've done it altruistically, no fees. Louis is not. So first of all, what you're just asking for is, whether it's CAD or hand sketches, $15,000. An architect has to sit down from scratch and analyze. First, they have to sit down and figure out the program of the synagogue, which is old-school synagogue. That's what I was trying to say before. Getting their daily program. They don't have it on a PowerPoint, much like Ruth
Use a
Lichtenstein.
standard, you don't have to
And
go
then
to
we have
this.
to-
Sorry, let me
Yes.
just interrupt. We all see synagogues so often. There's a standard formula for synagogues, the most basic thing. There's a prayer space, there's a gathering space, there's toilet rooms, there's maybe a small
not-
rabbi. There's maybe a small rabbi's office. You don't need to predict what this synagogue is going to want in its future. Use a standard synagogue that has, its congregation already, you know how many people that it needs to fit. Do that. Provide a drawing that shows that. You don't need to go through an elaborate programmatic needs analysis of a synagogue.
But that's the whole
that has
point of
enough-
this. That's what the board is asking me to do. You're asking me to prove to you.
We're asking you to show us with a narrative and plans why building the building to co-locate them in a horizontal expansion is not going to work. And it's not that difficult. You've said part of it already.
We know we said
And I
it.
can't lead you from up here in exactly what you have to do.
We'll write it. We'd like to write it
No,
for
you
you.
need
We'd
to
like, can we
draw
give you
it.
something in
You
writing?
have to write it, and you have to draw it, and you don't have to have a complete programmatic needs detailing, we have 150 people, of which 70 are women, and 30 are children, and 100 are men, and they come on Mondays and Wednesdays from 6 to 8. You don't have to be that specific. What you do have to go key in on are key issues, things that take up space in a combined building with two very different uses that would
I want to
make
give it to you.
giving an
Please
enlarged
do.
building
I
a
can't.
worthless exercise.
The plans.
I can't make it
And you're making it as easy as you possibly can. We don't agree that we should provide it, but if we were to try to come to some kind of ground here, we would be happy to write a programmatic needs discussion to this effect.
I think
If-
we've already done this circle, so what we can do is give you some time to ruminate over actually delivering what we asked for on behalf of your client, who has the opportunity to either go ahead with a project or not go ahead with a project. I'm quite confused about your representing to us that you don't want to go ahead with the project, and that you also representing that the board
They do
somehow
wanna
has
go
it
ahead.
out for this project.
No, I didn't say
It's
anything
not.
like that. I
Okay.
didn't say, I don't feel that way at all. We just don't want to give a plan in. We have the,
We've
we are
talked about
concerned,
this
but
already, but your
All right, we-
instructions are clear. You need to
You've
give
been very
visuals, all right? Are there speakers on this? Did I already ask? Okay.
Motion to close.
All right, so
Well, if we're still seeking submissions, should we close this, or should we?
we can close it and reopen, because right now, they're...
Thank you for giving that
I can't
option.
tell whether they're going to submit or not, so...
I
we-
sincerely hope you do.
Listen, just so the board is clear, as I said earlier, I am just the figurehead here. I'm just the mouthpiece. I am not making
Well, then why don't
the
we have
calls
somebody
here.
who's not just
They
a
are not in the
mouthpiece
room. The
speak?
people making the decisions are not in the room with us today.
Well, that
This is
seems
not my
foolish.
decision. This is obviously a Holocaust Cultural Resource Center in the most anti-Semitic times that we've ever had in America. Obviously, there are a lot of people that support her, and they're all giving us guidance.
This
All
is
of
a
them have said to me,
zoning
don't let me,
right?
don't let me submit the plan.
I think
That's been
what
the
we're
direction.
asking for, the type, maybe initially, but when this hearing started, you considered something much more elaborate than what this board has clarified.
That's what I'm thinking. Maybe if I can give you something back that's a little bit simpler.
And I think that
that's-
that thing could be, that thing does not have to be it could be done in a very short turnaround. It just really needs your dedication to get it done, and then we can, I'm sure this board's willing to give you earlier, a sooner date, but, to accommodate, but something has to.
But you can't
You
say
just, I don't
we're
want you to
not.
close.
I'm not the person that's making these calls, so
Okay,
let me bring it back, let me hear what other people have input on it, and let's go from there. And we appreciate the sentiment that you're conveying, that I'm hearing all four of you, and very clearly, of your support for it, so thank you.
I just want to add, I've said this, I'm in the minority, and I'm more in for the narrative and not for the plan. And the reason being is that once we see the plan, my fear is that we will be asking the applicant, so, well, if you locate it this way, then the operation of the synagogue will become
Process.
more.
Sorry.
So to me, that becomes a problem, and given that the synagogue project is not before us, I'm not sure why we should be reviewing the plan. That's-
Because
Well,
otherwise,
because you have
I'm
to
going to...
satisfy the findings.
Yes.
And the other result is, we can just conclude here, this is a self-created hardship, go forth, do whatever you gotta do on your 2 lots, whether you merge them or you don't, or whatever, and we're done. And we don't
Right.
have to spend any more time with this, because we have a precedent issue that we always have to be mindful of, which is when we grant something, we grant it to that one project and don't allow for every other person in the city to come in and have the
understand
same
that.
situation, because then we will be what we are always accused of, which is de facto rezoning neighborhoods left and right, which we're trying not to do. So we have to be credible as a board. We have to toe the line. We have to be very strict that these findings must be met.
Right, and I would just have to say that if not given the visuals, I'll create my own visuals, and I'll create my own idea of what the program is for synagogue, and I'll come to my own conclusion, and I don't think you want to do that. I think your team is better qualified to determine what the needs are of the synagogue, or a conceptual synagogue, because I'm not even talking about necessarily the synagogue, it's a conceptual one, which your team has tons of experience working on, and you'll be able to make the argument. And yes, we might ask questions, but at the same time, you might have answers right there, right? And so, and as Commissioner Ollie Brown said, I'm very nervous about precedent setting, and we have another case that is similar to this subject, and we have to be very careful not to open huge amount of doors that every not-for-profit that has deference walks through. Okay?
It would also be helpful if your narrative does include the funding complications.
Yeah, no, we'll embellish upon that. Let us see what we can come back to it. Hopefully, we can find something that can make, we want to satisfy you. We know where your hearts are.
Okay,
And
so-
we want to satisfy you.
As for timing, I want to give you time to do whatever it is that your team wants to do. Submission, could you do a submission by June 26th for July 16th?
No. 6 weeks.
6
minimum.
weeks?
No, we could do everything within the next 2 weeks.
No.
Whatever you need, we
Apparently
can do.
6 weeks is what you need.
Well, we're really only,
We recommend more time to be able to put together and maybe cost you less because there's more time.
yeah, but we don't, with all due respect, I was told coming in that the clients don't agree to the plan. So I don't know if we need all this time to create a plan. I don't think it's going to change in anybody's mind when I go back, so.
With all due
if
respect,
you-
it's not all about you. We have a calendar as well. I'm offering July 16th. It's the earliest.
That's the earliest we could do for Project Witness?
Yeah.
It's a great organization.
I'm sorry, Mr. Buck, it's not about who
Sorry.
the applicants are. We have a
much time does
calendar.
that give them?
Can I
That
speak with
gives
my,
you
I'd like just a second to speak to my
That's
client.
3 weeks from tomorrow.
Just 1 second to speak to Ms.
Please.
I would like to know that they can do it. I'm looking at the response
It's
from
like
the
a month, she
consultant.
said, yeah.
That she needs more time, and I want them to have enough time. Otherwise, what was the point of
Yeah.
giving them this? Plus, they were here in February, right? Look at how much time we gave them from February to now to do exactly the same exercise, right? I think we should give them till September. Yes, we're going to give you till September, because we gave you from February till now, and to
We
do
prefer
this
not to have the time.
exercise-
We'd like to have a vote today. We will not, we cannot wait for September.
Okay.
There's vote. Well, we're not going to,
I mean-
I don't want to vote today.
You
I
don't
will
wanna vote
close
today.
it.
Do you want to vote next?
We can't wait another 3 months. We've been here since August. That'll be a full year on this singular issue. 1 full year while people are being killed in the streets over anti-Semitism. We're not waiting a year.
Zoning question, and it's not about that, right?
We're not waiting a year from a final discussion in August 27th to September. That's 13 months.
But you opted to do nothing from February to June.
No, we disagree on the methodology, and the vice chair concurs, so I see I'm somewhat reasonable. We're asking to give you a programmatic needs statement that explicitly states the funding reasons, the zone, everything that you could possibly
I don't
need.
want to keep doing this. Do you want to vote? I don't want to
I-
vote, but you're making us vote. What?
Honestly, I'd rather not vote today. I'd rather try to find
Yes.
something in the material before me to.
If you give me 2 weeks, I'll give you a writing, and you can decide if my writing meets your standard. If you decide my writings, maybe I'll put some pretty pictures in it. If you decide that you don't like my writings, then deny me. If you don't like what I'm saying to you, if you don't like the information Lynn's going to
So
put
I
together.
would just like to close this, and but to leave the record open for submissions
Until,
whatever that was you said.
do you want July 16th?
July 16, and that gives you an opportunity to ruminate your decisions, and either we vote in July 16th, or we got a submission that allows us to reopen and consider the materials.
That's fair. That's very fair.
All right.
Okay, the record will be open until,
July, whatever you said, July.
you don't want it that date, because that's the date we're voting. Wouldn't you want to be able to review any
Yeah,
submissions?
yeah. So then.
Would you want it by June 26th?
June 26th.
We'll have something to you by June 26th. We were going to have something in a matter of days anyway. so.
So the record is open until June 26th for any submissions, but pending the closed motion to close, there'll be a decision July 16th.
You know what I want to do? I want to give them another week. So not June 26th, but the following week for
so
their
another,
submission.
okay. So that would be July 3rd. You'll have until
July
July
3rd,
3rd.
that gives them almost a month to do the work.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
what's the hearing date?
July 16th.
July 16, and the record is open, though I'm going to make a motion to close.
And Lynn is the wife of an architect, so we might be able to surprise you and give you some of the sketches you're looking for.
I sincerely hope so.
Yeah.
Well, Lynn knows her way around a drafting table a little bit, so maybe
Right.
she'll find something
That's
in
the
there.
instruction, she hears us.
She's not really
she
an
knows what the
architect, but she plays one on
instruction
TV.
is.
She knows what.
All right.
All right.
I think
She
we're
comes from
okay.
a long line of architects.
Motion to
Thank you.
close.
Thank you for your time.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda? Aye. Commissioner Otley Brown? Aye. Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you all for your time.
Okay.
Item number 16, 2016-4217 BZ, 1665 Bartow Avenue, the Bronx. So we received something on this? It's Eugene? Sorry, Eugene, go ahead. That's this one, honey. No, this is for the public, this is for the applicant.
If you look at your email.
On Bartow?
On this, yeah. Oh, 10 a.m. In the morning. But the email is dated 10 a.m. from 6.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, the only two? Okay, raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions? Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Eugene Pillman for the applicant. I have with me Larry O'Brien, engineer from High Point Engineering.
Thank you.
Is this what you sent?
Plans to the project manager, please. Thanks.
So the plans were revised this morning in response to some of the comments from executive session, in particular about landscaping, in-ground planting beds, curb details, as well as details of fencing, and Larry will come up and address that. As to the issue of continuance use, we submitted a FDNY violation, and we spoke with Chief Daley earlier on. And I would like for him to make a statement on the record, but we were informed that this violation would only be issued to a facility that it's open and operational. In response to the board's comments?
Wait, Chief Daley's
Yeah.
standing right there. I would love it to come from him, actually. Yeah, let's have fire department speak to their own procedures.
This is the violation.
Good afternoon, John Daly. I know at the last hearing, the board was asking for proof that the service station was in existence. I did a little research and I was able to locate some violation orders. One that I have in front of me, September 11, 2009. Thought I had an earlier one from 2008.
It was, the term was still active in 2008, so that would fill in the...
Oh, yeah.
So, sorry, continue.
No, leading the
Okay.
witness.
Yeah, the test, according to this first violation order I have is a B013688. Test due is August 2009. Were the others?
And what's that a violation for?
I'm sorry?
Continue, carry on.
Yeah, so, I thought I had given them copies of some violation orders that were issued in 2008. So-
We didn't get those.
Right, we're
They were not
interested
within
in...
they were within the term of the board's grant, so we didn't submit them. This is the one under this consent.
Okay, but what we're trying to understand is, if this gas station were just shut down and fire department came to the site to inspect, could they issue such a violation to the owner of the property?
No, we would issue a different order in that to disconnect everything.
Oh.
Yeah, so, and also just to clarify, this is the first, that violation order, B013688, it was for a 2-year functionality test. So the previous test was done in 2007, and we come back in 2009 to do it. So if they shut down during that 2-year period, I really don't know.
And so from 2009 to, it would be, that was another test period, or is the conclusion of the 2007, 2009 test
Yeah,
period?
it's 2007, 2009, then from 9 to 11, 11 to 13.
And these tests continued onto this on this property?
That's correct, yes.
And if they didn't, we would at this point see some violation that said this test didn't continue on this property?
That's correct.
And this
you-
test can only occur if this is in operation?
That is correct. yes.
Okay.
You wouldn't have gotten a different violation. That was to disconnect all the apparatuses.
Thank you.
On the
Thank you.
site, yes.
I'm satisfied with it.
Okay, that's
Me
good.
too.
That's good. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We have Larry O'Brien, the engineer, and he'll just address some of the revisions that were made to the plans, and hopefully they're satisfactory.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Larry O'Brien, High Point Engineering. So we addressed the landscaping width on Tiemann Avenue. So along Tiemann Avenue, we have a 4-foot width of landscaping with a concrete curbing on the interior. And we also amended the, what was a brick wall fence. We converted that, and in our upper right-hand side, we have a call out for that being a low 16-inch decorative masonry where we'll be able to visualize the landscaping at that point, all the way to the back of the building or to the adjoining, up to the adjoining property of the dwelling. And then along the rear property line, converted to a 6-foot-high PVC fence in lieu of the brick and chain link fence.
So 6 foot high from grade to 6 feet.
That's correct, yes, with
Good.
landscaping interior, yeah.
Okay. 16-inch high block border. So along Teeman, it's just a 16-inch high, whatever decorative block is. Is that one of those kind of open things, or is it?
It's in the family of split block. It's, there's some
It has
decoration.
a rough surface that's. Yeah.
Correct, yes.
Okay, and then above that, then you would be seeing the planting, right?
That's correct, all along Teeman, that's right.
As opposed to a fence. Why aren't you doing a fence? Like an open fence? Just curious.
For this portion, for Teeman, I think the client felt that it would just be better just to have this low-level block to contain the landscaping. There are some grade differences, but that will allow, the block will allow it to contain it better.
So it's like it'll function as a retaining wall as well.
Exactly, yes. Thank you.
Okay.
There is a
there's
grade difference
grade
there, and
change.
it slopes down.
Correct.
Right, oh, okay. Okay. Everybody okay with this? Come a long way from being a pretty disagreeable location.
And we apologize for that. It took a lot of discussions with the client because they had paid hundreds of thousands for the car wash, so it was very hard to get them to agree to, forsake that.
Take it out.
Yep.
What happens when you do stuff without a permit, I guess?
That's what we
Right?
try to explain, yes.
Okay, then, are there any speakers on this? All right, so, is everybody okay with the idea of it closing? These were submitted, right? So,
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So everyone's okay? So then I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda? Aye. Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And a motion to grant on lots of conditions. There to be no car wash at this location at any time. That's the first. That the fencing and landscaping shall be installed and maintained maintained in good condition according to the approved plans. That includes, say, the asphalt, all the fencing, low walls, everything.
Mike, you have, so they could get.
Anything else that I left out? Anybody?
Any prior conditions?
Obviously, any prior conditions.
We want to make sure that the vacuum cleaners.
Speak louder.
I just want to make sure that the vacuum cleaners are not located next to residential.
No,
It's
I
on,
don't see
Team
vacuum
Teeman.
cleaner.
There's one right at the corner.
On the corner, yeah, so no vacuums to be installed adjacent to residential uses, but actually there isn't any way to get there, so. Okay, and I think that's, and the lighting should be directed away from the adjoining properties. Okay? All right, and I think that's it. So based on all of those conditions, a motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Thank you.
Item number 17, 2017-244BZ, 2208 Bowler Avenue, the Bronx.
Hello, Eugene Pillman for the applicant.
That you have to.
Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes. So the remaining issue is DEP sign-offs, which we still have not received. There was a comment about the notes on the plans, but we want those notes to reflect the DEP sign-offs in case there's some sort of sound attenuation measures required for the rooftop playground. So we're going to wait for the sign-off and then add the note to the plans.
And do we have a promise on DEP's sign-off?
When I reached out to them, they said by the 14th.
14th of June?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, fingers crossed. So let's just say arguably, are there any speakers on this? No. So optimistically saying, say, third week in June, you get a sign-off, just to give them a little extra time, and then you need to turn around the plans. So that's the end of June submission of the plans?
It'll be
Right.
just a note, I believe,
Yeah.
Windows staff, so it'll be, they could do it, same day.
Right,
5
but,
minutes.
but what's our schedule allow? Because there's nothing for us to look at, other than please indicate that the drawings have been modified, bubble the change, the little
Understood.
notes, indicate on a cover letter that the notes have been added, give us a clean set that's signed and sealed, okay?
You know, why can't you put on for June 25th?
Okay.
For decision. Or you can't close because you need
We need
seeker
seeker sign
but
off. So
you can-
June 25th?
Submission date?
It's okay.
Okay.
I guess. What about
We can
July?
also put it on,
July something, what's that?
July
Same.
16th is kind of the same thing.
But that's 2 weeks instead.
You're not reviewing much other than.
No, I know, but it's, this one, it's the same distance, right? 11th to the 25th versus,
The 11th to the 20, what's the 11th?
the 11th is our next hearing, and then
Oh,
we
that's,
have
that's 2 weeks, and then this
This
is.
one's 2 weeks also.
3 weeks,
3 weeks.
maybe, 25th. 3 weeks.
Let's do the next one, the July one.
Okay, so, the next hearing will be July 16th.
Right,
It's
which is-
submission date of June 26th, which it sounds like
Right.
you can make.
Right.
Thank you.
And just make a note that if it's a little bit late because of a DEP review,
Mhm.
that's okay, because we're really waiting for DEP that they can't control. Okay.
Thank you for that as well.
So Daryl, don't send out that
Administratively
adjournment
adjourn.
notice, right? In
Yeah.
other words, give them a little bit of a break on that, okay?
June 26th.
Thanks, okay.
Thank you.
16th. July 16th hearing date. Okay, so we'll call the next one separately, right?
Yes.
Okay. Item number 18, 2018-52BZ, 159 Borum Street, Brooklyn.
That's surprising.
Nora?
Anchorman.
Oh, where are they?
Yeah, maybe she's in the hallway. Very odd.
Just ran out.
She couldn't hear it?
Do you have an iPhone charger?
Really?
Do you have lightning?
Oh,
Great.
lightning.
You know, the power of God's in your phone.
That depends. Thank you.
That is very surprising.
Any day now. Put the speaker on, so I don't know.
Oh, we did?
Yeah, because there's a few people outside for East 70th. We can't have.
Coming great.
Thank
Okay,
you.
We have too many
thank you.
people in the room. We got a lot more people for East 70th outside.
Got it. There's a front row open for your team.
Okay, the team needs to be sworn in, so if you could stand up and raise your right hands. This is your team, that's it? There are only 3 people? Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions?
Yeah.
You can sign in. One of you can sign in and the rest of you can go, Nora. Let somebody else sign in. Oh, all right. Oh, sorry. That's okay. Yeah. That's where you start.
Good afternoon. Nora Martins from Ackerman LLP for the applicant. Apologies, we were waiting outside.
That's okay, no need.
So I'm joined today by Jeffrey Yachmetz from Slate Property Development, Slate Property Group, and also by Aviva Laurenti from Sam Schwartz Engineering. I think they can be helpful to answer some questions the board may have about the revised submission that was made. But I'll just first address some of the board's comments from their executive session yesterday. So for 159 Borum Street, is this on? Okay. For 159 Borum Street, we did update the plan significantly to increase the unit count and also the corresponding number of parking spaces in the project. The building envelope remains the same. These changes were made at this stage in the process because as the construction documents were progressing and as cost estimates were being obtained for the actual development, it became increasingly clear due to factors such as supportive excavation, underpinning requirements, and a high water table that construction would be much costlier than anticipated when we originally began this process. So the plans that were presented to the board showed a reduced cellar, which was to avoid underpinning an adjacent structure, which fronts on Borum. And also, the board noted 23 feet was far for underpinning, it was also to avoid supportive excavation along the whole property line. So understanding the
But
board's...
23 feet is
Right.
still far, right? Supportive excavation up against the property line versus,
And open
say,
cuts.
X feet from property line,
Right.
not 23 feet.
So 23 feet was
If you
based
could
on-
you have to
state your
state-
name.
Oh, sorry. Jeffrey Yakmetz. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Development and Construction at Slate Property Group.
Sorry, can you spell your last name?
Sure, YACHMETZ. So that 23 feet was dictated by a 1 to 1.5 slope for an open cut based on the depth of the basement. We were trying to avoid vertical drilled or pile-driven SOE by pulling back that foundation start by essentially benching from the property line of the adjacent property owner down to the point of where our foundation would start. And that worked out to be about 23 feet based on the depth.
However, having explained that, we took a look at the plans. I know that reducing the cellar footprint required the use of stackers at grade, which is not preferable, and we understand the board's concern with that. So we took another look yesterday and are looking at an alternate plan that increases the cellar footprint. Does increase cost because we're not able to avoid some of those sort of excavation costs. We will still be able to avoid some of the underpinning costs for the adjacent building by notching out part of the cellar, and we'll be able to eliminate the stackers at grade, basically restoring that to the previous condition that was proposed to the board.
So, the last version that we had before we learned about adding all these units, the first floor area didn't have a reservoir area for the parking. It was just clogged up with cars parked. So you also need to solve the reservoir problem as well, right?
Yes, we'll show that on the updated plan. And I think the board had also, the chair had suggested an elevator instead of a ramp in order to accommodate more parking space at the cellar, but I think by expanding the cellar, we'll be able to keep the ramp, which is, again, less costly for the construction while achieving the elimination of the stackers
But that has to
at
do with
grade.
the demand, right? So there's a shortfall of 5 cars on demand, according to the standard analysis. And as I said, if you want us to consider all of these other analytical methods, I have to defer to DOT because that's their specialty in terms of what's a reasonable demand criteria. Using the standard, which is the blending of the census tract, you have a shortfall. So the simplest way of solving it is to provide for the shortfall on site, as opposed to us having to go to DOT. Right?
At the last hearing, I believe the commissioners had agreed on applying the alternate methodology that we had discussed, which used data from nearby existing developments.
I don't remember agreeing to that. And then you increase the number of units, so now...
Right, but we did, again, just apply that methodology, which did increase the demand, but is still met by the proposed parking. We did update the parking studies for both projects, Borum, which we're discussing now, and also Johnson, which we'll discuss later, accordingly.
Without listening to the hearing, I'm not aware that the board accepted the alternate demand analysis. And this is such a moving target, and I do have to say, quite an unfortunate approach, because we're told we can't do it, and then you increase the number of units for the various reasons. You increase the units, and somehow magically there's room. So I know it's not on this site that there's magically room. There's magically room on the other site. So that we actually said that at a prior hearing. Why can't you provide the parking for this site at the other site? And the answer was no room. So
If I may clarify that, the
Yes.
answer there was that it was cost prohibitive. We would have to provide additional stackers in order to do that, not that it was physically impossible because of a space
but in
issue.
other words, the answer was cost prohibitive. Now it's not cost prohibitive.
Right, because now that we're able to increase the number of units, the numbers pencil out to accommodate those additional stackers.
But your client's refusal to accommodate the board's direction, I find troubling when to accommodate its own direction, it doesn't seem to have a problem. So that's why my statement at the end of yesterday's review session was, now that we know that all things are possible, demand should be met, no stackers at the first floor, reservoir spaces provided on both sites, et cetera. Otherwise, we have to slow this down because DOT needs to get involved.
I don't understand why DOT needs to get involved now when they didn't need to be involved previously.
Because you revealed to us by changing the project that there is room for more parking. So since we're usually using the standard of review, which is the standard analytical method used on all of the other projects where we base it on census data, then you're asking us to shift to another data to facilitate fewer parking spaces, where we now have learned that more parking spaces can fit on the various sites. And one of the reasons they weren't fitting on this site is because the cellar space was reduced, right? Now you're telling us the cellar space won't be reduced, so there should be enough room to accommodate stackers and the additional units. And really, I don't want to talk about this anymore. I think that's just the direction that you should just pursue, or we give it to DOT and let them decide whether they like your demand criteria. Okay? Let's move on. Anything else?
I just had an operational question.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Would you mind if Aviva from Sam Schwartz's office just addresses that, the demand question quickly? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Aviva Laurenti, and I work at Sam Schwartz Engineering. So we had originally proposed the standard DOT methodology, which is including the average of the census tract as you defined, but DOT standard methodology also permits the use of available on-street spaces, which we did a study on street and found there were sufficient spaces on street. So the response from the board the last time was that you didn't want to use the on-street spaces. So then we looked at another way of doing the analysis. So I'm just confused as to which is the preference.
So originally, you would propose using the available on-street spaces. This board doesn't allow for the use of on-street spaces in its analysis for these kind of waivers, right? All demand needs to be met on-site, right? So what was proposed at the last was, let's look at some, I remember the other conversation, let's look at some other buildings in the neighborhood to see what the parking demands are. And then we started to ask, yeah, but you're not necessarily looking at the same kind of income mixes, neighborhoods, and so on. So how do we know that the proposed building here, in both questions, which are primarily market rate, don't have a different kind of demand than the other buildings that were proposed, that were included then in the study? But I do have to say, we were nearly done with this, and then the whole project got unpacked. And in the unpacking, all of a sudden, spaces magically became available. So that's the part where now I'm saying they magically became available when there was no possibility that they were going to be made available. And now that we know they can be made available, you should just follow the standard DOT demand analysis, or we have to use the expert agency that reviews traffic and to determine if your demand analysis is a reasonable way to go. It's just...
Sure. I mean, my point only is that if we follow the DOT standard, the DOT standard also allows the use of on-street spaces.
But we don't in our special permit.
Right, so that's why we looked at these other sites, and our site actually has a much higher affordable percentage than the others. So the likelihood of us having a lower demand than the census is very likely.
We're not in a position to be able to analyze that, right? So that's why we either use the standard, or if you're proposing a new standard, then we go to an agency that specializes in reviewing the standards.
I think it's just difficult for us to understand why this was acceptable at the last hearing and now is not.
It wasn't. In the last hearing, we asked questions. In the last hearing, we said, prove to us that those other projects are equivalent to this project, and equivalent in terms of unit mix, in terms of location, and so on. So we hadn't closed on that. Go
And
ahead.
it really arose out of the fact that you could not provide the parking on the Johnson Avenue site to satisfy your on-site demand. And so we said, provide it. And you said, no, we can't provide it. But you know what? If you look at other similar types of developments as ours, demand is really lower. So can't you take the demand figures that are indicated by the similar developments and just apply it here? And so then you'll see, we can't really apply, we can't really provide the extra spaces, but we probably won't need them anyway. So the board was grappling with that. All right, you know, they say they can't provide it, they say it's not feasible, it's an issue. Maybe they're right. Maybe this won't generate a demand like the demand that's indicated by the traditional DOT study. But then you all turn around after you've started to convince us to look at it in a more understanding way regarding your project. You then turn around and you completely flip the script on us and go, oh wait, but if it's parking for this development where we're gonna add apartments, we could provide it. So then the board sits there and goes, what are we, stupid? Like, what are we, suckers? We believed you couldn't provide it, and we were gonna go along with your amended study to support that. And now, when the situation changes so it's more beneficial to you, boom, you're providing 30 extra spaces, and you couldn't even provide reservoir spaces for us that we asked for. You could do nothing to help us out on the Johnson Avenue site. Now, all of a sudden, 30 spaces? And incidentally, those 30 spaces you're providing are for this project on Burham. It isn't even the 30 spaces, none of them are gonna go to the Johnson Avenue shortage. So Johnson Avenue still got a shortage. Really? Come on now.
Well, first, there was absolutely no attempt to pull one over on the board or anything. I apologize if,
Can you understand how we feel?
No, of course I understand, but, you know, this is unavoidable. It's a change in the project due to things that came up later in the process, and I apologize that it was so late in the process. It's not preferable for the development team, it's not preferable for anyone to delay this any further, but we wanted to make sure everything was presented to the board in the most accurate way possible. And I think what we're struggling with is just, and we understand and we appreciate the board's attempt to be understanding previously, but if the demand data is acceptable to rely on, I don't see why we cannot continue
It's not,
to
we
rely on
never
that.
said that that data was
Right.
acceptable to rely on. We were willing to consider it when presented with the facts as already explained by Commissioner Otley Brown so eloquently. And so I'd say, you know, put in more income restricted units. They don't have a parking requirement. I mean, there are ways to solve your parking requirement. You don't need this special permit. You could put the parking on the site, right? So,
Okay, well,
right?
we
So-
will review that.
So here's the thing. Either you do as instructed, provide for demand, reservoir space, et cetera, and get the stackers off the first floor.
We will do
And
that.
just answer it and just do that. Or we submit the studies to DOT and see what they think about the reduction in demand, right? But at the moment, you have a shortfall on both sites. We're talking about this site now. And you have stackers on the first floor, which we had discussed. And I'm actually surprised to see that you presented us with a project with stackers on the first floor after a long discussion about how stackers were not an acceptable solution at grade in this neighborhood where people live. And then nonetheless, that was what was submitted. I find that quite shocking, actually. And so hence the suggestion, why not an elevator, et cetera, et cetera. There's ways for you to free up space, or build a deeper cellar, right? Or.
Can I just address that quickly, just to, we can't build a deeper cellar because the high water table, we counter water at 22 feet, which is a huge issue, and also dewatering would destabilize surrounding buildings.
Water at 22 feet, but that's what I learned was what you need clearance on one of the.
Right, but you'd have to
versions of
actually
the
excavate
stackers.
lower than 22 feet to get 22 feet of
Is the
headroom.
water table submitted? Was the,
No, this is all, more recent information. But like I said, I think we can expand the footprint of the cellar to address that, and we will take a look at how we can accommodate the spaces on grade, or, as you suggested, it will have to be reviewed by DOT, but I asked that we could just submit that, not make that decision today.
So I'm at the point where I don't want to hear excuses for why you can't. I want to see you do it, all right? Because it's easy, we've seen excuses for why you can't. Now, just provide.
So it's not an option to have DOT review it anymore?
Well, I mean, it would be faster, let's just say.
Right,
if you
we
just
understand
did
that.
it, right?
If it just provided.
Because, yes, because, yeah. Because now we're not submitting to DOT, then there's going to be however many months before the next hearing. Then if you don't
Right.
give us what we
Understood.
want, then we need to submit to DOT, your choice about the timing.
Okay.
Okay, are there speakers on this? All right.
Sorry, could I clarify one comment? There was I couldn't hear all the language, a minor change to the restrictive declaration language. I want to make sure that we get that exactly.
So the issue is the language in the restrictive deck isn't parallel with respect to the existing building and the 32 units in the proposed building. So the language for the existing building says, if any of the 42 units in the existing building cease to become income restricted, that's the language there. But the language is not the same with respect to the 32 units in the proposed building. So it should say, if any of the 32 units in the proposed building cease to be income restricted units.
Okay, so
the
add if
triggers
any
are
of the...
identical.
Understood.
Okay.
Understood. We'll make that change.
And then I think also Commissioner Otley Brown had a question about how this actually operates. If the parking spaces in this building are located, for this building are located in another site, like how will that work?
Right, so under the current proposal, 30 of the 90 required spaces for Borum, 60 will be located on site, 30 will be located off-site at 222 Johnson pursuant to a DOB standard off-site parking restrictive declaration. People that live at Borum that have their parking at Johnson would park their car there and walk to Borum. It's a 3-minute walk. It's like having the parking garage down
So
the street.
they won't be bringing it to the attendant at Borum, and then the attendant does the moving and the retrieving?
No.
They will know, okay, you'll always be at Johnson, go to Johnson, and they'll pull it around?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm assuming then that preference will be given to those who can't walk the 3 blocks away. The reason they're driving their car is because they need to drive a car into their building, right?
Yes, I'm sure if anyone's handicapped or requires accommodation, they will have first preference for a spot in the building.
All right. Okay, so let's put this on for, I don't know how much time, but probably, August. Is there space in August?
Yes, the 14 on August 6th and 13 on August 13th.
Either of those, so August 6th?
Okay, would I continue hearing for August 6th with a submission July 17th, or?
August 6th.
Thank you.
No, that's okay.
Would that work?
Yes, that works. Thank you.
How many do we just have, Commissioner?
Yeah.
Okay, that's okay. We have 4.
Yeah.
August 6th?
August 6th, submission date July 17th.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Item number 19, 2018-55 BZ, 222 Johnson Avenue, Brooklyn. Are you only 2? Yes. Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions? Yes. Yeah, go. Excuse me.
Nora Martins from Ackerman LLP for the applicant. I think we've discussed most of the comments the board had relating to this application at 222 Johnson. We will make the same change requested to the restrictive declaration. And we'll also, at Johnson, the parking provided does accommodate the demand, even based on the most conservative ACS data provided, which was 63 space demand, and we have 76 spaces provided.
No, but that's 30 of them are for the Borum site.
Yeah.
Right, but that's
can't
not
double
based
count.
on,
46
no, but that's not
spaces.
based on demand. So that's on zoning compliance. So based on demand, there are 65 spaces required at Borum, on the most conservative demand, and 63 spaces required at Johnson.
Right.
So we're providing 76 spaces at Johnson, we're providing 60 spaces at Borum. So there is a 5-space shortfall at Borum, which, as we discussed, we will address.
Wait. You have a zoning requirement? We talked about this before. You can't overlap the zoning requirement with the, you have, what's the minimum required spaces for zoning, right?
At Johnson, 46.
So Johnson has to have 46 spaces, right?
And Borum?
And Borum has 90. 90 required by zoning.
Required, so that's way more than, so, and how many are you actually providing, right? Independent of the ones that are requesting the waiver.
Well, we're meeting all the zoning requirements using the off-site parking. So 90 are required by Borum, 60 are provided at Borum, 30 of those are provided at Johnson. 46 are required by zoning at Johnson, 46 are provided at Johnson to satisfy the zoning.
Well, 46 are required given the reduction.
Yes, for the new building, assuming
Right.
a reduction of the existing, yes.
But you have a shortfall of 19 spaces. I feel like something's being double counted here. It is, because those 30 spaces that belong at Borum don't compensate for your 19 space shortfall.
Well, I think it's two different requirements. There's the zoning requirement, and then there's what the demand was based on the standard
So
DOT
your
methodology.
demand was a shortfall of 19 spaces for the Johnson building under the conservative analysis, and your demand was a shortfall of 5 spaces at Borum. So it's
Well,
a
now there's no
total.
shortfall at Johnson because we're adding more spaces.
You're adding 30 spaces, okay.
But those 30 theoretically.
Right, they're not,
could be
I know.
You can't
by
count
Borum.
those.
They're
Yes.
reserved for Borum.
Only if there's a demand for them.
No, no,
by
no, no.
Borum.
You
No,
can't
you
double
can't
count. You're
double
double dipping now. You have to, you are. Those belong in the Borum site. The zoning resolution allows you to put them elsewhere within a certain distance, right? But those are Borum. They're allocated to Borum. Now you need to meet the zoning and demand of the Johnson building.
So we don't, so what you're saying is it doesn't matter what our demand is at all? We just have to
No,
meet
no,
the zoning
no.
requirement?
So can you
I'm not
spell
sure.
out what's the, so as I understand it, you have a total zoning requirement for both the buildings totaling 136 spaces.
Correct.
Okay, what is the demand for each one of those buildings?
For Borum, it's 65 spaces, and for Johnson, it's 63 spaces.
How much?
63 spaces.
Okay.
63. So 128 total demand.
Okay, so that's a total shortfall then of, it's not, why isn't it 19? I'm a little
Wait,
confused.
how are you calculating the shortfall?
The
What's
short,
provided
The
versus what's
shortfall is
required?
based on the conservative demand study,
yeah. Yeah,
which
these
was
are
based on the census ownership.
Right.
So the demand, yeah, the demand over both sites is 128 spaces. The zoning requires 136.
That's assuming the waivers of.
Assuming the waivers,
Assuming the
correct.
waivers.
Correct.
Okay. So actually,
The demand numbers, though, assume the existing buildings. You know, it's the whole zoning lot, it's not just for the proposed building, it also considers the existing
I'm
unit.
quite confused about how the shortfall went from 19 for one building down to 12 for both.
Because the demand is
It's
based
different.
Added more
on
parking.
census ownership, which is saying basically that even though you're in an affordable house,
Right.
you probably could own a car.
Yes.
So that's why. So the zoning is basically saying if you're in an affordable house, we don't have to provide a parking spot for you. But that doesn't mean that if you're in an affordable house, you're not going to
yes.
own a car.
Right. Right.
And so the demand is taking into account the fact that 32% of those apartment dwellers will have cars, even
Yes.
though there's no parking space
Provided
available
for
for them,
them, yes.
provided for them.
Right. But still, the shortfall numbers are different than they were at the last review, and I don't understand how that happened. We had a 19-space shortfall before at Johnson, and we had a 5-space shortfall before at Borum based on the conservative census tract data. And now they're saying, for some reason, the shortfall is lower. They're saying the
That's
short.
We added more
because
parking.
They added more.
Added more parking.
We added
But
more
But they
parking.
added, but
parking
they added more
spaces.
units.
Right.
They added more units, which increases the number of zoning required spaces.
Right, so it increases the zoning requirement, but not the demand in the
But it
same,
should
at the same.
increase the demand as well, because you have more units, more households.
Depends on
It
the
did
units.
increase the
By a
demand.
third.
Right, but not by the
So the
same
amount of
degree.
units they're providing with a .32 car ownership kind of then gets ahead in the race between demand and zoning provisions.
Okay. Okay. Well, just to sum, because I don't have the numbers here, you need to meet the shortfall. Right. Yes, and that's what the instruction is. If between now and your submission date, you meet the shortfall and the reservoir spaces and no stackers of grade on the boiler room site, then we don't need to refer this analysis out to DOT, otherwise we do. Okay?
But to make sure I'm perfectly clear on this.
I think you got it if you provide the information in the right format.
Okay. We will resubmit to the board.
Okay, thank you. Are there any speakers on this? Okay. Same
schedule, right?
schedule, right?
Sure. August 6th hearing, July 17th submission.
That works. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Carla, could you fix that? You're closer than I am. No, Nora.
Is 136,
Oh.
and zoning requires 136, even though the
Item number 20, 2018-104BZ, 1234, 1238 East 22nd Street,
I
Brooklyn.
just looked at the plans, I just looked at the plans. I just figured out the plans.
Okay.
So I'm not even doing that.
Is this an adjournment?
It's too much to do. Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes, please. Go ahead. Oh.
I'm sorry, there are no seats, open seats, so you're gonna have to sit outside.
There may be some that open shortly.
Oh, you're sitting there? Okay.
All right. Good afternoon, Lara Altman from the law office of Lara Altman. We did have somebody attend your executive session yesterday, heard your comments. And with me today is Warren Meister, who is the architect on the project. So without further ado, I will let him come up and speak with you.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
State your name, please.
I'm Warren Meister. I'm the architect for 1234, 1238 East.
Can you move the mic up a little
Yeah,
bit?
can you move the mic? It's hard to hear you.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm Warren Meister. I'm the architect for 1234, 1238
Okay.
East
Got
22nd
it.
Street. Thank you.
We've got it.
Yes.
Okay.
When we started designing this job, after we got our program, we went to the site, we measured the existing houses on the site, and we took pictures of the existing neighborhood. And this is what we do on most of our jobs. We're in a context. We started designing the house, and we looked at their needs, their requirements, and we basically put most of our addition away from the street to give back to the street so that we wouldn't have this large house on a street that basically has a bunch of single-family homes. We also put the main staircase with some glass between our addition and the existing building to make it look as if there were two houses there and that one was pushed back, again, for a number of reasons. Try to give back to the street, maintaining the big, beautiful trees that were there. And also, we did a sun study to see where the sun would go. We tried to create more corners in the house for the bedrooms and for the rooms on the first floor to get more air and more light into them. We looked at the rear yards, and we saw that our neighboring houses were within 20 feet plus or minus of the existing rear property line. We saw that our existing buildings were, one was, the northern building was like 12 feet away, the southern building was right up against the property line, so we pushed back a number of reasons for create a backyard for my client's children and to pull away from the existing houses on East 21st Street. We also looked at the existing block, and we saw that around 51% of the homes were within 21 to 20 feet of the existing rear property line.
So
Architecturally, we looked at the predominant style of the neighborhood and tried to fit and design a house that would fit in. So again, we broke up the mass to make, again, look like a grouping of smaller buildings. And that's what I have to say.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's kind of go systematically through it. I'm looking for the data that supports your statement. So we're very data-based here, right? And so, for example, your statement about the rear yard study, right? The rear yards. So you said most of the houses are within 20-something feet of the property line. The study that we have shows 28, 23, and then 29 adjacent to you, 27 diagonally, and then there are these structures that in a couple of cases are 19, but, and when I'm talking about the situation, I'm talking about immediate adjacencies, because that's what you're basing it on. And when we don't know the height of the adjoining properties, then we don't know whether we're talking about a two-story incursion into the rear yard or a one-story incursion. And so there needs to be an argument that's made, which never was made, about the heights of those adjoining incursions. I'd like to finish with speak to the architect, please. So that's the first thing. In order to support your argument that any of the rear yard could be obstructed by a two-story addition that goes into the 20-foot rear yard, you need to support the argument with information about the heights of the adjoining properties at the second floor.
Okay.
Okay, so that's first. We don't have that data. The other part of it is when you look at the front yards, we also asked for a front yard study, which we did not get. And I do have to say, it's not your fault because you weren't brought here, but it's a little bit frustrating because we asked for this information. You may not have been aware of it. And so the last hearing, we didn't receive any of this information, and this hearing, we didn't receive the information either. So I asked that you attend so that we could speak directly to the architect, who is, after all, the one who produces this kind of information and analysis. But if you look at, for instance, the frontage on 22nd Street, I'm just looking at the figure ground study that we have. Basically all the front yards of all these individual houses are the same. So if you talk about that rhythm, by pulling your addition back, you're creating a new kind of rhythm. And what we discussed yesterday was the idea of pulling the two parts further away from each other so that the rhythm is more similar to the kind of side yard situation that you see. And the other part of it is, as you said, this is a very big house. One of our findings is that the project, if it gets a waiver, won't alter the essential character of the neighborhood. And what you're introducing then is a house that's more than 2,000 square feet larger than the one large house in the neighborhood and twice the size of 3 or 4 other houses in the immediate area. So in order for us to consider this, the amount of floor area in the building needs to be brought down considerably. And you can bring it down by eliminating the rear yard incursion in the addition, which you're not, the concept behind this special permit actually wasn't directed at this kind of a house. It was directed at like a straight line extension on an existing house where there is nowhere to go, right? And so when you're building on a new lot adjacent, you can fit within the confines of the zoning and comply. You don't need waivers for the rear yard there. And so if you reduce the amount of if you didn't interfere with the rear yard of your addition and you shifted the building forward, that part of the building forward, to be more in line with what you're seeing in this neighborhood, that would reduce the amount of floor area, which is the goal. I mean, you should not be bigger than the biggest house on the block.
We base our square footage basically on the FAR, and FAR for the house that was built across the street, it's a 6,000 square foot lot, and they have a 6,300 square foot.
Right, but we don't just look at FAR because FAR is not perceived. We look at the size and massing. And so floor area is another thing that we're looking at, right? So you're asking for double the FAR, the floor area, double the FAR of what's allowed. You're not entitled to double. It's something that needs to fit within the context of the neighborhood, right? So in order to accomplish that, trimming your building down will get you into something that's more in line with what we're seeing in the neighborhood. You're not supposed to be creating a whole new beast that changes the character. That's the instruction to us about how these special permits work.
Well, I didn't believe we were changing the character because, again, we tried to break the mass
Understood.
of our additions down. We, again, used similar architectural motifs to fit into the neighborhood.
Right.
And by pushing our addition back, we believe that we gave back to the street, created more sun in the street instead of, especially in the afternoon when there's shadows.
But now you're just looking at the house as an isolated thing. You're not looking at the rhythm in the neighborhood, right? So you're creating this front yard condition that's not typical of the neighborhood. It's 31 feet, your front yard, where everything else is something more like 15 or 18 feet, right?
Again, the idea wasn't to create an imposing structure on the house. 600 feet away, there's a house on East 22nd that's on a 70-foot lot, and it's 7,300 square foot. And it's literally sitting on the street. We wanted to break the mass down.
Okay. So I'm not going to design the house for you. I'm just telling you that you need to justify, and so you need to justify in the drawings your second floor incursion for the existing house into the 30-foot rear yard. Okay, that's the first. The second is, I don't see justified an incursion into the rear yard at all of the new extension. It's a new structure, you have plenty of room. So obey what you've got, right? Obey the rules with respect to that enlargement. One way to obey it is to shift the house forward. It's only 5 feet off, right? So you'd be shifting the house forward by 5 feet. The other thing that was discussed was that your separation between the two houses is very subtle. It's only 6 feet. So that's not the standard kind of rhythm that we're seeing in the neighborhood. The neighborhood has much larger separation. So you should be doing something to your design that makes that a bigger separation so that the link is more readable as something as if it were two houses. And your roof line, which is what Commissioner Shonda made reference to, was that your roof line is still making it look like a monolithic structure. You're not modifying your roof line to adjust to that.
I can break the roof. without a doubt.
Right,
We do.
okay, but so it's not just one thing, it's several things, okay? And then final, I don't know if it's finally, but one of the others is, so we look at frontage
Yes.
studies, like the amount of building frontage you have compared to the frontages of the other buildings. That's a comparison. We asked for a study, we didn't get. The amount of front yard is a comparison we didn't get. Lot coverage was another comparison that we didn't get, comparison study. And we asked very specifically for a massing analysis to explain how the building fits into the character of the neighborhood. We didn't get that. What else? Oh, and then in terms of the retention, so the threshold for this application is you need to retain a minimum of 50% of the exterior walls on the exterior, and on your second floor, I think, yeah.
Can I explain that?
Yeah, please.
The building department doesn't consider anything below 5 feet as habitable, so we didn't, in order to follow building department regulations, consider anything on the exterior walls because the existing house has very steep sloping roofs.
But your walls don't join, right? It's kind of like fluff, right?
That was a drafting error, I apologize.
No, but they still don't join, and when you're taking the analysis of the perimeter walls and taking 50% of that, you don't have a complete closed perimeter to measure.
Okay.
So you need a complete closed perimeter, and I note that on that 1950 set of drawings, there's a complete closed perimeter. When the construction documents were prepared, had to tell the contractor where to close the walls, right?
Okay. Again, we based our percentages on the second floor according to building department regulations, which don't allow us to include habitable spaces, therefore living spaces, therefore wall, with anything that's below 5 feet. So if you want us to show that,
You need perimeter walls. You
Okay.
put them where you think, I think you obviously know this, but, a floor plan takes a horizontal section. At some height, you take the horizontal section. At some height, there is something that comes down to enclose, prevent the floor area from falling out of the walls, right?
We'll show that.
Okay. And then you need 50% of that, and so I'm not sure that you hit your 50% yet. And then, also, when I compare the demolition drawings to the proposed, the length of the existing walls that you're retaining don't match. So please dimension both of those, okay?
Okay.
And then, I think that would be it. Okay, any other comments? No? Anybody else? All right, are there any speakers on this? Okay, so please make those modifications to the project so we can move on, and please plan to be here for the next hearing, okay? How much time?
He needs approximately a month to make these changes.
That's August. Oh, that's when we have. Because July is.
There's time.
There is?
Sorry. It's 28, 29, that's 30, that's 14.
Okay,
Yeah.
July 23rd.
1, 2, that's perfect. 4 weeks would be a submission July 3rd for a hearing July 23rd.
Is that okay? Because that's a holiday.
July 3rd, July 23rd.
Sure about that? Because you could have the next hearing.
You're good? Great. See you July 23rd.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
It is 2 o'clock.
Oh, yeah, it's a 5-minute break. No, sorry, lunch break, yes.
But you know.
21, item number 21. which
That's
is
an adjournment.
That's an
yeah.
adjournment, yes. Sorry, what are we going to do?
Okay.
We can do 5
Item number
minutes. and then
21, 2018-109 BC.
This is going to be a lot.
9-44 Grove, Queens. The applicant was asking for, I'm sorry, the applicant was asking for August, now is asking for September 17th.
If possible.
If possible, they need more time.
One second, let me just,
Sorry, I meant to stick.
so they want September?
Seven-
17th only, if not August 6th.
September 17th. They got it, September 17th. That is a submission date of August 28th.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we need a lunch break.
So sorry.
I know you guys have been sitting here all morning.
It's 2 o'clock. We're taking a lunch break. We'll be back on the record in 30 minutes.
30 minutes, sorry.
2:30.
No, 2:35.
2:35, sorry. I didn't realize it was 2:35. 2:35, yeah. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Otherwise, we pass out in front of you.
All right, we're back on the record. Item number 22, 2018-171BZ, 1 East 78th Street, Manhattan. Yeah. You know what? I know, Jeff, you said maybe they're not going to speak, all speak, but can we just have your team raise their hands just in case a question pops up? Sure. Okay, everybody who's with the team of Trimmer 11, Frick or whatever, raise your hands. Okay, right hand. Thank you. All righty. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Perlmutter and Commissioners. My name is Gary Tarnoff from the Kramer 11, Neff Tallis, and Frankel law firm. We're the attorneys for the Frick Collection. We made written submissions to this board on April 12th, and then in response to a submission by the opponents on May 3rd, we made another written submission on May 10th. Those submissions set forth the position of the Frick Collection. We don't have anything to add at this time. We're here available to answer questions and to respond to anything that our opposition will say after this.
So, but you listened to the
We
comments?
did. We were there at the review session yesterday.
Yeah, so if you want to just pick up, or we can ask you as you prefer. Right?
Well, you could ask whatever you'd
Okay.
like to ask.
My main question was about the music room, and just because it's a nice room, to understand better, I think there's probably an architectural issue, to understand better why it couldn't be retained, and understanding that the dome is really high, that you know, put in sort of a shallow dome and maybe like a light box, something like that, that retains the form of the room. For the most part, understanding that you do need the extra space for other things.
Okay, well, I'll ask Ian Wardropper, the director of the Frick Collection, to speak first, and then to be followed by, I think, Carolyn Straub, who was also familiar with it.
And actually, for the benefit of the public generally, I just want to say, because some of the public probably doesn't know about the submissions that were made. So for example, one of the recommendations by opposition counsel is that the project look more like the David Halpern suggestion that was provided quite a long time ago, I think. The architect for the Frick actually went through very carefully through the Halpern drawings, explaining how or why those don't work or what the deficiencies are with that proposal, because of course the architect on the job actually knows the details of where the ceilings are low, where the structure doesn't permit, and so on, which Mr. Halpern couldn't know because he doesn't have access to that same information. Okay, so just to continue that.
Well, thank you. I thought I'd just speak first about...
Your names?
Sorry, my name's Ian Wardropper, Director of the Frick Collection. I thought I'd just address first some of the reasons which have already been gone over and submitted in our proposal about why we need to do this conversion, and then I'd ask Carolyn Straub of our staff to address more specifically what I believe your question was about using another space within that to address some of the concerns.
Yeah, the question is really, it's a nice room, obviously, people think of it very fondly. I understand your issue about the curved walls, but then we know from lots of other places that have curved walls, namely the Guggenheim, that when they want to hang a large painting, they'll put a panel in front of it that makes the wall orthogonal, right, or at least flat, and allows for a larger sort of tangent across the circle. So that's why I was wondering if that were the main reason. The other seems to be that it takes up a lot of space, but so the question is, would there be a way to provide that space and still use that room called music room as a gallery or something else, and drop the dome down into the space?
Well, why don't I talk just a little bit more sort of programmatically about using it as an exhibition space, and I'll let Carolyn talk more about the architectural aspect of it, which is that it's a large circle, it's a fairly large space, and whether it's circular or square, in either case, it's not an ideal space as is for us to use as an exhibition space, because many of our exhibitions have multiple works of art, and we almost always would have to build temporary walls within the structure, whether it was circular or square. So one of the great advantages of this plan to us is that we've designed a space which has one large rectangle and two smaller rectangles, which allows us a variety of applications of exhibition. So we can use the smaller space for the didactic material when you first come in, the other larger, smaller space for related drawings or other materials, and then the largest space for the body of the exhibition. And what that means is that we don't have to expend the time and the money to build temporary walls, which we would have to do in almost every exhibition, because we have such a variety of exhibitions, from drawings to small-scale objects to large-scale paintings. So we have this opportunity now to have a room which is designed to our specifications for the greatest efficiency, as well as the most attractive way to present the material. The location, again, as we've said, is critical for the philosophy of our exhibition program, which is that we do exhibitions which complement the permanent collection. So we need to have a space as close as possible to the permanent galleries to encourage the visitors to go from a temporary exhibition to the permanent collection. Its location is also critical, as we've said, because of the art path of objects through the building. It's really the primary reason why we keep coming back to this space. And I say that because in two previous plans, as well as in, as you know, the as of right plan, we call for using this space for exhibitions. And it's because we need to bring objects in through receiving area to a freight elevator, and we also need to have access to storage rooms, to conservation, and other facilities within the building. So its location is also quite essential in order for us to do more professionally and effectively the display of exhibitions. When we first opened an exhibition space in the late 1970s, they were in two small rooms that were actually purpose-built as seminar rooms. They have low ceilings, small dimensions. We've done wonderful shows there, but over the years, our exhibition program has grown more and more important. Today, I'd say we're one of the most important museums in the world in terms of doing old master exhibitions, and we need appropriate spaces to continue to be able to do that. So this space will allow us finally to catch up with the quality of the exhibitions that we do, and it's for that reason primarily that we wish to devote this space to what is one of the most essential parts of our mission and our program. And back to your question, I think the circular room, we have already an oval gallery, so we're used to the issues of putting flat paintings on a circular wall. And yes, it can be done, though not easily. If were we to leave it as it is, it has much less running linear feet around it than if we were to build within it more rooms. Basically, we would have twice as much linear feet inside were we to build the spaces we propose, rather than just leave it as it is. So for those variety of reasons, I think it's essential. Could I,
Yeah, please.
if you have no further questions, shall I have Carolyn Straub come up? I'm sorry. I'm just going to, Annabelle Seldorf.
Yes, I'm not Carolyn, I'm Annabelle Seldorf, hello. The question about the music room, of course, has come up many a time. We at the Frick value this space every bit as much as everybody else does. It's noteworthy that this space is an addition to the original house. In the generations of changes, this room was added. For all of the reasons that Ian has already explained, it does not function well as an exhibition space. We've entertained that, we've looked at it, and as Ian already explained, this doesn't seem to be a very good solution for the circulation as well. While there are two doors that go into the East Gallery, they're fairly tight. Like I said, it doesn't lend itself to a smooth exhibition space. I think that what is also interesting to understand is that we often think you could just keep it. Well, yes, that's true. When you rent an apartment, then you get what you get. And I think to your children you say something, you get what you get and you don't complain or something like that.
Get upset.
You don't get upset, exactly.
I have young children, I see this often.
It's just not ideal. I think there are so many aspects to the circulation in and around the building and the relationships that are created in that way that we have examined very carefully together with the director and the curators, and they simply led us to this conclusion. But to something that Marjorie had said earlier about possibly leaving the round walls and creating a light box, of course we did think about that. I very strongly believe that that room, if it had to be kept, the ceiling height is a big part of it. A 46-foot square with a 14-foot ceiling would just simply not be very attractive.
What is the ceiling height?
It's 26 feet.
It's 26
to the underside
to the top.
underside of the lay light. So that, in my mind, is a very, very important thing to consider. If it alleviates any concerns, we are looking to utilize some of the materials and certainly record every aspect of the room very carefully.
So that's like a HASP study is what you mean, like, yeah. Okay.
Correct. Thank you.
And when you say it was that added in 1935 or
That's
subsequently?
right. Yes, in 1935.
Thank you. Okay, are there other questions to address to, okay. All right, are there other questions at all to address to the Frick that we had? I don't think so. I think actually opposition counsel raises questions about seeker, but maybe we'll let them speak and then the Frick can respond to those. Okay? So, opposition counsel, number one, number two.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to speak briefly. As I think you know...
I'm sorry, can you please state your name?
I apologize. Stephen Cass, Carter Ledger Milburn, counsel for the East 70th Street Block Association. We do not oppose this project. Our concern has to do with the construction period and construction process. As I think you know from the submissions that we have made, and our earlier appearances. Our focus really is on the extreme likelihood of significant noise and air quality impacts during the construction process for the neighbors of this project. We think that there could have been a number of emission controls for noise and air emissions that could have been put in place by the FRIC as part of its proposal. We met extensively with the FRIC and have been in communication since then with the executive director and with council, all so that we could avoid a confrontation here before you. However, the FRIC has, while it's been courteous, has declined to agree to what I think it itself recognized the very reasonable request that we had in terms of how noise from the project could have been reduced and could still be reduced, and how air emissions from the project, as well as other neighborhood impacts such as idling trucks, could have been avoided. Failing those commitments on FRIC's part, we believe the project will have significant air and noise impacts, and that the proper remedy, therefore, is an environmental impact statement under the State Environmental Quality Review Act because of the significance or potential significance of those impacts. We are not asking for an EIS for the project itself, nor are we questioning any of the landmark determinations. We are focused solely on the construction period. Do we think this is a type 1 matter? Yes, we do. I don't really, I'm sure you don't want to get into a technical discussion of that, but just very briefly, the relevant threshold in terms of square footage, gross square footage for a project of this sort in the city of New York would be 30,000 square feet, which is to say 25% of 120,000 square feet for an addition. And this project, not the net, but the gross of this project, we think exceeds that. There's about 26,000 square feet of work being added here. And that's without counting the garden, which is being taken apart and stored and put back, but it's involved, which is almost 4,000 square feet. And I'm not even counting the elevators and the new elevators and the stairs and the other mechanical items. So I think it's a type 1 matter. That doesn't end the inquiry. It simply creates a presumption that there will be, or there may be, a significant adverse environmental impact. Unfortunately, the applicant has failed to do any quantitative analysis of the construction air quality impacts from all of its work. It did look at the operational air quality impacts and found, I think reasonably, that there was no adverse impact. But it's the construction period where air quality is likely to be significant, and it's going to be going on for 2 or more years. The applicant's been a little fuzzy as to how many months it's going to go on. They say 2 years, at one point 27 months.
Sorry. Did you see the construction schedule that was submitted? I think you received a copy of that because that was submitted in April, is that right? Or for the May submission? May submission. There was a detailed construction schedule that the board requested, and it goes month by month on each area of construction discipline, which is many. So I don't think it's sketchy, it's quite detailed.
Well, that's true.
Okay.
That's certainly true. But things don't always happen as planned, such as this morning.
But so that's a different question, right? Their construction manager is not sketchy, they're giving information and then followed by a letter that says, in their experience, this is how long these various projects we've worked on that are similar or more complex have lasted, so I'm not hearing the sketchy part.
Yes, I understand that.
Okay.
Nevertheless, some projects, and including these kinds of projects, often take longer. The Neue Gallery, another Seldorf project, I think took probably almost 4 years to build. She would know better than I. But that is a factor. We think the construction period is likely to run more than the projection by scouting. The intensity of the work immediately adjacent to neighbors, the fact that you have to go down and take out a bomb shelter, which is probably the only such bomb shelter in New York, makes all of that more, maybe there are others, I'm not aware of any others, but this was a real serious bomb shelter, by the way, 5-foot thick concrete steel reinforced walls. All of that makes it more likely that both the noise and the air quality, the dust emissions from that work will be significant in close proximity to neighbors. Unfortunately, the applicant has not done any quantitative analysis of construction period air, as I've indicated, and it did do some quantitative analysis of the construction noise impacts, but those in fact indicated that at 4 or 5 different locations, there would be exceedances of the city's operational noise standards, which are referenced also in the secret technical manual, even during the construction period. In fact, one of those deltas for the noise during the construction period is about 17 decibels, which would exceed even any lenient construction standard. I would also note that we're not at all sure that those noise analyses are themselves conservative, as they're required to be by seeker. There were several locations identified in our letters that were not directly across the street that were not analyzed. And the methodology that the applicant used in the noise methodology, referred to in the AKRF memo that was submitted, actually is not the most conservative or the most descriptive of what was done. There's still no indication as to what pieces of equipment will be operating where and at what times, and how that was factored into the quantitative analysis that they did include. There's, for example, you probably don't want to hear these details, but in Appendix B to the EAS, there's something called the reference noise level for various pieces of equipment, including excavators and bulldozers and the like. For them, the reference noise, that is the default noise level, would be somewhat higher than what they've even said would be the effect with all the cumulative equipment operating on site. So there's some reason to think that that analysis is not as conservative as really it should be. Beyond that, they do take credit in their noise analysis for certain kinds of mitigation measures or noise suppression measures, one of which is a perimeter fence, 10 to 12 feet, for which they take credit. That's fine for ground level impacts, but for neighbors living above that, if you're above the line of sight, from the site to your window, that fence will do no good whatsoever.
Isn't noise carried along a line of sight?
Yes.
So above the line of sight?
If you can see it, you can hear it.
Right, but if the neighbor's windows are not in the line of sight, then they can't hear it, right?
Well, you could hear it if it's around the corner, but it will not be, if the fence is here and...
You're saying someone higher than the fence could hear it because they could see it by looking down onto the construction.
That's only if they can see it when looking down, okay.
The Commissioner has, thank you. If you can see it from your window, you can hear it. You can also sometimes hear it if you can't, but that fence will not provide any reduction in perceived noise. So there are also other kinds of models that do deal with that. There are 3D noise models that can give you a better sense of what noise would be like at upper levels.
And which model did they use? What model did they use?
What models and names of them?
Did they use?
They used a very simplified model, and I don't know the name of it. I suppose Mr. Applebaum could tell you, but it's a simplified model that does not deal with 3D in the same way.
Is it a standard model that they used?
I think they used one that is fairly conventional for screening purposes.
Just a second.
Yes.
Once more?
Fairly conventional for this kind of screening purpose. And we're saying that in this case, having done that, they need to go beyond that because the screening indicated real problems. So all I'm suggesting is that when they get to the kind of detailed, serious analysis that in EIS, even if targeted EIS would require. You'd get a better sense of what it would be at the upper levels, and you'd get a better sense of what the reflected noise might be from some of the buildings nearby, including the art reference library.
And in short, you're saying that they should do a full EAS because their construction time would be longer than?
Their construction period will be
You estimate it to be longer than they suggest.
longer than they suggest. The intensity of the work is substantial. It's immediately on top of neighbors. It is serious work. It's not just conventional because of the bomb shelter. And that there is quite likely, under their own analysis, to be significant noise impacts in the immediate neighborhood. And there'll be some air quality possibly, but they haven't analyzed that in any quantitative way. So I can't say anything more other than they haven't analyzed it, and we think there's a real possibility of that as well. So it is our hope, always was, still is, that they would make the kind of commitments to the Tier 4 air quality, the Tier 4 filters on equipment, the diesel particulate filters in all cases, no idling in a serious way, continuous dedicated watering of the site in order to suppress dust, particularly during the demolition of the bomb shelter, and the other kinds of noise suppression and air quality reduction, protection measures that are now available. And if they were to do that in their revised submission to you, we would have no problem, and I think you could incorporate it. If you determine it's not a type 1 matter, which we suggested it is, it opens up another possibility, because you can't issue a condition negative declaration on a type 1 matter, but you can for an unlisted matter. So if you happen to agree with them that it's not necessarily type 1, it gives you the possibility to insist in your own approval that they incorporate those kinds of mitigation measures. If there were an EIS, you would do it that way, or if it were their own revised submission, you could simply approve it with that in mind. But there are 3 options for you: either their own submission, a condition neg dec if it's not type 1, or EIS mitigation measures if it is a targeted EIS. But in any event, we're all trying to get to the same place. I'm confident you are. I'm confident that the applicant would like to, but we need to do it now, and we can't rely upon, however good faith, comments of best intention.
Okay, well, you should know that we forwarded their construction materials, construction analysis to the involved agencies that would review all the potential impacts. So those agencies now have the materials and have begun their review, okay?
And we appreciate that very much, and we hope that during that process, we can all get to the result we would like to.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hiller?
Good afternoon, Michael Hiller of Hiller PC. I'm here with my colleague Tim Dunphy of our firm and David Halpern, architects. We represent Stop Irresponsible Frick Development, and we do oppose the project, at least as currently designed. Today we intend to focus on the applicant's submissions, particularly the May 10th submission, and how the applicant responds to our arguments concerning the e-finding and seeker. With respect to their May 10th submission and the e-finding, we argued on May 3rd that the applicant had not yet submitted any evidence in support of the e-finding. And in response to that, the applicant wrote on page 5 of their May 10th submission that we had ignored something called their revised complying scenario, which had been submitted on April 12th. So I took a look at the April 12th submission, and what I saw was that, sure enough, there is a scenario that they propose, which is a compliance scenario, meaning that they're proposing building something within zoning without waivers, and they said that without those waivers, they have all sorts of problems, including that, for example, only 3 rooms of galleries on the 2nd floor would be viewable by the public, and they had other complaints as well. The problem we have with that argument is that when you talk about a revised complying scenario, when you're talking about their inability to do things within existing zoning, that's really more of an A-finding argument, not an E-finding argument. An A-finding argument says that based upon unique circumstances, we have an inability to satisfy our programmatic needs in the absence of a variance. That's exactly what they said on April 12th. Without the variance, they can't build these various rooms. But with respect to the E-finding, in other words, there's an application and they've made a proposal, they should come forward and say there are other scenarios that would require a lesser variance, but we can't meet those, we can't satisfy our programmatic needs in the absence of the full extent of the variance that we've requested. So they haven't done that work, we did the work. And the problem with opposition doing E-finding analyses is, as the chair pointed out, our architect doesn't have intimate access to the various structures within the building. We don't have access to leadership, we don't have access to the staff. And so the architect is essentially doing what he can do based upon the plans he's reviewed from the Frick's architect. And inevitably, as you saw in their May 10th response, they had problems with Mr. Halpern's design. And I think that's largely a function of the fact that it was like as if you would hire an architect who had not yet been inside your house, and they started to draw things based upon existing plans. And there'd be a back and forth, but we don't have that opportunity. We don't have a back and forth opportunity. But we, at least at the moment, have gotten a response. And Mr. Halpern today is going to be talking to you about how it is that he can resolve all of the issues that the Frick raised with respect to his proposed alternate plans, which still allows the Frick to satisfy each of its programmatic needs without the full extent of the waivers they've requested. So we have shown that the E-finding cannot be met, and we'll be providing that information in a few moments. But before we do that, I just wanted to talk quickly about two issues that also came up in the May 10th submission. One is the cafe, and the other is the music room. With respect to the cafe, the applicant appears to be saying that he cannot meet his programmatic needs in the absence of this kitchen and cafe, but there's no evidence in the record that we've seen that supports that conclusion. And in fact, the evidence in opposition is quite substantial. Number one, although it is true that there are museums with cafes, those are largely large museums. So if you go to the Metropolitan Museum, for example, and you want to spend the day there, you really could benefit from having a cafe or two in the building so that you could see the Egyptian room, and then you can go to the Monet, whatever you want to look at. You can go to the museum, have your drink or your meal, and then come back. And the same is true with the American Museum of Natural History.
Can I just interrupt you right there? The Noy Gallery or Noy Museum, that's a small museum, right? It's got a fabulous restaurant in it, right, which people go to just to go to it, right?
Sure.
Guggenheim, relatively small museum, has 2 restaurants, if not 3.
I'm not suggesting, Madam Chair,
right?
that it's...
Rubin Museum is very small, has a very desirable restaurant, so I'm not understanding the comparison with the Museum of Natural History and the Metropolitan, which are enormous museums.
I'm glad to explain it. I'm not suggesting that it's impossible to have a cafe in a smaller museum. I'm simply saying it is not a programmatic need to have one in this museum. In fact, if you look online and you check to see the average stay at the Frick, it's 1 to 2 hours, and that's consistent with the California Academy of Science study, which talked about how museum goers typically traverse a museum about 200 to 400 feet per minute, which, if you look at the square footage of the Frick, is roughly 1 to 2 hours, depending on whether it's 200 feet per minute or 400 feet per minute, depending on how quickly people are moving. So in this instance, it's not a question of whether or not it might be a desirable thing to have a cafe. I'm still not suggesting that, Madam Chair. I'm saying, though, that it's not a programmatic need. It's not a necessity. And in point of fact, the Frick has gone to great lengths to show this board about how much more popular the museum has become. And if that's true, if they are continuing to attract visitors, one thing I think is fairly clear, and that is that the absence of a cafe is not preventing people from patronizing the Frick. Quite the contrary. As we've heard, visitorship is increasing. So it's a question not of whether or not it can be done or whether it's desirable, but whether it meets the programmatic need requirement, and I would respectfully submit that it does not. Having said that...
Can I ask you a question, though? Sure. So, let's just say there were no cafe. The cafe is only taking up a very small area, right? What I'm trying to understand is this group that's opposed to the development of the Frick. What does it want?
Well, what we would like is if we can have first of all, we'd like to preserve the music room, Madam Chair. For many of the reasons that you yourself have articulated, it would be terribly sad to lose one of the great salon spaces in New York City, maybe the last of its kind. So that's number one, most important thing. In addition, we're trying to maintain a level of the streetscape, and I really would prefer that Mr. Halpern address these particular issues, but there are a number of different aspects of the plan that are highly objectionable, and then there are ones that are lesser. Having said that, though, I do want to emphasize that Mr. Halpern has come up with an alternate proposal which does provide for a cafe in the building and still provides for each of the programmatic needs that are alleged by the applicant, which is why I want to get to him as quickly as I can, if I may. With respect to the music room, as I mentioned a few moments ago, the music room is, in all likelihood, one of the last great salon spaces in New York City. And as the applicant has itself described on its own website, since 1938, the Frick's concert series has been delighting listeners with the finest keyboard recitals, chamber groups, and groundbreaking early music ensembles. Many of the century's greatest artists have performed in the music room, including New York debuts of nationally and internationally acclaimed musicians. The New York Times recently, or I should say not recently, but relatively recently, published an article about the sad loss of the music room as well because it's so extraordinary for what it is. And the Frick admits on their website, in their submissions, that one of the so-called problems with the music room is that it's too popular. It's constantly being sold out. But I would respectfully submit that the solution to that problem is not to eliminate what's attracting visitors, but rather to make it more available to them. That way we can get the benefit of the music room. And insofar as Your Honor's question about whether or not the music room could double as an exhibition space, Mr. Wardropper indicated that it really would be a problem. I think, as we all know, the Frick has curved walls in the Oval Room, and they have no trouble displaying art there. And while it is true that the music room is circular all the way around, not oval, that doesn't mean that artwork can't be displayed. It doesn't mean that you can't put in temporary installations, as is very common in New York for special exhibitions. And so the music room could be preserved and serve a purpose for the Frick Museum by providing an opportunity to display art while at the same time preserving what makes that room so special. In addition, I would also respectfully submit that if we're talking about seeker, one thing we should consider is that the music room is a cultural and historic resource. I recognize the Landmarks Preservation Commission has not designated it, but that, for purposes of seeker, that is not a requirement. All that is required is that there has to be some sort of assessment that it constitutes an historical and cultural resource that could be adversely impacted by the proposed project. And here, it wouldn't just be adversely impacted, it would disappear. So it is, I think, incredibly important that we do our best to find any possible means by which to preserve this one-of-a-kind space. And I would respectfully submit that the music room is in many respects emblematic of the entire building, because one of the things that I noticed when I was given the privilege of being afforded the opportunity to walk through the Frick with the board was just how many amazing parts of the museum in and of itself seemed to me to be artwork and historic. I noticed, a beautiful 10-by-5 pool table and a vintage bowling alley in the basement, a card catalog indicating that it had cards from 1860 to 1969. This is an incredible space, and I think that we should make every effort to do what we can to try and preserve as much of it as possible. And so, with that in mind, what I would like to do then now is turn it over to Mr. Halpern, who would be able to tell you how it is that we can achieve what it is I've just described.
But I just want to go back, first of all, the bowling alley remains, right?
It does.
And the card catalogs, they're going to be using the catalog furniture, I think, in some other way, but I don't think that area is being disturbed in this project, right? So I don't see how those are relevant. I just want to make sure that we clarify that those are preserved spaces that are not kind of implicated
I was
in
just,
discussion.
Madam Chair, I was just simply mentioning those as an indication of some of the special parts of the museum. I'm certainly not implying that they're going to destroy the bowling alley.
Okay. So and then the other question that I have is, now I'm looking at a section through the building, and I realize you're not an architect, but you brought this up, right? And the section is basically there's the education classroom that's behind the wall of the garden, right? And they're filling in that strange space that's between the wall of the garden and the back of the building, right?
Yep.
And that no one can see.
just wanna
They
look at
fill
what
that
you're
in
talking
with
about.
an education classroom, and sitting on top of that, set back a little bit, enough to allow for planting, is the cafe, right? And so, and then on top of that are archives, administration, library, meeting rooms, all of that. So I'm not sure what the attack on the cafe is getting you, because you still need all of those other things. So, I'm not sure really what's going on
I
by
can
looking
answer
at
you.
a cafe and whether or not it's necessary.
Well, I'd like to answer your question. First of all, Mr. Halpern's proposed plan would include the cafe. We have a separate proposed design that would not, that was prepared by Mr. Dunphy, who is also a licensed architect. From our perspective, it's something that's not necessary, and that the plans could go, this renovation can proceed without it. But again, and I don't mean to continue to harp on this point, Mr. Halpern has come up with a plan that would provide for retention of the cafe, as well as many of the spaces that the Frick is seeking to incorporate. And I would really like, if, with the board's permission, I'd like to get to that point so you can see what it is that I'm talking about.
Okay, it's very hard for us to review plans on the fly like this, though, I have to say, so, you know.
I understand that. Unfortunately, though, when we submitted the plans on May 3rd, again, this was before we had the chance to walk through, it was before we had a chance to receive the Frick's responses, and so this is really our only opportunity to talk about that, but I understand Your Honor's perspective.
Thank you.
David?
Thanks.
Is there any way to at least take some of the light off of the, what I'll call the screen?
There's switches right behind that gentleman standing there.
Round knots, turn off the overhead, like bulb lights.
Yep, there you go. Perfect. Can you please state your name for the record?
Excuse me?
Can you please state your name for the record?
Yeah, I'm David Halpern. I'll tell you a little bit about who I am while this is taking place. Are we getting set up? I'm an architect. I've been in business over 40 years. I do a great deal of preservation work, adaptive reuse, a lot of work with older buildings. I've worked on museums. I've worked on libraries. Perhaps the most recent project we had that's relevant to this is we did 50,000 square feet of renovation and restoration at the Sterling Memorial Library at Yale University. We restored the nave, which is one of the great collegiate Gothic spaces. And we also did 30,000 square feet of operations. So we have a pretty good idea how a library works. We also understand that every library is different, but we're going to give you our concept for how we think this library might work, and it's very possible that they're going to object.
So you're focusing on the library?
I am
then?
focusing on the totality
Okay.
of the museum. I just giving you that as part of my qualifications. Last but not least, I am co-chair of the Landmarks Committee of Community Board 8. I am not here representing Community Board 8 in any way. I do have a letter that enables me to speak as a private individual and as a consultant to SIFD.
We saw that. Can you share, Mr. Hiller, a copy of these with the opposition, with the Frick's council?
Yeah, can we give one of the copies?
Yeah, I'll share with you.
Okay. No, there is there.
Okay. And then focus.
faster to hand sketch. So, in doing this plan, we had three objectives. Number one, we think it's very, very important to maintain the silhouette of the building and to reduce the bulk. Landmarks pointed to that. They also seem to accept the idea that building up to the library was a good idea. I think it's a terrible idea. I think certain buildings, they reach a point of resolution where they really shouldn't be touched. So everything we're doing here is to reduce the bulk, maintain the silhouette, but acknowledge that a certain amount of bulk has to be added, and we're showing you where we're adding it, obviously behind the library, also only one level over the music room. Secondly, as Michael pointed out, we are going to maintain the full program, and we're going to do it a little bit differently. Last of all, we're going to maintain as much as possible of the Seldorf BBB scheme. There are certainly a lot of good things there, and they've had the advantage of being part of a process which is a year and a half or more at this point. We have tried to interpret that to the benefit of the objectives that I am stating. We took a look at the comments they had on our first scheme, and we've addressed all those comments. I can tell you that every single space in their proposal is accounted for in our proposal. I know one of the issues that they bring up are crossovers. There are crossovers of the public and the staff. There are crossovers of the public and students there for education. For the most part, I think you'll see that the crossovers in our plans and the crossovers in their plans are not significantly different.
Crossovers and adjacencies. When you say crossovers, you mean adjacencies?
Well, for example, coming in to the library and walking through the library to the reception hall of the museum, or the reverse. You have to go through the education hall. We will show you that we have exactly the same arrangement. Not the way the spaces are proportioned, but the way the spaces function. So everybody is quite familiar with this. So I think the simplest way is simply to start at the bottom and go up. Our concept is to remove almost all of the stacks out of the library. Those stacks, to the best of our knowledge, are not structural. Most libraries are set up with centralized stacks. Basically, what we are proposing is that the majority of the stacks be on the lowest level, which is the mechanical level, and that they be directly accessible. So we have 2/3 of the stacks there and 1/3 of the stacks under the courtyard where they're shown on the Seldorf BBB plan. We are relying on the high-density stacks. With the high-density stacks, we actually have a few more stacks, a few more volumes than in the Seldorf scheme. On the other hand, we do have a little less area.
But you're putting the stacks in the subcellar, right?
I'm putting this in subcellar 3.
Subcellar 3.
Yeah, I'm also providing a direct route from the new ADA elevator.
Sorry, the subcellar 3 is the lowest level of the
lowest level of the
shelter.
library.
Sorry?
But the lowest level of the library, but it has direct elevator access.
No, wait a second. While you're talking, I think we're all doing it, we're all comparing your drawing to the proposed.
Right.
So I'm looking at the proposed, which is labeled subcellar 3, and yours is subcellar 3, right?
Right.
So in subcellar 3, as existing and as proposed, that area that's called a bomb shelter is the only thing that exists down there, and there's no proposal to expand the excavation.
We're not suggesting that there is in the current Seldorf.
So you're proposing
PPD.
to expand?
We're saying that if they could go down there for the vault, they can go down to put in the stacks. That is correct.
So you're saying expand the
We're saying
excavation.
expand the excavation.
So we're talking about books in subterranean, arguably wet spaces?
If art can be placed in subterranean conditions, so can books. Also, it's very easy to air condition, it's very easy to waterproof. I'm not saying,
I think they stated at the last date that it wasn't very easy to waterproof, that they have a water level issue, that the water's seeping up, and that this has been a constant issue for them.
well, I was
Despite-
not at that session, and as Michael pointed out, we don't have all of the conditions. However, I have worked on buildings that have been sitting in the Atlantic Ocean, and yes, they can be waterproofed. It's an expense, but architecture is choice, and you have to make certain choices. And one of the choices that we think is very, very critical, as I said earlier, is to reduce the bulk, maintain the silhouette of the building. If we're going to do that, then we have to do more work below grade. And it may be costly, but this is a very costly project in any event. How much that might add to the project, I don't know, but I think for the long run, it would be well worth doing based upon the benefits that you would get.
We'll have to let them speak to that because we
They can
don't-
speak to that.
Yeah.
And at this point, I also want to reserve the right, after they have spoken to it, to perhaps be able to answer some of their objections, which
But
may or
I'm
may
I'm
not.
noticing that there's quite a lot more excavation because you're also excavating subcellar 2 to expand on art storage and things like that, right? So there's
Subcellar,
excavation.
there's two areas, that is correct.
Okay.
Subcellar 2 is fairly simple. It is under the terrace. Oh, excuse me, subcellar 2 is under the entrance to the museum, and subcellar 1 is under the terrace. But just going through it and answering some of the prior issues, I'm not sure if everybody can see, but we definitely put in a rated stair, which goes up and connects with their stair. As I mentioned, the direct access by the elevator. We've also given an alternate by taking the art elevator down. We've provided a little bit of workspace so that this can be used not only for storage, but also for doing some organizing down there. We have an alternative plan, and when we get up to the first floor, you'll understand why we're doing it. But in the alternative plan, we turn the stair, and this is showing you the alternate for the turned stair. We also have egress to the stair that is connected to the storage room, so we have two means of egress from that level. If you look at the statistics, you'll see that we have slightly more volumes. On subcellar floor 2, we are adding, as you pointed out, we're adding art storage. Once we're going all the way down, we might as well get the benefit of it. So we have added some art storage. Other than that, it's fairly similar to the current brick plan. The stairs coming up, so that they connect. Here's where we begin to make some substantive changes. We have moved the staff cafeteria from the cellar level to subcellar 1. To do that, we've moved the toilet rooms, and we've moved the art storage, the photo studio, and the... whoops. This was supposed to have been turned off.
I know the feeling.
Doesn't want to turn off. And we've,
You can actually hold a mic in your hand if
Yeah,
that's
that's true.
easier, so you
That's
don't have to
easier.
rotate sort of the fork like that.
everything else is pretty much the same. We are not using the bowling alley in any way, so that remains. So going up to the cellar floor plan, this is where we do put in the cafe. So essentially, you come down the
Sorry,
sta-
Mr. Halpern, could you stand to the right of the
Oh,
podium?
sure.
Because we can't all
Sorry.
see.
Oh, but then you're standing in front of your.
Oh, or maybe.
I'll stand way to the right.
That's great.
Yeah, that's good. Thank
Might
you.
even be easier down here. This is where we put in the cafe on the first cellar level. So essentially, this is your lower level lobby. You come down the stairs, have a vestibule into the cafe, the coat room, the museum shop, the restrooms, and we've expanded under the terrace, and that allows us to shift everything a little bit to the left, and we've got all the same spaces. The bike room, which used to be here, is shifted down.
Okay, understood, but now I'm seeing you expanding in the area that's underneath the garden.
I'm
There was a big
expanding only
discussion.
under the terrace. Only under the terrace. Also, when we did the prior scheme in opposition to the scheme that was going to build in the garden, we engaged an arborist so that we could understand what we may or may not do with respect to the magnolias. The way the magnolias grow is they have very shallow roots, they spread out, but by going only under the terrace, we would not interfere with the health of the magnolias, and this is an arborist who works for the Bronx Zoo and also other major institutions. So we don't feel that that is something that can't easily be done. And the ground floor.
Can you just go back
Sure.
to that one? So I'm looking at that art storage area that's in front of the, whatever those little niches are.
The art storage.
What is that? I mean,
The art
there's no
storage
space
up here?
there. There's no space. What are you getting out of that? There's hardly any width.
We're being literal in terms of either meeting or exceeding all of the areas for
But
art.
if you can't, if the areas aren't useful, I mean,
Well, that-
you know, we went on a site visit, and as I explained yesterday, you might not have heard this, and we went to visit some of the offices that are tucked in the library building, where there are people who have offices that are narrower, much narrower than a walk-in closet, and I actually don't know how they function in those offices. That to me looks like one of those. So if you're going to all the expense and trouble of a major renovation, why would you intentionally create substandard spaces to replicate the ones you already have? So that kind of thing, I know you're being literal, you're just trying to accomplish the floor area or the square footage, but I would say that that's one of the places where needlessly expensive creates space that's not really good for anything, right?
Well,
So,
next time
Right.
around, we'll show you how to use that space better.
well, I can
But-
see how big it is, because I can see how big a
But
door
it
is.
is, but it's fairly substantial, and architecture is a process, and
Certainly.
we don't think that this is perfect, but we think what this will show and does
Mm-hmm.
show is that there are other ways of thinking about the site so that you do not have to build as much bulk as is currently proposed. And in the sense that you're saying it's a relatively small area, when you look at the statistics, perhaps it's an unnecessary area, which is another way to look at it. But for the moment, we're showing either the same amount of space or more space for all of the program areas, with one minor exception. And that one minor exception is the support space for the cafe. We reduced that because we have direct access to the kitchen. We didn't think we needed as much support space. Other than that, everything else is either the same or larger. So going to
There's
the...
no staff cafeteria? It's in the lower floor. Oh. So the staff cafeteria then is no
Staff cafeteria is on
adjacent.
subcellar 1, and the main cafeteria is on the cellar, the lower level off of the main lobby. It's our understanding is that cafe is not a destination restaurant. The cafe is a courtesy. It's a convenience. So if somebody is at the museum and they want a cup of coffee or they want a snack or whatever it is, the cafe is there. It's the same 900 square feet, plus it has a vestibule.
So you're trading off the direct access to the staff cafeteria by, as proposed, with direct access to the cafe instead, right? Because the
Correct.
cafeteria needs to be serviced also from the kitchen, so
Well-
now that needs to be serviced from an elevator, right?
Well, you're right. Basically, the staff cafeteria is one level down from the kitchen, so it's easily up or downstairs, which is the way a lot of restaurants work, or the elevator. But the cafe, when it's on the second floor, is remote, needs an elevator, it needs much more support space. Okay, so going to the main level.
What's the SPX that's in gold,
Where are we looking?
next to the music room?
Special exhibition.
No, special exhibitions. And then you
Oh,
have,
first, it's very hard. For some reason, the lettering breaks down
okay,
here.
sorry.
But so you should look at your plans,
Yeah, we are, because it's clear on the drawing.
because it's clear on the plans. I don't know why it breaks
Okay.
down on the screen.
So why do you have that? What's the purpose of that narrow corridor around the exhibition?
The purpose of the narrow corridor around the exhibition is to provide the convenience of being able to move from the library to the museum or vice versa. And essentially what happens is that the students come in, they come to the education hall, but then all of the education is on one floor up. But if somebody wanted to come from the reception area and go to the ADA elevator to go up to, say, the reading room, they have the ability to do that. So basically, we've provided the circulation to enable complete movement from 70 to 71 within the building.
But if I just look at the massing that you're proposing, it's the identical massing at these floors to what is proposed by the Frick itself, right? You're filling in the space up to the garden, that garden wall on that floor. And on the next floor, you're filling in the space up to the garden wall.
Right. We don't object to building behind the library. We do object to putting 2 floors on top of the music room. We also have removed some of the mass on the top of the library. And I think if you let me finish, you will see that I remember the statistics correctly, we've got about 7,000 square feet that we have saved that we don't have to build on the outside. But to do that, we're also building 11,000 square feet below grade, but it's also giving us more area to work with.
But it also seems to me like you're shoehorning some spaces in the interest of trying to limit, of course, whatever you can above grade, but I don't know how functional it would be to have a very long, narrow education hall that loops around like a backwards C, when that's probably an assembly space where you would want to probably keep sight of all the charges who are coming into the educational program.
Well,
Or the special exhibit room, which was a very nice rectangle, which I would think would be really nice for exhibits, and now it's kind of L-shaped and narrow. I don't know that your configuration does this museum justice.
well, I think you'll find that the distance across here is the same as in the current scheme. Also, the education hall is the same size as the education hall. What we've merely done is to copy the way the current scheme shows the circulation. They show the circulation as green. They show it as an education color. But in reality, that color could easily be the coral color. But the education hall itself is the same size as what's on the Seldorf drawings.
I just want to reiterate what Commissioner Oakley Brown said. You're right that the total square footage as shown in the drawings there and that shown in the sort of plan matches. But if we are just looking at square footage to square footage, that doesn't necessarily address the programmatic needs and the circulation space and the location of these spaces. And I agree with Commissioner Oakley Brown, the education hall that the applicant has proposed, it's contained, it's one area, and from there are different feeder routes that leads to different spaces. But here, there isn't such a defined education hall. It's like part of a circulation space that is being counted, everything together to account for 480 or 70 square feet. And I'm not sure that is going to serve the need. Yes, it does meet the number, you're absolutely right.
But in
So
the-
that's
in the-
what I'm
in-
having a little concern about.
I don't actually think it meets the number either, but and I appreciate Mr. Halpern, don't get me wrong, I know that it takes a lot of work to do these programmatic layouts, bubble diagrams, turning it into an actual project, and you haven't had time to turn it into an actual project. But when we look at the project and we see the programmatic requirements to have students now come from the north side, have a separate entrance, that makes total sense, like the Metropolitan Museum has a separate entrance for classes and large groups, right? Makes total sense to isolate those, and what they've done in the Frick's proposal is create an entirely devoted education floor, which doesn't mix with anything else, and then provides access to the library, which, by the way, makes sense also for kids to go into the library. And then the other part of it is you just look at the sequence of spaces. There's a grand sequence, right? This is a building that's trying to make reference to, these are new spaces trying to make reference to historical spaces. So you see poche, you see kind of a progression from small space to larger space to small space to larger space, which is making an architectural reference to the existing building and isn't just sort of squeezing it in the most basic way to kind of get from here to there, check off the amount of floor area. And I'm not suggesting you had the time to accomplish that, but it is true that putting a special exhibition space squashed into the middle of the exhibition hall where you come down a narrow little corridor and you walk around another little weird space and down another corridor, you haven't given a place to bring 25 kids who are standing there wondering what to do next, right?
Well, let me talk about how that happens. What happens is that in the Seldorf scheme, you actually go through the middle of the education hall. What our hall is off to the side, so the students can be off to the side. When they're all gathered and they're ready to go up, then they have a choice. They can go up the ADA elevator, or they can go around on the stair. The other thing I want to cover before I talk about education on the second floor, which is all grouped, I do want to talk about this alternate plan and why we turned the stair. What it does is it enables us to maintain the niche in the Bailey Pavilion.
Sorry,
If you are familiar, which I'm sure you are, with the Bailey Pavilion, you have this wonderful niche at the end of the pavilion. So by turning the stair behind it, having the steps here, and moving the ramp off to the side, we now have maintained that much more of the architecture of Bailey. I personally think that that pavilion should be understood and recognized as being important. It's the only major Bailey space we have. Also, by doing it that way, it gives us the ability to, in effect, surround the large reception area with a continuity of the Bailey fabric. The other thing that we've done is we have not built over the reception hall. So we now have this grand reception hall. We have a shallow vaulted ceiling, which starts above the cornice line, the way Bailey did it, but we now have the ability to make it even a little grander because it can span the full width of the reception hall. We're not saying everything here is perfect, but there are a lot of ideas here that I think you need to hear. So, speaking about education, it's all on the second floor. And since having windows seems to be critical to this particular classroom, the classroom is just one level above where it was before. So what happens is that if you're students coming up the stair, you can pop in here. If you're coming up the elevator, you can come in over here. And of course, we have the support space and all of the other educational elements all together in one educational center. So the way it works is the students come in, they have their gathering space on the ground floor, they're gathered up, they come upstairs, and they're within a total education complex on the second floor. That means, of course, that something else has moved.
Digital.
And we'll show you where it moved to. This area remains the same. This area remains the same with the director's office, et cetera. We provided the ability to come through into education or to go up the elevator in the library in an easy way. Of course, you can also come in the other direction. We know that one of the objections to our prior scheme was that the elevator lobby wasn't big enough. Well, if I go from here to here, I've got 600 square feet of space. And if I divide that by 10 square feet per person, which is a lot, that's 60 people. I doubt you will ever have 60 people trying to get on and off those elevators at the same time. There's actually plenty of room. I also think that people are going to be using the grand stair. After all, now that the second floor is open, that's the experience you really want. The elevators are secondary. And thinking about preserving the Bailey niche, when you come up these stairs, again, it's the same thing. You can go directly into the classroom, or you can come from the other end. We also have reasonably sized restrooms to take care of people on this floor. The big change is that we've taken art conservation and we have dropped it down to the third floor. And this enables us to provide for the art conservation, which we understand has a need for light, so we have light on 3 sides. We also understand that there's a major exhaust system, so that exhaust system can be organized the same way it is in the current PRIC plan, and essentially all of the spaces that were associated with art conservation are there. Most of this has not changed, and the meeting room that was below is now on the 3rd floor.
So your link is actually deeper than the proposed link between the library and the new...
Our link here
building,
takes out one window.
Right, whereas so you're suggesting that it's okay then?
I think it's okay to take out one window, which is not going to be seen anyway.
Oh.
Because it's going to be blocked by a 25-foot high plus space.
So then it would be okay to, why not take out all the windows?
No, I didn't say that.
No, I'm curious, why not?
No, I
Why
didn't
not?
say that because I don't think that's true. What I said earlier was that architecture's choice. You can't do everything you want, so you have to make judgments. I think the judgment of taking out one side window, which nobody's going to be able to see anyway, is well worth getting the organization that we've just achieved, particularly if we take it all the way up the building.
I just have a question. On your, if you can go back to your 2nd floor plan, your educational floor that you talk about, that
Right.
section, is the digital art history lab a part of the education program? Or is it a part that's got to be kept separate from children?
We followed the colorization that was on the Seldorf plan. So if it's green here, it's green on her plan.
I'm looking at a black and white version of her plan,
Yeah.
and I actually see the digital art history lab with the digital media
Yeah.
IT lab where it makes sense and not where the young people are circulating,
Well, we have,
as opposed to jammed into the corner of the educational floor where you've got the public and young members of the public who could be irresponsible.
I think in the complying plan, the digital art history was indicated as an education. I think that's where Mr.
Oh, okay, because I'm looking at their
Yeah.
proposed plan.
But what about the digital media,
And
IT?
well,
it's on the same floor, and the digital media idea
Adjacent.
is.
we associated the same spaces.
Yeah. So they're adjacent to each other. I'm
Correct.
taking a wild guess. They're
Right.
both digital
Right.
media. They
Also-
need to be adjacent.
Also, in all deference,
Yeah.
these spaces are not jammed in. These spaces are the same size or bigger than the spaces in the Seldorf plan. So if they're jammed here, they're jammed there.
Right, but I'm not talking jam necessarily in terms of the size of the space as much as the lack of relationship between the two spaces. That's what I'm thinking about. In that, would it make sense to put a digital art history lab on the same floor as education, where you have young people, and separated from the other digital room? It seems to me like I would want both my digital rooms together. So I'm getting caught up in the...
We were surprised at the same thing, quite frankly, but we associated green and yellow and yellow. So that's
Right,
why,
but when you
that's,
look at their proposed plans, it shows that they're trying to correct for those things. And so that's why when I'm looking at your plan, I'm looking at how it compares to their proposed plans, because their proposed plans are them laying out the rooms the way they make sense to lay out, with critical adjacencies, with public spaces separate
Oh.
from private spaces. So then when I look at your plans and I see that you're putting public and private spaces together, where the only way to get to that digital art history lab is going through the educational support rooms, I'm finding it hard to come away from this exercise saying, wow, you've got a better plan here. It's making it hard for me to get there. I'm not there. I'm like, wow, it looks like you're putting spaces wherever you could put spaces, whether or not they're related, just so you could prove that you really could do this without extending behind the library or above the first floor entry room and where the cafe is. I forgot what that room is. And so then kind of, you're losing me.
well, we are extended. This is the extended area of the library. We agree that that's a reasonable and logical thing to do. We're also saying that we could put one floor on top of the music room, and that's totally saves the music room because we have the height to do that. The double height of the music room is not taken because when you see it in section, you'll see that when we put this on the third floor, we basically have enough height to save the music room, lay light, and have enough room to put in a programmed artificial lighting system that if you wanted to program it to relate to the outdoor light, you could, and if you just want to program it so that it gives you a certain level of light, you can. Also, what I did not point out on the ground level is that we've shown two different demountable partition systems. Both of those demountable partition systems provide a little bit more surface area than the two special rooms, two small special exhibition rooms. And quite frankly, I think it would be a tragedy to lose the music room. Like so many other museums, I don't think it's a hardship to have to use demountable partitions, whether they're movable or whether you build them out of sheetrock, not for a museum of this quality and this character. And I think having the music room, I'm thinking about future generations. Maybe this generation doesn't feel it's necessary, but I'll bet you a future generation would say to this generation, after seeing the beautiful photos, knowing the cultural history, how did we lose this space?
So I just want to ask you about your approach here. So far, because we only got up to this level, The only thing that's really different between your plan and the plan that's been worked on for so many months, if not years, is really not changing the music room and not building over the area that we think of as the reception, right?
Correct.
So why couldn't you just leave everything in place the way, when you're studying this, leave everything in place the way the Frick has laid it out, because those adjacencies that are going from basically the first floor down are working for them, and then only make the modification, the proposed modifications around the areas that you're proposing to retain, instead of looking at, like, unpacking this whole thing. Because my problem, which is similar to Commissioner Otley Brown's, is by unpacking the whole thing and having read lots of programmatic needs analyses and lots of the drawings and so on, I see the critical relationship between these uses, and having gone on the site visit, sort of the misery of some of the spaces that are in the building. So I think your argument would be stronger, frankly, if you left most of the things in place, except the places that you don't think should be built on, and then we would understand better what it is you're trying to accomplish and where you're proposing to just relocate those few missing areas. So far, there's hardly anything that needs to be relocated, right?
Well, we actually tried to do that to the extent that we could. However, you know that sometimes it becomes a progression. You move one thing, and you have to move another thing, and then you have to move another thing. Sometimes it isn't quite that simple. We would love the opportunity to work with the current architects and do exactly what you're talking about. Or, better yet, why not just have them reduce the bulk and make it all work the way you're suggesting?
Well, in part because I'm, again, having trouble with your suggestion. So far, we're out at the same level to the garden, and the addition that you have is closer to the library, actually provides less windows of for the library building than the proposed, and your addition on top of the music room is only 1 story shorter than their addition. You don't have a mechanical equipment, which they're going to have to have?
There is. No,
Oh, there is, but it's probably
Well,
not the height
there's-
that it's required to be. But anyway, so you're missing a floor, right?
There's a
So I'm not really seeing,
The big difference, though, is when you put in one floor, it's generally no higher than the mansion. Granted, you'll see the mechanical equipment possibly, but not certainly from the street. So what we're doing is we're retaining essentially the silhouette of the building by eliminating that second floor. I find that second floor really objectionable. Also architecturally, I think you could integrate the first floor of addition into the overall fabric of the building without even feeling that you've made a major change. But the minute you put 2 floors up there, it becomes a major change.
So this is specifically with regards to if I were to look at the mansion from Fifth Avenue. Your objection is with regards to that 1-story addition over the music room, or where?
A very strong objection. I don't think you want to lose the silhouette of the building. I don't think you want to build up. And I also don't think you want to build up with an architectural character that's different. Not saying that can't be somewhat different, but it's quite different. It's much more hard-edged than the rest of the building.
okay, so to cut to the chase, the extension on the library, you're just suggesting should only go up through the 6th floor, the forward extension on the library, whereas the proposal
Goes all the way up.
is the 7th and 8th, well, the 7th floor, the 8th floor is only a half, right? So, basically, it seems that the critical difference between these 2 proposals is 1 extra floor on the sort of protrusion on the front, on the south side of the library, and 1 extra floor on the area that's above the music room, and obviously the retention of the music room, and I have to admit, I don't know what that niche is that you're talking about. So So, and whether or not it's a critical element in the design of the building or anything, I just don't know what that is. And then also the extension on the roof of the wrap that comes around the garden. Those are, the difference in the plan is quite minor, it seems to me, between these. We're talking one floor, which are very small floors, by the way, one floor on each of these elements, and if they simply took away those little things, then you'd be good? Is that what we're talking about?
We're talking about taking the second floor off of the pavilion. We're taking the floor, which we're putting one floor on top of the music room instead of two, and we are reducing the bulk of the top 3 floors of the library, enough to
Top
make
three
a
or
difference
top
when
one
you're in the
floor?
garden.
No, it's top 1 floor of the library, so
It's the two, it's at
there's
least two.
a 7th floor. No, 8 is
We've-
only half, right?
We've moved the 2 meeting rooms that were on the upper 2 floors, other than the penthouse. We moved them down and they're grouped together.
No,
And that
no, but
opens-
I'm
that
not
opens
talking
that up.
about the reworking of the program, because that's the part I'm having a lot of trouble with. Adjacencies are critical and all of that. What I'm looking at is, what is it that you and the opposition group find objectionable about this project? And it seems to be simply the 7th floor extension on the library, the addition, maybe, to the pavilion on that 1 floor, and 1 floor that is over the music room area. And I appreciate that it includes retaining the music room, but, which is a completely other subject. Really, it's another subject because it's on the interior, and I just want to add that this is an application for a zoning waiver, so we're looking at height, setback, lot coverage, rear yards, those kinds of things. So though I personally love the music room, and I don't know what the environmental quality review response will be from the Landmarks Commission and the SHPO officer, it is an interior space, right? And that's really a SHPO and a landmarks and a seeker question. The questions before us are, can you have more, they don't even need the floor area, can you have more lot coverage, can you have that site and height and setback waiver, et cetera, right? So let me ask you the question this way. When you have a client and the client says, this is a great plan, but the problem is, I have this critical need for a few things, and you didn't give them to me on my project. And you say, well, live without those critical things. Do you say live without the critical things, or you go back to the drawing board, and as you said, architecture is an iterative process. Sometimes you have to make decisions, compromises, so on. And so you might say to the client, I don't love it, but if you don't have that thing and you're telling me you can't function as an institution, I guess I have to figure out how to give you that thing. No?
Well, I think we figured out how to give them that thing, and it's by building more below grade. Now, you may be right that we can find a way to be closer to the current plan than we are, but as we studied it in the short time that we had, we wanted to make sure that we had at least shown that all of the spaces that they have could be accommodated. Number one. Number two, in all deference, little things can make big differences. And taking 1 floor off over the music room makes a big difference. Taking a little bit off of the top of the library makes a big difference. And taking the 2nd floor off of the pavilion makes a very big difference. All of those things make a difference. If I had my druthers, I'd like to do more. But we came trying to do something balanced. Namely, we understand that it's approved by Landmarks, even though I disagree with it. The other side of the coin is, how can we make something that maintains character of the building without changing the character of the building and still accommodates the expansion that is required? And I believe that by taking the 2nd floor off of the pavilion, taking 1 floor off of the top of the music room, and saving the music room, and taking a little bit off of the top of the library, when you add all those things up, it's something major. It makes a big difference, because all of a sudden, instead of changing the character of the building, we can maintain the character of the building by how we solve it architecturally.
Okay, so here's the thing. We're not the Landmarks Commission, remembering that, right? We're looking at neighborhood character, right? So if, and this isn't necessarily your job, though you can certainly help, but for Mr. Hiller, the argument really that's relevant isn't necessarily to be showing us that there's another way to make the programmatic meet the programmatic needs when we're having trouble seeing that this is meeting the programmatic needs by moving things around and having these strange adjacencies and spaces that are really too small to be usable and so on. It's more that how would the difference between what you're proposing and what they're proposing satisfy the requirement, or let's say prove to us that their proposal is not in character with the neighborhood, which is our finding, which is different than Landmarks, right? So we're not actually asked to look at the building, we're asked to look at neighborhood character, right? And so and to put it in perspective, if this was a completely different kind of a project, we'd be looking at what are the heights of the buildings in the neighborhood, what's going on, do we have this kind of massing, et cetera, et cetera. Those are the arguments that speak to whether it should be 2 stories or 3 stories of an addition, or whether that 7th floor on the library is the right way to go, and so on. I think that's a harder question.
I would say to you that this is neighborhood character. Granted, it merges with Landmarks, but it is neighborhood character, and this neighborhood has been characterized by the Frick as it exists now since 1935 or so, and everybody associates the character of the neighborhood with the Frick the way it is now. If you were to change that in a major way, which I think is what's happening if this project is approved, I think that a lot of us, when we're walking down Fifth Avenue or walking in Central Park, I think we're going to be very unhappy seeing the silhouette of the Frick changed.
Mr. Halpern, does your proposal eliminate any of the variances requested with this application?
I think I have not gotten into that. I believe it eliminates one of them.
It reduces the degree of the
Yeah,
variance.
I think it reduces I think it reduces.
Thank you very much. We know this is a
You know,
lot
I see
of
the rest
work.
of my beautiful presentation.
Well, we've turned all the pages, and there are a lot of people here to
Okay.
speak, so we should really move on. I do appreciate this. We know it's really a lot of work that you're doing probably, in your spare time.
I'm only going to show you that last one with the music room, saved.
Right, understood.
Great.
I'm just going to be very brief. And so, one of the things that I want to emphasize is that Mr. Halpern's design, as Madam Chair, you pointed out, is one that's been put together without the opportunity to meet with the Frick. And he's saying very clearly it's not necessarily a perfect design. But I did hear Mr. Halpern offer to meet with representatives of the Frick and with the architects, and we would encourage that to the extent the BSA is comfortable with it. We think the opportunity exists for a collaborative solution here. And that's really what we've endeavored to do here, is to come up with a solution that works for the community and could also work for the Frick. And if there are issues that, with respect to adjacencies or the other issues that have been raised, let's see if we can't work them out, because I think we're all much better off coming up with a collaborative solution than one in which we're banging each other's heads against the wall. I was going to have Mr. Dunphy address another design, but I think that given the time and given the full extent of discussion that's been had, we'd rather just submit that and proceed with the testimony. But before I go, I just have one more thing. I'm sorry, but I was given a letter from Sir Mark Rylance. He was, I think he was in the movie Bridge of Spies. Anyway, he wrote a letter and he wanted us to read it, so it's quick. If you just beg your indulgence here. It says, "To Chair Perlmutter and the Board of Standards and Appeals, music is the vapor of art," said Victor Hugo in his 1864 work, William Shakespeare. And it's a fitting statement when considering the Frick collection. This is the reason why John Russell Pope included the music room as an inextricable component of his design for Henry Clay Frick's legacy. The carefully designed music room, purposely placed within this Gilded Age mansion, provides a transportive experience to visitors. When I was artistic director of Shakespeare's Globe in London, it was important to accurately reconstruct and replicate an Elizabethan playhouse so that we could give the public an authentic experience. honoring traditions of the past. To destroy the Frick's replica of a 19th century music salon, which provides a unique cultural experience, chisels away a significant piece of what makes the Frick special. On each visit to the Frick, we are always awed by the fact that it is not only the works of art hanging on the walls within, it is the walls themselves, inclusive of the music room, that is the art. As you may know, I, Mark Rylance, I have made a study of Mr. Frick's life over 15 years, and been in the process of writing a play about him and his times. I am convinced his mansion is much more than an art collection. It is his work of art, a very personal work of art. Every detail is an expression of his character, his tragic loss of children, and his very particular love of form and classical tradition. This is why it is such a loved space. Destruction of this space would be a serious loss, which is why my wife, Claire Van Kampen, an accomplished writer, musician, and composer, and I are voicing our dissent. Together, we strongly urge you to consider the negative implications that the destruction of the music room and the proposed expansion will have on the community, as well as on your legacy as commissioners. Can you in your hearts ask whether Mr. Frick would approve and answer yes? You should only proceed if you can do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
We're going to start with speakers, so is there any elected officials or someone representatives of the community board? No? Okay, so you can start lining up, 3 minutes apiece. Thank you.
You need it.
On that side? Don't crowd all at once. When the group starts to come, you can start coming. Are you on my camera, love? You can just give it to us when you're ready. Speakers, if you want to speak in favor or opposed to the application, you have 3 minutes.
All right. We can take the first speaker.
Go ahead.
You can go ahead and
Come on, you
go
can go
ahead.
ahead.
Please state your name.
My name is Alita Camp, and although I am chair of
You're blocking
CB...
my camera, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
That's quite all right.
You're standing on my camera. Okay, there's too many of
Thank you.
them.
Okay. My name is Alita Camp, and although I am chair of CB8, I am testifying personally. Thank you for hearing my testimony. The BSA should deny the Frick's application for variances because it has not met its burden of supporting each of the required findings of Section 7221 with substantial evidence. Importantly, it fails to establish that these variances will not affect neighborhood character and that the buildings where the variance is granted would not add bulk. Central Park faces the west side of the Frick. When I walked on an east side path through the park, I was struck by what would be the bulk of the addition next to the library. I have seen a 3D model and am familiar with the relative bulk and sizes of the buildings. From the park, the nature of the proposed additions is obvious. There is no hiding behind other buildings and no minimization possible. The effect of the bulk the variances would enable on the visual nature of this currently harmonious museum would be substantial. Central Park is just as much a part of the Frick neighborhood as 71st or 70th Street and requires as much consideration. The horizontal lines of the house, the delicacy of the library are countered negatively by the proposals. The impact of the bulk on the nature of the museum itself must also be considered. The addition would diminish the museum as a house museum, and that would have an impact on the neighborhood. In context, the proposed addition is not just a building, it is a building that fundamentally turns the museum from a house museum into a larger enterprise, altering the texture of the neighborhood. The Frick has not established that it could not meet its needs without the variances. It has not established that below-grade areas, for example, could not be used for such purposes as education. While the Frick is to be applauded for the work it does with children, that is not a sufficient reason to grant the variances without considering whether the work can be done in a different space. No unique physical condition peculiar to and inherent in the zoning lot justify the variances sought. The burden is on the Frick to support the required findings with substantial evidence. It has not met this burden. In addition, the Frick has not been transparent in its presentation. In March, one of the witnesses, I believe Mr. Hiller's associate, testified that the Silman engineer concluded that below-grade space is usable. Madam Chair, you asked if the engineer had been in the building to make the determination. The Frick's answer, no, misled the public and the BSA. While I don't know if the engineer explored the building recently, he was sufficiently familiar with below-grade conditions from prior work on the Frick to consult with David Halpern on the feasibility of below-grade construction. Misleading information and manipulation have been a hallmark of the Frick's quest for variances. The Frick misled CB8 at its land use meeting when asked whether the variances were necessary for ADA accessibility. The Frick responded yes. The untrue response confused the board, leading to the board taking no position. A heated dispute on this very point underscores the lack of transparency. I urge the BSA to refuse to reward the Frick for providing misleading information, providing incorrect responses, and allowing confusion to reign. I ask that the Frick's administrators are a guardian, if you will, of the Frick for the public interest and the public good. The BSA is a guardian as well in your role. I have one more second. This is not, or one more second, this is not a private space, but one that is a vital cultural organization. As such, its variance request deserves vigorous review.
I just have one comment. You're representing what the community board decided, but you're not
I'm not,
representing
no, because the community
board.
board took no position. What happened was, there was a motion to disapprove
Yes.
the variances request, because I believe the Frick confused the board by allowing it to believe that
No, but see, now you're representing the board, so I need to
because
make
someone
clear-
changed her point of view.
No, so this is
I'm
the
sorry.
part I need to
Okay.
clarify. You have your own position.
Yes.
But you cannot represent what the board thought, because unless you're testifying on behalf of the board, you can't imply what the board thought, or if it was confused or whatever. And if you want to do that, then you need to have a letter on letterhead from the community board.
But I could
okay?
relate what my experiences was and what I saw and what someone had told me. And my observation from chairing that particular committee meeting, and all land use meetings right now, is that the board seemed to be confused. And when I mentioned that ADA accessibility
All
and
right,
the
I think we need to
variances.
cut it off there, because I'm afraid that it is representing what the board thought, and you can't know what the whole board
I don't
thought.
know.
It's your impression
You're correct,
of what
it
happened.
is, but
Okay.
someone changed her
Okay,
vote.
I think we're done now.
But
So
that-
please.
I just
Thank
wanted
you
to
very
explain
much.
why I took no position.
Okay, thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Yes, the community board wants to.
Hello, my name is Catherine McBride. I live at 371st Street, right across
Her
from
mic
the
down.
Yeah.
And we're gonna adjust your mic so we can hear you.
Yeah. It's just that the mic is too high.
So submit a letter of writing to
Hello, my name is Catherine McBride. I live at 371st Street, right across from the Frick. I think that you should not approve of the variances because what they are planning to do is build outward. And because we live in a historic neighborhood, and the Frick is a historical building, if you build, no one will ever be able to see what it really looked like. Another cause is them destroying the world's famous music room. I think you should not destroy it because once you destroy it, they are going to build a box-like structure and make it into a gallery. The upper part will be turned into more offices. The Frick said that they would not increase the amount of people attending, but at my old school, they said the same exact thing because they were in need of a renovation too. But they still made the class sizes bigger with more people. How do we know that the Frick is not going to do the same thing? Please deny the variances that they are requesting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job, Kat.
Yeah. What school do you go to, Kat? Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
My name is Catherine Brister. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I live at 2 East 70th Street, across from the Frick. I'm a member of the board of directors of my building, and also vice president of the Block Association. As other people have discussed today, we oppose granting of the variances that the Frick is seeking without an EIS and/or the Frick's commitment to implement reasonable mitigation measures. No matter what the Frick says, their proposed construction will have a significant, long-lasting negative effect on the quality of life in our neighborhood. The Frick, I haven't seen their construction schedule, but in the past have privately acknowledged that it's going to take more than 2 years to do this project. In fact, moving the artwork in and out alone will take three months on either end. And we asked the Frick, because we didn't oppose the project, to agree in advance to certain best practices construction techniques to minimize dust, noise, air pollution, and the other negative effects of the construction. They've refused to do that, and they also haven't shared in any transparent way the results of the studies, and others have made the point that their studies maybe haven't even been complete. The Frick has a very cavalier attitude towards its neighbors, and I think this is perhaps best reflected by a letter that was sent on behalf of the Frick to, I guess, potential friends of the Frick. And in that letter, the Frick asks people to send letters to you, members of the BSA, in support of its construction plan. And in it, they describe the plan as being, quote, opposed by immediate neighbors objecting to dust and noise, paren, hello, dash, this is New York, exclamation point, close paren, quote. Yes, this is New York. We all live with dust and noise constantly. This is not a small project. The Frick's plan may and probably will be good for the Frick, but it's going to disrupt a very quiet residential neighborhood for years. They need to agree in advance to use best practices, construction practices, or undergo further studies. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
My name is Elizabeth Eveyard, and I am the chair of the Board of Trustees of the Frick Collection. We have a letter in support of our building project from Philippe de Montebello, who was director of the Metropolitan Museum of Art for 31 years and is currently chair of the Hispanic Society Museum and Library. As the letter is lengthy, I would like to just read some excerpts. A complete copy of the letter will be submitted to the BSA at the end of the hearing. So, thank you. I quote, "Having seen the Frick's plan, I would say that it is comprehensive, elegant, and provides the institution with the space and flexibility it needs to carry out its mission, to serve both its current audience as well as future ones. I cherish the unique, intimate experience of art that the Frick Collection offers, and am satisfied that this experience will not be compromised in any way by the proposed expansion. On the contrary, by opening up the second floor of the historic mansion where the Frick family formerly resided and using those rooms as galleries, the Frick will be able to display more of its holdings and in a setting that is appropriate to the smaller works in its collection. In the same vein, the Frick will create improved temporary exhibition galleries on the main floor so that they may be able to put an end to the unfortunate practice of withdrawing works from the permanent collection in order to accommodate loan exhibitions. Because these galleries will be adjacent to the permanent collection, visitors will be able to move easily between them, which is especially important because there is a direct relationship between the permanent collection and the temporary exhibits at the Frick. Today, museum visitors do not want to passively observe artworks, but rather want to more actively engage with them and the institutions where they are housed. There is much emphasis on the visitor experience and visitor engagement. Education has become a central function within museums, mediating between the objects and the public to cultivate the next generation of museum goers, artists, and scholars by offering lectures, short courses, and tours tailored to their audiences. Cramming education rooms into basement spaces is not acceptable for a world-class institution such as the Frick. Indeed, at the Met, the Uris Center was created as a welcoming, multi-purpose facility and a gateway to the Met Galleries. In the same way, the proposed dedicated education center at the Frick, by being centrally located on the main floor in a light-filled space, clearly demonstrates the importance of education and allows the Frick to better serve its current audience while affording it the opportunities to serve new ones. Museums today cannot sit still. They have many demands placed on them and need to be able to respond to the needs of today's audiences while preparing to meet those of future patrons. I have only touched upon the main features of the Frick's proposed expansion, but I believe overall it will not compromise the unique, intimate experience of art that the Frick Collection offers, but will allow it to continue to be a world-class museum that serves the needs of a 21st century audience. Very truly yours, Philippe de Montebello.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Fife Symington, and I am the great-great-grandson of Henry Clay Frick and a member of the Board of Trustees. I, along with all the other members of the extended Frick family that have taken the time and energy to serve on the Board of Trustees and further the vision of the collection, stand solidly behind this plan. The proposed addition and renovation was developed through an extensive collaborative process, and I am delighted with the results. The board worked very hard on it. Staff was very involved. All of the many visitors that come to the Frick gave us their suggestions, and we heard what they had to say, and I'm delighted with the results and the work that Annabelle Sellerdorf and her team have done coming up with the proposed addition. One of the great things about it is opening up the second floor of the Frick for the first time in its history to all of the visitors of the collection. For the first time, everyone that walks in the door is going to be able to go up the grand staircase and see what all the rooms were like on the second floor. And richly constructed rooms that we will now use to house a lot of the collection that can't be displayed all the time. And it will further enrich the experience for all guests that come to the museum. But I think the thing that I am most proud of when it comes to this plan is how much we've focused on education. A lot of people don't realize it, but currently 2,000 New York City school children visit the Frick every single year. This is important because it was one of the original mandates that Henry Clay Frick gave the institution, is that it was to advance the education of art history. And clearly this is, for many of these school children, this is their first introduction to art history. For some of them, it's probably their first trip to any museum ever. And this new design creates a dedicated educational center to enhance that student experience, and while simultaneously maintaining the serene calm of the galleries themselves, so that now the children can come, they can learn, their teachers can interact with them before they visit the galleries, then they can stroll through the museum as if they were any other visitor, and then after their tour to the museum, they can debrief in this education center. So I think we have a lot to be proud of in the way that we have built a really robust education program at the Frick, and I hope you support this proposed extension. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good afternoon. I'm Peter Blanchard III. I'm the great-grandson of Henry Clay Frick. And along with Helen Clay Chase, who's President Emeritus, and J. Fife Symington IV, who just spoke, and Emily T. Frick, who are all family members that are board members, we've written this following letter. We, the undersigned members of the Frick family, are delighted to give our enthusiastic support to the proposed design of the Frick Collection by Sellerdorf Architects. This plan, reflective of community feedback and carefully considered through many iterations by the Board of Trustees and staff alike, imaginatively readapts existing spaces and sympathetically makes additions and upgrades that are necessary to ensure the continuation of Henry Clay Frick's legacy and that of his daughter, Helen Clay Frick, who founded the Frick Art Reference Library. Henry Clay Frick intended that his house and art should become a museum, and that the Frick should foster the study of fine arts and advance the general knowledge of kindred subjects. The current plan furthers that vision by opening up more of the house for the display of art and by providing dedicated spaces for public education programs. In addition, it provides improved visitor amenities and access for all, including those with disabilities. Significantly, the plan takes advantage of the timely opportunity to upgrade the infrastructure of the buildings that are now between 80 and 100 years old. It provides critical space for conservation studios so that the staff can adequately care for the house, the art collection, and the library holdings. Indeed, this plan will meet the long-term needs of the museum and library, which have been identified by the Frick's Board of Trustees, allowing us to preserve the institution's landmark buildings and irreplaceable works of art for future generations. We are especially pleased that the distinctive character of the beloved galleries will be preserved, as will the collection's open space, its outside gardens, and interior garden court. The plan will result in an elegantly cohesive structure, appropriate in spirit and scale to the existing museum and library, as well as to the Upper East Side Historic District. We proudly lend our support to the plan of the Sellerdorf Architects in the hope that the Board of Standards and Appeals will offer its approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Blanchard. Mr. Blanchard, have you submitted, over here, have you submitted that letter into the record?
Possibly an early version of it, but just in case?
Yes, sure. Could you hand it to me? I can take it. That's fine. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. I'm Martha Frick Sanger, and I'm a great-granddaughter of Henry Clay Frick. I am a Frick historian. I have written 3 critically acclaimed books on the Frick family, one on Henry Clay Frick, one on the Frick houses, and one on Helen Frick, Henry Clay Frick's daughter. I think that in listening to this lengthy discussion about the Seldorf plan, what is really missed here is a sense of what the house itself is. Henry Clay Frick left his house and his collection to the public benefit, but nobody has mentioned at all what the house is all about. Mark Rylance's letter does speak to particularly the music room and feeling the vibrations of the family life that was lived in the walls, but nobody has spoken specifically to the potential damage to the house itself and the memory of that house. It is a single-family house. My great-grandparents lived there. Helen Frick, their daughter, lived there. My mother, as a 2-year-old, was there just as Henry Clay Frick was dying. We all have been in the house many, many times when it's closed to visitors. We have many memories of this house and really treasure everything about it. Specifically, I want to address the music room. What is missing in these testimonies is the Fricks not only personally played musical instruments, they supported musical scholars and artists. It was always part of the Frick family life, and there was no way when he built 1 East 70th Street, now the Frick Collection, to have a music room, because the music room that John Russell Pope added would have taken up their driveway. So that wouldn't have made any sense at all. And that is why Pope added the music room. There was an orchestrion at Pittsburgh Clayton, an organ at Eagle Rock, and organ at the Frick Collection. The latter 2 were played daily when the Fricks were in residence, and Frick's organist Archer Gibson received an annual salary of $15,000. That would be $373,000 in 2018 money. Frick played the violin at dances during his youth. He invited John Philip Sousa to play at Eagle Rock parties, where he also had concerts, and he supported the Pittsburgh Orchestra. Helen herself was an accomplished pianist. She sponsored music students, invited musicians to play the piano at Pittsburgh Clayton. Even when in her 90s and she was deaf, she pretended to listen to the music and clapped at all the appropriate spots, the highlights of the pieces. She knew music that well. And she taught me to play Annie Laurie on the piano. I want to explain, and I don't probably have time, but there are at least 10 paintings in the Frick collection that were added either by Frick, Helen, or later my mother when she was a trustee, that speak directly to the love of music. If I have time, I will list them.
Unfortunately, I'm sorry. With respect to the people who have also been waiting with you, I'd have to ask that you finish your statement.
Okay.
But we can take your written.
Yes.
Oh,
It's okay.
Or
Can
you
I send it?
Yes.
Can I
you
send it?
email it.
All
Yes,
right.
You can send it when it's in the
All
proper
right,
form.
so, but in closing, I would like to invite Madam Chairman and the board members to come to the Frick with me. You've been there to do architecture. I'd like you to come with me and understand the house, how this family lived with it and their art, and the very special feeling that that place has that you feel and may not know through a written word. And I urge this commission to go underground, reduce the bulk of this thing that's been presented and go underground. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Sincere Smith.
Sorry, say it again.
Sincere Smith.
Okay.
First, thank you for your patience and your service in this process. As our cities are growing, urban design is even more important. It is important we do our best to be thought leaders as other cities grow and will deal with these issues. I value art, music, and the Frick, and understand their institutional needs. I vehemently oppose the variances they are seeking. The project is excessive in scope and could easily be adjusted to minimize the zoning variances they are requesting, while still providing adequate expansion space to meet their programmatic and ADA compliance needs. To clarify, the Frick does not need a special variance to be ADA compliant, as they stated at community board meetings. The variances they are requesting are solely so they can expand their institutional and commercial wishes. The issue of wants versus needs must be addressed. Can you please help us get to a place where the Frick's needs can be met with minimal change and the wants can be eliminated? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
My testimony is illustrated.
State your name, please.
Oh, of course.
And could you grab the mic, because otherwise we won't be able to hear you.
Oh,
Why don't you say your name?
My name is Theodore Grunwald. I'm Vice President of the Committee to Save the New York Public Library. Our organization initiated the successful 2013 lawsuit against the trustees of the New York Public Library and their proposal to demolish the stacks at Carrere and Hastings 42nd Street Research Library.
Now, do you want to give us those papers?
And yes, and by the way, my testimony will also show, it'll reveal the mystery of the niche. There's a photograph of the niche.
This is you submitted this testimony in email version?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, okay, this morning. Yeah.
Okay. To complete the package, thank you.
Yeah, and maybe if you have an extra, yeah.
Yeah.
So may I begin?
Yes, please.
Okay. As the New York Public Library proposed to rip out its heart and sacrifice it to the gods of efficiency upon the altar of expansion, so too the Frick plans to destroy what defines it. While the Frick collection is a monument, it is not a dead one. No one objects to the Frick's expansion. It is both erroneous and disingenuous to characterize opposition as NIMBYism. Compellingly possible and preferable alternatives exist, such as an organic expansion to the east of the Russell Page Garden into the adjacent townhouse, now for sale, and underground. John Russell Pope's intimate, top-lit music room, an international locus for chamber music, beloved for generations, has been in heavy demand as a chamber concert venue for world premieres, and for recordings since its completion, proving its flawless acoustics. Demolition of the Frick's music room to make way for a bland, low-ceiled gallery on the main floor for administrative offices on the second, and its replacement with an enlarged underground concert hall, isolated and disconnected from the Frick's mansion's interiors, is, as I have been quoted as saying in the New York Times, an erasure of New York City's cultural and civic memory. Architecture critic Paul Goldberger agrees with me and says that although I have supported the Frick's latest renovation plan, I have become convinced that it should be revised further to save John Russell Pope's exquisite music room. As noted music critic Anthony Tomasini observed, the Frick Music Room is uniquely suited to chamber music, with which it is historically conceived for, and as the name of the genre suggests, salons and intimate rooms. Hearing chamber music in Pope's music room at the heart of the Frick is the closest that New Yorkers from all walks of life, students, artists, children, can get to hearing chamber music in a true 18th and 19th century fashion, in a salon in a great city mansion. The music room is also a true multi-purpose space. John Russell Pope ingeniously and intentionally designed it to be both a music space for recitals, for lectures, and as a gallery. It's a genius move when you think of how many halls in how many museums that sit dark, empty, and unused when they're not being used for performances. And just to wrap this up, gutting the Frick's reception hall, an extremely early, important example of postmodernism, treats John Barrington Bailey's pavilion as merely a limestone pastry shell, to be refilled, ignoring its integral visual and spatial connection to the Page Garden, seemingly transporting a complete Louis XIV style pavilion straight from Versailles to New York, the reception hall was conceived of as the perfect 18th century picture frame, a period-style room mirrored along its long axis in the interior
Mr. Grunwald, if you
and
could wrap
mirrored
up.
on the exterior as well. And to conclude, I will wrap it up.
Thank you.
Thank you. I urge this commission, it's essential for the BSA to evaluate today's proposal in light of the potentially catastrophic effect upon these two irreplaceable spaces, and to prevail upon the Frick to adjust and compromise, as they did with the Russell Page Garden. For the over 3,500 people who have signed our petition at SaveTheFrick.org, we agree that the reception hall should be saved and organically reintegrated into the Seldorf Frick Collection Expansion Plan. I urge this body to do the same. Thank you very much.
Thank
Next
you.
speaker,
Next
please.
speaker, please.
No, he's one who's emailed it.
Good afternoon. My name is Christy Mastrangeli, and I'm here to support the Frick.
The mic down a little bit.
Sorry. I'm here to support the Frick expansion. For sake of brevity, I'm not going to remunerate all the numbers that I had in regards to the education, because the Frick family has done it much more eloquently than I have. I just wanted to let you know that in 1984, I moved to New York. It was the first time I had ever been exposed to museums and art galleries ever in my life, and I was rather old at that point. And I was introduced to the Frick in 1986. It is my best friend. I also expect that the education system, the 2,000 children that go through the Frick, it's a drop in the bucket to what is the millions of children in New York City. But I'm sure they want to expand this so that they can do, and that you don't want to put them in a basement, as I can attest. Also, I want to say that I think that for what they've done, that it's the best that they can do, and I've listened to both sides. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Deborah Davis, and I am a community member on the Upper East Side. Thank you for the opportunity to come and listen to both sides of the argument. This is my second time I was here in May as well. I want to say that listening to Martha Frick Sanger, I don't know the museum the way she does. I wish I did. In fact, I'm new to the area. I've been in the Upper East Side now for 5 years. But the museums and the museum culture is what brought me to the Upper East Side. There are many exciting places to live in New York, but the history, the community, the significance is what really brought me and my family there. I wish I could have gone to that museum as a child. I couldn't, but I've taken my daughter. My daughter is 12, and I've seen her light up looking at the music room. And when I hear Martha talk about her experiences, I wish I could invite myself with you on that trip. That's what I want to see. And the challenge is, if you materially edit the space, you lose that community, you lose that history, and even the possibility to see it in the future. That story goes away, and it's now something that we can only talk about and say, oh, once upon a time this happened. I also had a pretty major issue with the concept that was brought up, the argument that was brought up earlier, that somehow the music room, since it was added a little bit later than the original structure, was somehow disposable. And, I don't think that's the case at all. In fact, listening to Martha talk about her own experience there, it's part of the art, it's part of the experience. It's the permanent collection and the permanent structure. When there was a discussion then made that putting in these traveling exhibitions were challenging, time-consuming, I understand that, and I respect that the museum goes through that so that we can have a wonderful experience. But honestly, cheap and easy aren't two adjectives that I ever want to associate with a museum and why they're doing something to make it easier and less expensive going forward. So in closing, I believe that the Frick the Frick hasn't changed my mind that they can't make these changes without the variances required. We have an opportunity to preserve a vital part of history in this city. I don't want to go to a museum that's been McMansioned. If I want a large-scale format museum, I'll go to that museum. If I want a personal, intimate experience that's part of the community that I chose to move to, I go to the Frick. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Christabel Goff from the Society for the Architecture of the City. And we're a historic preservation advocacy group, all volunteer. Okay, we have a statement. Block 1385 is an unusual survivor from the past, retaining a scale and architectural consistency that is rare on the Upper East Side of Manhattan. Since the 1970s, there has been civic concern about the stability of this area in terms of neighborhood character and architectural values. Since 1973, various attempts have been made to preserve it: the Special Madison Avenue Preservation District, the Special Park Improvement District, followed by the Historic District in 1981, together with the Limited Height District. Community support for these actions was and is unusually strong. Current environmental review has leaned heavily on the LPC approval for the Frick's expansion. Former Chairwoman Srinivasan was apparently convinced that the museum's assessment of its needs was the highest priority and looked favorably on the application, despite its zoning impacts and the lost integrity of beautiful architectural massing developed by a succession of superb practitioners. She is now a member of the firm that represents the museum, Kramer Levin. Breaking the zoning of this block has not always been seen as something the LPC could recommend. Allowing expansion in this special location has not been a policy in the past. In 1982, on Block 1385, the Commission rejected a rooftop addition at 22 East 71st Street, designed by architects Agrest and Gandelsonas. At that time, this firm enjoyed a stellar reputation in intellectual circles, just as the current architect does now. And the pressure to approve that submission was intense. However, the LPC found that, among other considerations, the proposed addition violated the regulations of the newly created Limited Height District within the Historic District. Of course, in approving or denying applications, the LPC was not necessarily bound by such zoning constraints. But in that case, they preferred to honor them in the public interest for the preservation of the special character of the block. The Society for the Architecture of the City opposed the Frick application at the LPC, believing that the expansion was an unnecessary project to transform what was originally conceived of as an exquisite, small, private collection open to the public, and to make it a player in the museum mile with food service, education facilities, ever-expanding office space, on-site conservation facilities.
Please wrap up.
Yes, I've got one more sentence. With interior alterations specifying the loss of the celebrated music room. That was not what the donor intended, nor is there any shortage of such facilities on the Upper East Side. We hope the BSA will not approve this.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Dear members of the board, hello. My name is Sasha Bear.
I'm sorry, just one Can you pull the mic right to your, and repeat your name?
Okay, my name is Sasha Behrens. I am 15 years old and have lived on 70th and Madison for the last 12 years. I want to tell you why I think adding certain additions to the Frick Museum would be detrimental to our community. I have been fortunate enough to travel to many different cities. I have visited several monuments and museums in these cities. Throughout all the different places I visited, I was able to enjoy them in full glory because they chose to preserve their history and preserve their city. These cities have had to modernize over hundreds of years, but citizens have tried very hard not to take away from the experience of seeing the culture and history of their city from the residents or tourists as it was originally built. It is my observation that these monuments have been for the most part left the way they were originally created. If something is beautiful, why can't we keep it the way it was first created? I understand that it is important to renovate, restore, and preserve, but it is our right to improve it or fundamentally change something. What would Mr. Carrere or Mr. Hastings say? Would Mr. Frick approve? What is wrong with leaving the collection as it was originally intended? I think building the cafe next to the library and getting rid of the music room is truly irresponsible.
For 80 years, New York audiences, as well as the performers, have adored the music room. It is the closest thing to a 19th century salon this city has to offer. This is taking away the learning from people now and generations to come. Rare books would become endangered by vermin from the cafe next door. I am not sure why this cafe is necessary to enjoy the museum in full. How will this cafe help feed the neighborhood's homeless, including the dozen of homeless men and women that live half a block away on the church steps? This is not to say that all expansion plans are irresponsible. Some of them could be beneficial to New Yorkers and make the Frick more welcoming to a larger audience. I understand that one of the main issues with this expansion is that it will be an annoyance to the area's residents. New Yorkers will have to deal with the traffic and noise for 3 years. The noise and congestion, traffic and construction will go away, but most importantly, the changes made to the Frick will be permanent. This is why the Frick expansion that is planned will be disastrous to New Yorkers. Thank you for having me today and giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'm Ned Van Zant. I'm a New Yorker. I'm an actor. Years ago, my friend, the composer John Coriano, took me to the Frick for the first time. I marveled at the music room. From what I've heard today, I've listened to everything. There are other solutions than what the board is proposing. The idea that it could expand to the empty townhouse next to the Frick, or to east, buildings east. There just seems so many solutions other than destroying the silhouette of this building and what this place was originally intended to be. It's a jewel in New York, and we're losing too many places like this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Jill Usden. There's no other place like the Frick in New York City, in particular the music room. I believe the demolition of this space would be a huge loss, not just for our immediate community, but also for those who live far away and come from great distances to see this truly unique New York City institution. We must keep the Frick the way it was intended to be, a little jewel in the middle of the frantic hustle and bustle of New York City. The prospect of the demolition of the music room truly saddens me because it is one of the last timeless spaces in the city. Expanding the Frick as proposed would be the end of a quietly beautiful New York City establishment and the end of an era. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Marla Sabo. Madam Chair and the Board, I'm here to respectfully request that the BSA deny approval of the Frick request for multiple variances to land use regulations. So much has been said. I'll be brief. This request for denial is not meant to oppose ADA compliance, flow within the institution, or to handcuff the institution's progress and growth. Rather, the denial of approval is meant to result in the Frick finally being forced to take a serious look at alternatives to the proposed invasive additions to the structure. Madam Chair, you opened with the music room. As you heard, there are viable alternatives to the proposed rooftop addition that will destroy the beloved music room and obscure landmark elements of the exterior buildings. There are townhouses adjacent to the property that are available, and it is common practice in business to relocate administrative and financial functions off-site. Secondly, a more extensive excavation plan is possible. It was outlined 4 years ago, I believe, by Silman, and Buyer Blinder Bell was part of this original evaluation as well. Whether one accepts all facets of Halpern, his plan does demonstrate viable alternatives to consider. Thank you for this consideration and ongoing evaluation of this plan. The Frick has many options to enable the growth of the institution without executing a plan that requires approval for significant variances. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon.
My name is Jane Berger, and I've lived in the area for most of my life. First of all, I'd like to say that the Frick has not been communicative with the community. In fact, on the contrary, they have gone out of their way to try and push through this development plan and have occasionally given us bits and pieces so that we could see what was going on. As a Broadway producer and professional in the arts, I'm dedicated to fostering new ideas and furthering education. I'm also a strong advocate of the preservation of historic landmark buildings. There are many foibles in the proposed Frick plans. However, one of the most egregious ones is the proposed demolition of the world-class domed, acoustically perfect music room. Why would the Frick do that? Because they claim they need more administrative offices and gallery space. I'm not opposed to the Frick satisfying their programmatic needs, but it is inexplicable to me that they would even consider destroying this one-of-a-kind New York City historic concert space, which is a world-renowned jewel in the stunning home of Henry Clay Frick. Many of the century's greatest artists have performed in the music room, including New York debuts of nationally and internationally acclaimed musicians such as Arturo Schnabel, Joseph Moog, and the Beaux-Arts Trio. The concerts have been broadcast on WQXR. There have been salon evenings inspired by the House Collection, in which guest speakers with world-famous quartets have played, dancers have performed in this perfect setting. As a producer, I'm always looking for unique venues. Here we have one which cannot be replicated. It must not be destroyed. To add insult to injury, the Frick is planning on replacing the space with a modern box-like music room with a flat ceiling so that administrative offices can be above it. Following Annabelle Seldorf's plans, David Hepburn has shown alternative ways of accomplishing what is needed. Surely a compromise can be met. The Frick Museum, with its domed ceiling and perfect acoustics, is a treasured work of art itself within the historical mansion. A classic salon in which world-famous artists have performed, it is a unique space which cannot be replicated. With the recent surge of demolition in this name of progress, it is imperative we retain our quickly disappearing existing treasures. The Frick website rightfully extols the virtue of the famous music room, saying, quote, "Many of the century's greatest artists have performed in the music room, including New York debuts of nationally and internationally acclaimed musicians," unquote. I implore you to keep that legacy. I'm opposed to the unnecessary reconfiguration of a historic landmark in a historic landmark district. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
My name is Leslie Samuels, and I'm president of the East 70th Street Block Association. As discussed by our counsel, Steve Cass, the association opposes the requested variances because the proposed project will have significant adverse environmental impacts during its prolonged construction period. The construction will generate high noise levels and air emissions that will have a real and substantial impact on the neighborhood. A targeted EIS is essential to understand fully the construction impacts and to evaluate mitigation measures. Mr. Cass, in his May 3rd letter to the BSA, attached the association's correspondence with the Frick regarding specific requested measures to reduce noise and air pollution during construction. The Frick responded that these requests are not unreasonable. Moreover, the Frick's consultants included many of these reasonable mitigation measures in the EAS and in supplements to justify the Frick's request for a negative declaration. But inexplicably, the Frick has not agreed to follow those measures. The association has requested details of modeling used by the Frick's consultants for predicting noise levels, including noise reflections and abatement levels assumed. A full response unfortunately, has not been forthcoming. The Frick should not be rewarded for stonewalling the public. A targeted EIS is the remedy. Finally, the Frick's assertion that the construction period will be 2 years is very suspect. Examples from the public record of relatively recent renovations of historic museum buildings tell a different story. Cooper Hewitt renovation, 3 years. Morgan Library renovation, almost 3 years. Noy Gallery, 4 years. It seems clear that a reasonable worst-case Frick construction scenario will exceed 2 years. The BSA should assume a long and intense construction period and require a EIS, targeted EIS. If the Frick and its contractors are so confident, and the chair mentioned a schedule of 2 years, if they're so confident, they really believe that, then they should, in good faith, put money where their mouth is. If the period is longer than 2 years, absent force majeure, liquidated damages should be paid to the city and to preservation groups. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Harris. I live on Broadway and 74th Street. Again, in a 100-year-old building, which they're about to put a 2-year scaffolding on. Preservation of our historic buildings is a fact of life. So I've heard people talk about the discomfort, but it's more discomfort to see them turn into shambles, as I have in other cities around the world. If you look at what's happened in Budapest and Buenos Aires and other places, beautiful structures have turned into ruin because they're not adequately cared for. What we have now is a proposal of enormous intangible cultural benefit to the city of New York with minimal request for variance to accomplish the goals and to move forward on a program that will take us into the next 100 years. They talk about they don't need a cafe. The opposition says they don't need a cafe. As I get older, I find that I can't do the California Speedway gallery tour anymore, but I need a place where I can stop occasionally and have a coffee before resuming my appreciation of the art, and especially in the Frick. In the Frick, you don't go through it like it's a California Speedway. I think that's where they got the stats from. Elevators are essential to the elderly, and I heard them deprecate the advantage of elevators. There's been a lot of talk about the music room, and I think that's probably one of the most controversial things about all of this. But very little about opening up a larger space, but still maintain an intimacy, and what that would do for potential presentations. I am the treasurer of the Salmagundi Art Club, which is an old club on Fifth Avenue at 47th. It's been there for 100 years. I understand some of the problems of these old buildings. I'm speaking individually today, not representing the club. But I'm very sympathetic to what they're trying to accomplish. And I would urge you, preserve the momentum on this and approve the proposal that's submitted and give them the variances, the small variances they're asking for this enormous cultural benefit that they're offering. Please, I urge you to get behind the project. Thank you very much for
Thank you.
It's been a long day.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, good afternoon. Tim Dunphy, attorney and architect. I'm appearing as a private citizen right now, but I am of the firm Heller PC, so I don't think you'll be surprised that I'm in opposition. Just a couple of comments. The digital art history, there were questions about that, and why would you have it adjacent to some other uses? It's proposed to be on the floor of the cafe, the retail stockroom, and cafe support. So it's not isolated by itself, and I just wanted to point that out. I wanted to point out...
Can't hear you.
If you can raise the, there you go.
Really?
Or maybe hold it closer to you.
My wife will be surprised that I wasn't heard. So I'll just repeat: the digital art history, retail stockroom, cafe support, and cafe are all located on the same floor in the proposed plan. Another issue that was brought up was waterproofing regarding books below grade. Right now, in the plan that was submitted to you, there is storage of books below grade underneath the fountain, the interior court fountain. So I don't think that's an impracticability. Let's see, okay. The other thing is the addition, the music room keeps being referred to as a 1935 addition. So is the fountain, the garden court. So is the oval room. So is the East Gallery. And so is the library itself. If we're not going to look at this building as it exists cohesively and just say we're saving the mansion and anything else that was in addition, poo-poo, that opens up a lot, and I don't think we want to do that. The other thing, and this is just purely personal as an architect, when I continuously hear that the glass between two masses, which aren't identical actually, they're pretty bad, they don't match each other. When I hear that referred to as a transparent bridge, my skin crawls, okay? Because a transparent bridge would have glass on both sides. This doesn't. Each of the uses inside is unique, so it's not this beautiful transparent glass. And Richard Meyer, I remember attending a lecture of his, and he said the most important thing he ever learned, and he uses a lot of glass, is that glass is not a transparent material. It's a reflective material. So what's going to happen to that nice little 70th Street garden? You're going to get glare. Okay, so when I just hear that, that's a very personal thing. The other thing is, I just want to mention, comparing this to other museums, I just want to mention that 32 Frick exhibition spaces can fit in the Met. The proposal will narrow that down to 25. But each museum is unique. The American Association of Museums, which the applicant points to consistently, mentions that in all of their literature and the books that I've read they've published. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Judith Schneider. Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and Commissioners. I have come to express my support for the current plan before you today, which I think blends in with the neighborhood and the community surrounding it. As a member of the community, I've gone to hours of presentations by the museum, and they have listened to the many voices of the community in coming up with the current plan. At the Community Board 8 meetings in the previous plan, the garden was removed, and now it is an integral part of the plan and will be able to be viewed from more locations from within the museum. I say bravo, Frick, for listening to the community. The entrance is truly enhanced, and by making it ADA accessible, the entire community will have access, as well as having the same accessibility inside the museum. The one and only Frick collection serves a worldwide community dramatically larger than when it opened. If the museum fails to adapt the interior as well as the exterior, it will perish. The current proposal is modest in scope and preserves the vision of Henry Clay Frick. Again, I personally view the exterior changes to blend in with the community. And as I stated in prior testimony, I would be more than happy to be living on either 70th or 71st Street when the museum is complete. Thank you for hearing my testimony.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good late afternoon, Commissioners, Chairman. My name is Barry Schneider. That was Judy Schneider. Today you can call us Frick and Frack. Never mind. I'm here to support the application of the Frick collection to enlarge the museum and art reference library. I'll be very brief. I applaud the sensitive solution the Frick has presented. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Linda Jesselson. Good afternoon, Madam Chairperson and members of the BSA Board. I am a longstanding supporter of the Frick Museum.
Could you move the mic up? I'm sorry to interrupt you. Thank you, dear.
I am a longstanding supporter of the Frick Museum and live in the neighborhood. In keeping with the standard of review regarding variances, the Frick has not met their standard, which requires variances to alleviate a hardship based on any alleged inability to satisfy programmatic needs. In the interest of time, I'll just talk about one area that's particularly disturbing to me. The destruction of the music room to enable construction over the room and increase the existing capacity is not a necessity. Expansion is not a necessity, and maintaining capacity at status quo is not a hardship. Destroying the treasured music room is incomprehensible. The room has been written about as one of the finest auditory spaces and serves as a unique and charming space to hear intimate concerts. There are other feasible alternatives, and some of them have been mentioned today. Alternatives such as placing office space in a nearby building, which currently is the Met Breuer, and adjacent townhouses that are also currently available. I also want to add that viewing of the second floor quarters was not the original intent of the family, and I think that was addressed by Martha Clay Sager. Thank you for your time and for your hopefully positive decision.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Miriam Clipper. I've lived my whole life on the Upper East Side, and I've always loved the Frick, including when I was a child. And I urge everyone on this board who's heard everyone speak of the music room and their love of the Frick to go and visit the music room. I wish that students would be invited to hear a chamber music concert in that music room. It would be life-changing, the whole ambiance, the sound of the music. I also wish to add to what Martha Frick Sanger said, to have a tour of the Frick, but also go out in Central Park at sunset and see the sun setting from the west reflected on the western wall of the Frick Reference Library. The Frick Reference Library will be covered in half of the 6 pedimented windows would be shielded by this extension on the roof of the music room that will have been destroyed in the present plan, and I am very much opposed to it. So please, I beg you to have a look, take the tour, and thank you for your wonderful patience.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is John Clipper. I'm here to urge the board to reject the current proposal. There are alternatives as presented here. There are environmental considerations as presented here. The two parties should be required to work collaboratively to come up with a solution that pleases everybody in the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Pat Lunka, and I'm a resident in the area. Thank you all for the time and effort you're spending on this proposal, understanding it, and the related objections. You are all truly engaged, and I think everyone appreciates that. I fully support the Frick's need to upgrade facilities to meet its programmatic mission. All businesses and institutions must reinvest to remain relevant and for the future and for just general wear and tear. I think the key objection in this case is one of overreach. The Frick has hired a very skillful, world-renowned architectural firm to lead it in its renovations and expansion. I think, as is often the case with renovations, needs morph into wants and renovations evolve into significant expansion. Top-notch leading architects are predisposed to create branding for their projects. Big and different is a way to distinguish and differentiate. You certainly know your responsibility, which is to cut through it all and remain laser-focused on your mandate. You make your determinations after keenly evaluating needs and wants from the petitioner, and you apply your judgment to assess neighborhood impact, recognizing the different personalities and architectures of each neighborhood. It's imprudent and irresponsible to spend nearly $200 million simply to renovate. Such expenditure is consistent with significant expansion and for extra to maintain the future operating costs. I suppose, as an aside, we know what happened when the Met overreached with the Brewer acquisition, now only to lease that additional space several years later. As you make your determinations, many urge you to keep in mind the neighborhood impact for all visitors. We're not talking about just residents. As Mrs. Singer cogently stated, the Frick is an oasis. Visitors step into this glorious home to soak up the experience of the unity of the arts, sculpture, painting, and music. So many people today have used the verb transported. The collection and the surrounding historic landmark neighborhood of similar period townhouses form a peaceful, tranquil setting. We hope the BSA's decision will drive further compromise to maintain this special collection for space and neighborhood for now and the future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker, please.
My name is Michael Weber. I live on East 71st Street. I'm an attorney. I spent too much of my youth in billiard rooms and bowling alleys, so I was surprised when I saw the plans that the Frick decided to keep the bowling alley and the billiard room over the music room. I'm really shocked. I sort of missed my timing in somehow. But surely there must be a compromise here that the billiard room and the bowling alley can't trump the music room. Thank you.
Just to know, the bowling alley is very far underground and doesn't connect to anything, so if they could have used it for something.
I'm sure we can use it for
really
something
agree.
other than the bowling alley.
Actually, apparently not.
Next speaker.
Next speaker, please.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Before I start, can I just read a quick text? You had asked earlier if any public officials were in the room, and Jenna Klaus, who is the community liaison to the Upper East Side, working with Councilmember Keith Powers, asked me to quickly read that she said that she came to listen based on the significant concern of the community that was brought to the council member. Councilmember Powers has not stated a position at this time. He's still taking the matter into consideration, so I just wanted to make you aware of that. She had to leave for a call, as many other people did, so thank you for, I know we're going as quickly as we can, so thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, so, dear Chair Perlmutter and Commissioners, I want to see the Frick.
State your name.
Oh, so
Yes,
sorry.
please.
That's a really good point. I'm Jennifer McBride. Nice to see you. I want to see the Frick enter its next chapter, but I demand that they do it responsibly. We've seen proof today that the Frick can achieve their programmatic needs and develop a sensible plan. This is the magic of and, not or. We've been asking the Frick to consider an alternative since day one, which started at the LPC a year ago, but they refused, and now the plan comes before you. I've spent the equivalent of a full-time job researching and working to understand all of the information encompassing this proposal. Just to be clear, I have a full-time job, so this is like working 2 full-time jobs. I've spoken to proponents and opponents, and regardless of side, the issue of need versus want always comes up. And I've tried to be very fair in considering what we are being faced with. I spoke to a retired museum director and a working curator of decorative arts who made me promise anonymity because they fear retribution for appearing to speak against the Frick, which is why they are not here today. In conversation with the retired director, they told me the familiar narrative we've heard from the Frick. They need to expand because they are limited by their current space. I asked the retired director if they knew that reasonable alternatives exist where the Frick could expand and meet their needs. The retired director was speechless, literally speechless, and I could see as hard as they searched to defend the Frick, they couldn't. That was before I mentioned the adjacent building that is still for sale now for a $10 million price, dropped again by $2 million in April as a viable option, which I know we are not considering, but it is an option. It was clear to them that perhaps the retired director, that what the Frick said they needed was overstated or could possibly be achieved another way. Of the curator of decorative arts, they told me of windowless conservation spaces below grade, both in their current museum and at the Met Museum where they previously worked. They told me that the Met often works on conservation projects for the Frick and other museums in the city because it is not feasible for museums smaller than the Met to have full-time conservation staff for specialized needs that arise. They also told me that conservators are hard to find. There are not many who seek it as a career or graduate from the program, of which there are 3 top-tier grad schools accepting 10 students per year. It is a very specialized skill. Every museum would like to have more, but it is not a well-funded area, nor are there many people out there with those skills. The curator also told me that conservators cannot rely on natural light for their work. It's nice to have a window, but they use artificial light to examine work, and they told me about some methods such as raking light. Again, these are just more examples of wants versus needs. If the Frick really cared about preserving the collection, which I want to believe they do, they would consider all alternatives before proposing the plan they present today. No one knows better than you, the agency, regulating land use and zoning law, that you have the responsibility to deny the variances on the grounds that they do not meet the minimum requirement, e-finding. I just want to ask a question, and this is part of my statement, but it's not. But on March 20th, Chair Perlmutter, you asked the Frick to clarify what's going on in the Met Breuer and why can't the Frick continue to operate in the Met Breuer, and to just answer that question that was posed. But I didn't hear anything of that today. So
No, there were written submissions, so you should take a look at the written submissions, so they answered those questions.
I did read through it. I thought that it was going to also be addressed in the hearing.
Perhaps
but-
Mr. Tarnoff can discuss it when he comes back. But that was responded to in written submissions, which is part of our record, which is how we work, okay?
Okay, thank you, yeah. And I recognize the Frick needs to improve the facility and offerings, but they can do this in a smarter way than reckless monument building. Please deny the variances that they are requesting, and thank you for clarifying about the Met Breuer. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any more speakers? I think there's another speaker.
How many more left for speaking?
I think she might be the last one.
Last one?
No, there's one
Oh,
more.
last
There's one more.
Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Rose-Daly. I am the Community Relations Manager of the Frick Collection. I do not wish to make a statement or read a letter, but I would just like to inform the commissioners that I have with me, and I will give to staff 10 copies of 13 letters which have been submitted in support of our proposal from Yale University Library, from Duke University, and from others as well.
This is new, these are new letters,
They're
not
new
already
letters that have
submitted?
been submitted since the last time. So I
okay.
don't know whether or not you have actually received copies of them. So if you have, I apologize for any duplicates that you may have.
Okay,
That's
thank
why
you. I'll check.
Okay, next speaker, please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marcia Lustgarten, and I'm just going to read this letter that I had written. I'm a resident at 3 71st Street, directly across the street from the Frick. I understand that this is a treasured landmark building, and I also understand that parts of it will be destroyed, as will the look of the Frick itself, by building a large, modern building as part of it. The proposed conservation building is not architecturally consistent with the surrounding designated landmarks in numerous respects, including window size, window and cornice design, facade, roof line, and other architectural elements. I also understand that they want to add a cafe, which could bring a rodent problem and traffic to the area. I believe that the Frick was originally intended to be a collection of Mr. Frick's art, not designed to be a commercial museum as the Met, Whitney, or the MoMA. I understand their need for expansion. However, they have asked for 6 variances. They have rejected options that would be able to satisfy their needs. Buying the available building next door would allow them to create administrative offices. Building over the library, utilizing the space below ground in the basement, not destroying the music room. Instead, they've requested the 6 variances, which are not necessary. I understand that they want to expand their education venue. I was a former teacher, and I'm all for education, but nobody mentioned school buses and pollution and noise, and if their answer is, well, the kids don't come by school buses, they come by subway, there is a traffic situation going on that's going to change the quiet, lovely neighborhood that I live in. Have there been environmental studies? There will be more noise pollution, light pollution, air pollution, etc. This is a quiet family neighborhood. Please don't ruin the beauty, serenity, and landmark feeling that we live in. I oppose the variance.
Thank you. Are there school buses now?
No.
No. Okay. Thank you.
But if they're going to expand,
Okay, thank you. Are there any
Anyone else
other
speaking?
speakers?
Other speakers?
speakers on this? Last chance to speak?
Okay.
Yes? Okay.
Mr. Tarnoff?
So I think we responded about the Met Breuer in the April 12th letter from Ian Wardropper. It's a temporary solution. I think our lease will run there till 2023 while we're building. It's really not a permanent solution to have the collection and the staff in different locations for a small museum such as this. And if you want us to elaborate further, Mr. Wardropper could speak about that again. But again, it's in the record, and Ms. McBride can read that letter if she'd like to.
That's
Just a couple of...
But I just want to, just to clarify, you're subletting this from the Met,
Correct.
right? So, and the Met, we don't know what the Met's relationship
We don't know what
is.
their long-term plans are for it.
Okay, right. And I just to pick up that question, then the other issue, it's the Frick collection, it's supposed to be in the Frick building, so it's kind of odd, the
Well,
idea
that's-
of having a museum.
that's the whole
where all the
concept.
Stuff is in another building.
That was Mr. Frick's collection, concept, that the collection will be shown in this house in an intimate setting and that people will be able to see it there, not in another building, although that will be, again, a temporary way to have the public have access to it. A lot of different things was said. Let me just talk a little bit about Mr. Halpern's testimony. I note that the original submission by Mr. Dunphy included Mr. Halpern's 2014 plans, which were prepared for a group called Unite to Save the Frick, which is not here now. It opposed the original scheme. And those were submitted to the board by Mr. Dunphy, and those include a first floor of the building that eliminates the music room and has a gallery in that location. So I just wanted the board to be aware of that, and that's in the record as well. And Mr. Halpern submitted drawings along with submission on, I believe it was May 3rd. We responded to that with a detailed explanation for how that did not address our programmatic needs. He then submitted another set of drawings to the board, which the board rejected on Sunday night by email. And then we have another set today, which, again, do not meet programmatic needs. And I'm going to ask Sarah Lopagullo from Seldorf Architects to address the fact, the basics of that, which include the fact that they don't even have the same amount of program area when you analyze the drawings. The point being that notwithstanding continuous efforts by Mr. Halpern to come up with a scheme that would address the programmatic needs of the Frick with lesser variances. He has not been able to do that, and to me, that demonstrates the minimum variance point that Mr. Heller has been mentioning. With respect to the 2 years that has, the speculation about the 2-year period for construction that Mr. Cass has made and that Mr. Samuels has made, we have absolutely nothing other than their speculation as to why it should take longer than 2 years. In contrast, the Frick has submitted a detailed construction schedule prepared by very well-known and respected construction manager and construction company, which hasn't been unrebutted. And in any event, we don't think that is a relevant consideration for whether or not there are environmental impacts as a result of the construction. We note that the board has given the construction chapter to the DEP and to other agencies to review, and we await that, but expect that with all of the things that we've incorporated in this project in the environmental assessment statement, in order to minimize any adverse consequences to the surrounding area, that we're confident that a negative declaration will be appropriate. And I'd like to ask Sarah Lopergola to come
I
up.
just have a couple of...
Yes.
One question is, Mr. Malero, I guess, mentioned...
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, actually, Mr. Cass mentioned mitigation effort, that they were trying to negotiate with the Frick. Is there a reason why those kinds of mitigation efforts wouldn't be acceptable?
The mitigation efforts, the efforts to the construction project will include various mitigations. The question is whether or not it should be done, the board, they're included in the project as identified by the board, or the Frick should enter into a private agreement with a group of owners, which at this point in the construction, when we're at least a year away from when we're going to build, we're not in a position to do that at this time. Sarah?
Hi, Sarah Loperglo, Seldorf Architects. I think that we're not going to speak specifically to the plans that Mr. Halpern has submitted. We received those plans on Sunday evening, and so I just would like to clarify that with regard to meeting the programmatic needs, we, of course, understanding that Mr. Halpern is working with PDFs, but we have a sophisticated Revit point cloud survey system, and we were able to analyze the program that he put forth, and we are, his plans reduce the program administration by 3,000 square feet, the operations by 1,000, mechanical by 1,500.
Slow down.
Sorry.
Operation by 1,000.
Mechanical by 1,500 square feet. Overall, our above-grade net square footage on our project is 11,095. Mr. Halpern's is 7,460. So that's 3,400 square foot loss above ground. And I think that, as you intimated, you noticed that there were some deficiencies in that these programs couldn't possibly be met with missing some elements. So I'd like to actually have Carolyn Straub from the Frick speak to a few of the programmatic highlights that are deficient specifically. Thank you.
Carolyn Straub with the Frick Collection. Again, I'll just be very brief. As the commissioners noted, there were some changes in the subgrade levels, and there were some questions about whether they were adequate, in particular relative to the housing of the art, with the art movement and art storage. Again, this is information Mr. Halpern would not necessarily know, but we need a minimum of a 9'6" height clearance for the movement of our art and a 5-foot width for the movement of art as well into all of the spaces. And so the locations that he suggested, the corridors which go through mechanical areas, which the commissioners were able to visit some of these areas to see them for themselves. The very low head space would not afford the ability to actually move art into those zones, so they would not be usable for those uses. In addition, there were several double height areas that he now shows as single height, in particular art storage and the library conservation studio. That was made into a 10-foot floor-to-floor, And once you put in the ductwork and you put in the special exhaustion systems for those areas, they would not be sufficient to meet that need. So he has, in plan, he thought he satisfied the square footage. We understand that he doesn't have all of this information, but in fact, because of reductions of height, there's a further reduction of usability from his plan.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I just want to point out, because there was a lot of discussion about that reception room, it's a 1977 edition, and it's kind of one of those classic, I hate to use the word postmodernism, but that's what it was, right? It was this moment where everyone was copying, unfortunately, kind of Renaissance, a Palladian, yeah. So, so for instance, if that was something that the Frick actually wanted to do again, they could obviously, if Ms. Seldorf's office was actually willing to do such a thing, they could actually recreate it, because the edition is only from 77. So we're not talking about preserving a structure that's original to the mansion, or even from 1934, which is closer to 100 years ago, and you kind of understand a little bit better, where there was more contemporaneous thinking on the part of the Frick family about the expansion to allow for the museum. So, and the other thing that I want to just note about that is the proposal is actually to keep the height of the reception room the same. It's 17 foot 7 inches. So it's just a redesign of the interior, which is more of an aesthetic choice, which again is not our domain. And then the addition on the roof of that is actually hidden mostly behind the parapet wall. So there's kind of just a little glass area that's exposed on the top, where it's kind of like a greenhouse. So in terms of the impact of that addition on the 70th Street experience, that seems to me the least of the issues that opposition might be worried about. And yeah, so I just wanted to add that. Did you want to say something?
What's said about the reception room, I don't believe the same could be said about the music room. And I think that the testimony that we've heard a lot about it, and I appreciate I can tell how thorough and how much thought went into these plans. I'd love to see a condition that a music room can be preserved. What conditions would that, what would these plans have to look like to preserve that music room, if that is at all possible?
Well, we've responded to that. We could respond further in writing, but there are significant problems in doing that, in achieving what we want to do with this program, and in the adjacencies, and it really doesn't fit in, unfortunately, to what we're proposing to do to meet the programmatic needs of the Frick. And I think you even mentioned that at the review session, that the complying building, that we don't need a variance to change the music room to another room. A complying building could eliminate the music room as well. And as I said, Mr. Halper did that in his 2014 scheme. So I appreciate the concern. I just don't think that's something that would be consistent with what we're proposing, and it would address our programmatic requirements.
All right. Anything else that you
I don't
wanted
have
to
anything
add?
else. If you want us to respond in writing to Mr. Halpern's latest plan, if he
Yes,
files that,
Yeah.
we'll respond in writing. We could do that in 2 weeks.
Right, so the thing is, it's seeker that's going to slow us up, right? So we'd rather not have one of those kind of adjourned hearings. It's the review by DOT and DEP and landmarks on those open seeker questions.
So DEP and DOT promised June 28th.
Okay.
But there are other agencies as well, but
So we have-
did not give promise.
Right, we have parks and city planning, is that right?
We have,
And landmarks, I believe.
Landmarks, right.
Yes, LPC Parks and City Planning.
Right, so landmarks is usually pretty quick about these kinds of things. So maybe if we set a continued, because we can't
Okay, I understand.
close, right? If we set a continued for July, that should give then, and let's say this assumes that they don't ask you for additional information. If they do, they do, and then we have to keep it moving, right? So, do we have any room in
They already
July?
requested some additional information.
Oh, they
Can't
did?
hear you, sorry, you're gonna have to speak into the mic.
So I think the applicant knows, but there was already some additional information requested from DOT for backup data and from DEP for water and infrastructure, like a narrative to be provided, so.
Okay, so if we set it for, what's our schedule?
I don't know that there's enough time for that. So to give opposition a chance to do their replies.
Right, okay.
Right, so,
Wait, they submitted something, we're going to respond to that, right?
right, but I think there's also like another plan for Mr. Dunphy that they also want to provide. Mr. Hiller, could you come up?
So we have that, but we'll respond to that as well.
Oh, you have that, you
We
already
saw
have
that
that.
was submitted Sunday night also.
Okay, I didn't realize that.
So we didn't see any of
Right.
these.
I
This is
understand.
all this for the
Okay, well,
first
they
time
should file it
today.
formally now, and then we'll respond.
Okay, that's all I wanted to clarify, that.
Well, we would like to have the opportunity to respond to the applicant's answer, and then they can do their reply. So once they put in their next...
Well, you put in the next one.
If I may, once they put in their next statement, then we'd like to...
No, wait a second. So you haven't formally submitted...
It hasn't been accepted.
Anything. We didn't accept it, right? So you must formally submit your alternative plans that were presented to us today, and if there's another
And the other
set,
one
which
that
we
wasn't.
haven't seen at
Yeah.
all, right? That must be submitted. Then
Then this whole thing will
Frick
start.
gets an opportunity to respond, and then maybe it's a simultaneous, I don't know if we should keep this going, right? Frick responds to those drawings?
And then a simultaneous makes sense.
Okay.
Does a simultaneous make sense?
Simultaneous reply?
It has to do, that's Mr. Tarnoff?
Yeah,
Is that okay?
If that's what you want, that's what we'll do.
Okay, so great,
But
that cuts out...
it's your application,
That cuts out
so,
2 weeks.
right?
That's okay.
What would
Okay.
you be replying to if it's simultaneous?
A very good question.
Yeah,
That is true.
that's true.
We would,
You would just be repeating the same thing.
that's correct.
So maybe
Makes
all
sense.
we need is a reply, and then we
Perhaps
can do
just-
Oh,
hearings.
so give us a week for a reply.
Okay.
Well, I was going to give Mr. Hiller and Mr. Cass a week to reply to you.
Right, so it goes like this.
We
Okay.
could all just be very hungry. It's
Yes,
very-
right. So, Mr. Hiller, you submit the drawings.
Right.
As soon as possible.
Mr.
Today, tomorrow.
Tarnoff, you respond within a certain, whatever the number, of
Right.
3
So
weeks,
weeks,
something like that,
yes.
to the drawings, the question of the drawings. And then, Mr. Hiller, you respond, you want 2 weeks? That's
Wait,
fine.
we just,
2 weeks.
Mr. Tarnoff, what were you going to say?
he's going to submit the drawings.
Yes.
So that's all he's going to submit is the drawings.
That's all
And I'm
right.
going to respond to the drawings, and then he's going to have an opportunity to respond to that.
Steve Cass.
I think we can
What
leave
about
it there.
Katz's
I don't need an
second?
opportunity to respond to that.
All right.
writing.
And then Mr. Cass, is there anything that Mr. Tarnoff has to respond to from Mr. Cass, or is that all for us with secret review?
I think that's part of the secret review.
Yeah.
I think so as well. But I don't see Mr.
Yeah, I think that the secret review is being done by agencies.
Cass
It
leave?
doesn't-
Yes.
Okay, that's why I don't see him. Okay, that's...
Right, so we're really just talking about the drawings.
Okay.
The argument about the minimum variance,
Right.
that's what's going back and forth.
So it
right?
seems like there's one reply, and it all
Yes.
needs to be Mr. Hiller.
That's his reply.
And
Yes.
and you're not
Understood.
requesting a reply, a
No,
short
I'm not.
reply, if you would.
Right,
Okay. So, Mr. Tarnoff, if you could submit in 3 weeks, 4 weeks, how much time would you like?
I could submit, if he submits
2 weeks?
tomorrow, I could submit in 2 weeks.
2 weeks?
Okay.
Okay.
Is that all right? Okay.
I just have to confirm Mr. Halpern, since he's going to be the one.
Tomorrow morning early. So that we want to do.
Well, he doesn't need to do anything in a week, right? You're going to submit it,
You already submitted what you
I mean,
submitted
if you're
on
asking us to
Sunday.
submit his plans, then yes, I can
Yes.
submit them.
You can do right now.
Today, tomorrow.
Perfect.
Tomorrow.
Yes, so it'll be done tomorrow. You can respond in 2 weeks,
Yes.
which would be June 19th. And then, Mr. Hiller, could I also give you 2 weeks? Because that would be July 3rd, and that would give you a hearing date of July 23rd.
Okay, we'll take it.
And that works for us.
Okay.
Beyond that, we have to go to September.
I'm just checking my calendar.
Yes. It'll be Mr. Tarnoff due June 19th, and Mr. Hiller due July 3rd for a July 23rd hearing.
That works for us. Thank you.
Wonderful. Members of the public, this will be on for continued hearing on Tuesday, July 23rd. The hearing is still open, so you'll be still allowed to testify in opposition or support of this project. It'll be in the 10 o'clock calendar, but as you can see, sometimes our hearings go very late. We thank you for your patience and for coming and for your interest in land use and zoning, and thank you all for your presentations.
Yes, thank you very much. Thanks to everyone for coming.
And so we're going to take a 5-minute break to stand up and get water, but we'll be back on the record at 5:55.
Raise your right hand. Your client also?
Please announce the case.
1 second. Item number, 23, 2018-180BZ, 1441G, South Avenue, Staten Island. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions? Okay, great.
Good evening. Todd Dale here for the applicant. We did attend review session and heard the comments that were raised by the board. There were a few, but the primary item that was raised was with respect to the letter that was issued by the Department of Transportation, unfortunately a day after the last hearing that we had. We did include a response to those points within our latest submission that was submitted on Friday, with the understanding the Department of Transportation received the submission on short notice. We would like to again state for the record the points that were included in that letter. But before that, just to note that we found that letter unexpected. As has been noted during the hearing, the Department of Transportation with OEC previously determined during the technical memorandum review that this site was outside of the Department of Transportation jurisdiction because it is private property and not a public street. And also, following up on that, when we did have the variance application before the board, I know efforts were made to reach out to DOT when they had sent a letter, and we had been engaged in email communication with them, in conjunction with the project manager, and didn't receive any response back from DOT prior to that being closed. So it was a little unexpected, but that said, consistent with, I believe, the efforts to respond to all issues been raised by these property owners, and also the continuing commitment to the safety of the project, we're happy to address those points. With respect to the letter, I would note that of the 8 points noted, really only one of them applies to the parking garage specifically. That's before the board as part of this application. But going point by point, in the first point, the letter raises the possibility of accessing the site from the east through Teleport Drive, as supported by the Port Authority letter that we included in our last submission. It's just not possible because the Port Authority won't allow it. The only means of access to the parking garage are from the west, which is currently where it's proposed, or from the south, which is through the wooded area. So we understand that they included in that letter, it just can't be done. So also, though, noted in that first point, it should be noted that DOT specifically notes that the issue that we're here for, to allow the roof parking, they don't have any objection to. As to the other points, the stop signs and the stop bars, we submitted a civil site plan that's always been part of this application, showing all of those stop areas that DOT had requested. So it's always been contemplated. That plan was not included with this application because it's not something we would normally include with the application. We're happy to provide it for DOT to look at. But also note that civil site plan, I think it should be noted, actually includes measures for safety that weren't requested by DOT. The school zones, we have school zones signs that are proposed. So the civil site plan actually goes above and beyond. It includes extra stop areas that weren't referenced by DOT, and includes these school zone signs. There was a point requesting separate turn lanes for Teleport Drive. And we noted in the letter two things. But first, there's actually a traffic light that's installed now at South Avenue, which mitigates the need for these turn lanes because it will help control the traffic. There's also, it wasn't referenced in DOT's letter, there's actually 2 exits out to South Avenue. So that does provide additional options and buffers. There's one within the parking lot area, but also the one from the southernmost portion of Teleport Drive.
Can you point those out?
This is one exit. This is one exit.
Right.
And just to confirm, this is where the traffic light is now installed right here.
Right.
Which helps control the other exit here. And there's, yes, the other exit here, which is really the one.
Okay.
They also requested a sidewalk which can't be installed for multiple reasons, but mainly because it's also duplicative. Their suggestion for a sidewalk was this area right here coming from south. First, I would note that there's already an existing promenade that's proposed right here, which is a very safe, I believe it's an 18-foot wide promenade that provides the same access from South Avenue that's already proposed between Corporate Commons 1 and Commons 2. But the other thing too is that it's not reflected on the plans, and perhaps the fire department's still here. These were designated as fire apparatus access lanes, so we couldn't put the sidewalk through there anyway if we wanted to because of the fire apparatus access lanes. So not only would it bisect there, I think it would be awkward with this design, but it's also handled and it's duplicative of this sidewalk that's already proposed. They made a comment in regards to the MTA buses, and I think that this goes back to the confusion that happened during the school application. Perhaps DOT wasn't aware of it, but these aren't regular MTA routes. These are these MTA chartered buses that are specifically designated for students. So the routes that they were talking about and redesigning, they already exist. MTA already provides these buses for the students, so that should make that moot. There's a question regarding the design of Teleport Drive. Just to clarify for the board, this is built.
Mr. Dale, take the mic to the board. Thank you. Or else you won't be picked up. Thanks.
This area of Teleport Drive is already built and constructed. It's existing. So their comments regarding the arrangement of the sidewalks, this is already designed. This is actually, again, under Port Authority control. So that existing Teleport Drive is not something we can really change or affect right now. But since it's been established, there haven't been any issues with respect to that Teleport Drive. And then there was a question, in one of the points was they talked about, I don't have the circulation plan here, but they made comments about the U-turn positions here. And we submitted some of the photos to that to explain, but that U-turn area right there is not for buses, it's only for cars. It's been in place for years without incident for this school, and it also exists for the school that will remain in this particular building and has nothing to do with this garage here. That U-turn portion exists separate from the relief we sought either under the school variance application or the parking garage application. It's been there for many years. It'll continue to be there for many years. And it's no issue because, as we showed in the photos, it's all blocked off right here. So it's not an instance where they're making U-turns causing problems with the traffic. It's essentially, it's a dead end. Yeah, it's a dead end, okay? So, I mean, those were the points that were raised. In the DOT letter, we believe, as we said, that we addressed all of those points, that most of the points they made and suggested were already contemplated as part of the long history of this development, and perhaps DOT just didn't have access to it because it's not plans that would normally be included with this application. So, again, safety has always been preeminent during the 7-year development process of this. We're committed to the safety. I think all of the things that we've shown show that we're committed to the safety. The things we're proposing go above and beyond what DOT requested. We're hopeful of receiving a response back from DOT, and we'll continue to work with DOT. But at this point, we don't believe that this application, which is here specifically for the rooftop parking relief, should be delayed any longer for the DOT letter based on their history of lack of response in this application. And so at this point, we're happy to answer questions, but we would, at this point, think that it's appropriate to ask that this matter be closed and set for decision.
So here's the thing. I'm just going to read the language of the condition of the school approval, which was that the applicant shall work with the Department of Transportation to ensure school safety, and the word was shall, to ensure school safety and make whatever changes are recommended by the Department of Transportation to improve and ensure the safety of school children. So if it weren't for the fact that this application came before us where we discovered that there was actually no intention at any time to speak to reach out to school safety, because little did we know that when the applicant committed to that condition, it was relying on some statement by OER, which is in the context of seeker, not in the context of the board's decision in terms of its findings for the school. So I just have to say that because the school safety is paramount in this whole situation, and DOT has been and is reviewing this question, I'm deferring totally to them about whether this is a safe layout and so on and access. And I don't really want to have any more debate about it. had you gone to school safety right away, you wouldn't be in this situation. But you chose not to go to school safety right away, and so here we are. And I don't want to debate it anymore. The fact is, DOT is taking its look at it, wants to be sure that this is a safe area for the children, and we defer to school safety to make that determination. So I
You
think...
clearly noted that that's a condition of the school variance and not this particular application.
I don't want to debate this anymore.
Therefore, if the board has issues with that, they have the right under the board's rules to seek to reopen that school variance
You
application.
don't want us to do that. You don't want us to do that.
If the board
Because then I would
reaches
just
good
delay
cause.
this one and open up the school one. You don't want that. This is a much cleaner way of doing it. Let DOT look at it in terms of this project, because we weren't aware of it, and nor was DOT, et cetera, and I don't want to get into this anymore. So we don't know how long DOT is going to take, but we can put this on for another continued, and there are no speakers. I'm just
No,
observing there are no
we
speakers.
would like this set for closed and separate decision in June. Mr. and Ms. Nicotra have a statement they would like to read to the record, but I just want to be very clear here so the board understands that the alternatives here are if the school, or if this application is granted for rooftop parking, we will provide the rooftop parking. If this application is not granted, we will build an as-of-right garage. It's an A or B situation.
Well, then we reopen the school. Really want to confront the board like that? We
If
reopen the school
If the
for
board and
school
council believe that they
safety.
can meet the good cause findings for that, when that condition that you cite with respect to Department of Transportation doesn't reference school safety, it references Department of Transportation in general, and we've been in contact with the Department of Transportation in general, and
Sorry,
the one
Department of
letter that was submitted-
Transportation and school safety are the same
I'm
thing.
very
School safety
respectful
is a
and don't interrupt
division.
you. I would appreciate if you're respectful and don't interrupt me.
Oh, no.
Mr. Dale?
Let's not go there.
If everyone
I think
can
that's
just,
fair.
everyone
Yeah, let's not
can
go
relax.
there.
Mr. Dale, please finish what you were going to say.
I would say the one letter to the record that's been submitted during the course of this application or the past application, we responded to within 6 days. So we have been more than responsive in trying to reach out to them. I will speak and defer to the project manager and say that when they contacted us during the course of the school application, we responded with emails like within 2 hours to all the information that they requested. So we've been more than responsive. We've reached out. I have a series of references that I could submit saying emails that I sent out to Nina Heyman at School Safety and calls I made to her asking for a response during the school application and received no response. So if the standard is that we're trying to reach to Department of Transportation, whether it's DOT or School Safety, we reached out. We reached out. And we have never received a response. We finally received a response. We immediately turned around and responded. So I am confident that we have complied with the conditions of the school variance application. This application is for a very specific relief. The materials are coming in for this garage in July, and it's going to be constructed.
I would like to recommend to your client who's standing right there not to proceed with fabrication of all those concrete prefab materials so that you protect your own financial investment. I've already done the calculations, and it seems like the garage is not going to hold you up from complying with the zoning because the zoning calculations overestimated the number of parking spaces that are required because a school is not a seminary and there is no parking requirement for a school building. And so the required zoning parking spaces was overestimated.
It's not a question of zone, sorry.
And it seems as if you looked at your parking areas creatively, that you would have enough parking spaces on the existing combined lots, because you are allowed to park, as you know, some of the spaces over on the other side. And I don't think delay on this parking garage will hold up the construction of the Commons 3. And I'm sorry, I am going to defer to school safety on this, all
So
right?
I do want to say there was a lot of back and forth with school safety on the school application, 2018-107BZ, and that's why the condition was made for the school safety.
It was to speed up
It
the
was
process,
because
right?
they didn't, there was no conclusion because
Right.
it was just requests for more information.
Mhm.
So there was an ongoing conversation going back and forth, but
Right.
that's why the condition was made, to
Okay.
continue
Okay.
working.
So then that also cuts against the statement made by the applicant that the DOT has no jurisdiction, when in fact it was assuming jurisdiction based on our request that school safety review the school. And so that review was not done, and when we were presented with this new project that we weren't aware of in terms of how it's affecting all circulation, it's reasonable for us to continue with school safety review, and I've already said all this, and I don't want to continue it. So I would like to set this on for a continued hearing.
Mr. and Ms. Nakosha do have a statement they would like to read into the record before there's any.
Okay.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. We just wanted to make a statement for the record. We are Lois and Richard Nicotra, and we are the developers for this first-of-its-kind iconic project located at the Corporate Park of Staten Island. We have worked almost 7 years to get to the point of where we are today. The foundation for Corporate Commons 3, as well as the steel and concrete for all 8 floors, is complete. The glass curtain wall is being installed as we speak, and the glass is on site. In addition, the parking deck foundation has been installed, and we are awaiting the arrival of the precast structure scheduled for delivery shortly. We were hoping that the grand opening for this project would be early fall 2019. This has not been an easy process to obtain all of the approvals needed over the last 7 years, but we thought that we were substantially finished when we received our last approval from this board, granting the application to allow us to house a school in our project, and we thank all of you for that decision. We were told by our parking deck architect and fabricators, along with the attorneys, that there was a special permit available to eliminate the roof, which would save almost $2 million on this structure. There is no need for a roof on the proposed structure, and removal of the roof does not impact any other use or building within the development. We would like to use the $2 million savings for more worthwhile charitable endeavors. The board is aware through the letters we have submitted of the unanimously strong support for this project and the work that we do in the community. The parking application was pending with the board during the review of the school application, and the structure was shown on the plan submitted as part of the school. Nothing was ever hidden from this board. Our number one concern has been and continues to be the safety of the children at this school. This charter school has been in 2 of our office buildings located next door for 10 years without any safety incidents. We cannot change the entrance of the parking garage, so we have worked with our consultants, with the fire department, and with DOT to continue to make this the safest school in terms of traffic, especially on Staten Island and maybe in all of New York City. When the concern was raised about the children's safety, we voluntarily looked at other studies that have schools and parking decks in the same vicinity. As you know, we went to DOT twice, and DOT twice told us they did not have jurisdiction and did not want to comment. After our last appearance 2 weeks ago here at the BSA, we understand that the board asked DOT a 3rd time for comments, and then we received a letter from DOT a day after we appeared. Most of the suggestions that DOT has on their letter of May 23rd were already on the plans that were not part of the BSA applications. The 2 major points of the DOT letter had to do with changing the entrance-exit of the parking deck and also providing a sidewalk in the middle of the parking lot to South Avenue. As we stated earlier and confirmed by the Port Authority, we cannot move the entrance-exit of that parking deck. In regard to the second point from DOT about the sidewalk, DOT did not have the latest plan, which shows that we did provide an 18-foot wide promenade for the students to walk to South Avenue. This promenade is located on the side of the building, which we feel is much safer than a sidewalk in the middle of a fire lane and in the middle of a parking lot. The Mayor's Office of Environmental Coordination confirmed to our consultants, Philip Habib and Associates, that the DOT has no jurisdiction on this private property. However, we will continue to work with the DOT so that together we can provide the safest environment for the students. We are out of time and cannot wait very long to get comments back from DOT. We would be willing to meet with DOT even this week to further this discussion and make any changes that all parties deem necessary to make it safe for the students. One of these schools is named after us,
So we are personally committed to the safety of these children, and we will be personally involved in any way we can, even financially, to make sure these students have the tools they need for a great education and to succeed in life. The safety and success of the school on Staten Island will be our legacy. The DOT did state, as did you, Madam Chair, at the last hearing, that they had no problem with us removing the roof on the parking deck. However, if we do not receive approval from this board, it just means that we will be forced to spend that money now to add the roof. And if we do this, we will, but please note that things that we have planned for this project may have to be eliminated, such as a rooftop farm where the children can learn about planting their own vegetable garden, outdoor classrooms, walking trails, a table grape vineyard so we can donate the grapes to food pantries on Staten Island, the placement of an already designed outdoor sculpture that celebrates the empowerment of young minority girls, and even our second socially responsible restaurant, which donates 100% of its profits to Staten Island charities. At this point, we respectfully request that this matter be resolved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Council, can you tell me what their...
Can you speak up
Yeah,
into the
sorry.
mic?
Can you tell me what the cost of what their what they will lose if they don't if I understand that it's a $2 million to put the roof on. That's a significant cost, so there must be an outweighing cost on the other end of this that waiting to working with DOT, working with the department would cost them. What is that amount?
I guess I'm not quite sure.
So there's a holdup, so just to cut to the chase here, we got, you provided us with a letter from the various engineers and so on, which includes the manufacturer of the prefabricated, precast pieces for the garage. And that person said, the initial stage of manufacturing the individual precast pieces, they are at that initial stage of manufacture, and that the drawings have been completed. So those are two things. The initial stage tells me a few pieces have been fabricated and they're online. Well, sorry, I don't, and we got that letter from the manufacturer, right? So I'm not going to debate here, unless the manufacturer was here, what that is. What I do know, because I was in the construction industry for a long time, is that when you lose your place in line, you lose your place in line, and it takes a while to get back in, right? So one way to not lose your place in line is to do as you're suggesting, reach out to DOT and see if they can review your project quicker, right? But at this point, because of say, let's say, behavior with respect to the school project, I am not willing to back off on school safety anymore. DOT needs to resolve this to their satisfaction, and that's it. And if it means slowing down production, it means slowing down production. That's your call, because once the concrete piece is fabricated, then your engineer has to decide whether or not it can be reused in another way in case DOT says move the entrance to another place. And for them to say we can't move it to another place may not work for DOT. So I don't know how DOT is going to respond, but your intransigence at this whole subject may not be viewed well by DOT if they're really concerned about the children's safety, right? So again, I think we've covered this enough. So.
Obviously.
Your name for the record.
Richard Nicotra.
Thank you.
Obviously, you have a contact with DOT. Could you set up a meeting with us this week with DOT so we could sit down? I mean, we are willing to sit down and talk to them.
But I don't know about this.
But we are ready. And to your question.
We're meeting next week with them. We have so many schools, but we can try to get a meeting.
The contract has been signed. It's an $8 million.
So that's what the delay will cost.
$8 million is this parking garage. It is being delivered in 4 weeks. So I can.
But it's being delivered in 4 weeks because they're in the initial stages of fabrication and the
I
drawings
have a
are
contract.
done.
I can't just say I don't want it now.
It doesn't mean you don't want it. No, but we all know this about construction. It doesn't mean you don't want it. Let's just say, for example, the guy who was supposed to pour the concrete doesn't show up because there's a strike.
That's not the way this is.
Or whatever it is, right? It means that you lose your place in line. That's what happens in construction. There's any number of reasons why things get held up, the trades, one trade holds up each other. It doesn't mean it's a loss of $8 million. That's not true. What it means is there is a cost. I'm not saying there is not a
I'd
cost.
just like to know what the damage is, if there are there damages associated with the breach of this contract?
It's not a breach of contract. It's a slowdown on the production because a trade, for example, isn't ready to receive, right? It happens all the time. And so the idea that this is the only way that it can be done, I don't buy it. The drawings are the things that are done, and drawings can be changed, right?
They can't do a parking lot this size in 4 weeks. I mean, the parts are poured, they begin to be put on trucks. I have a contract. And bottom line, we are so, I don't know. I don't know what we're going to do, but we are so distraught that if we have to spend the $2 million and put the roof on, if that's what you want, then that's what we'll do.
But so that's what you're missing. The point is, because I'll still go back to the school and say, you failed to comply with the requirement to reach out to school safety.
Vehemently disagree with that on the record.
No, you didn't comply. You just
It said that we would work with DOT recommendations. DOT has never offered recommendations until one day after the last hearing.
If we can just.
I have a question.
You mischaracterized, so I need to state that for the
No,
record.
I'm not discounting your ability to say what you want on the record is relevant to this application. I'm just trying to get this moving because we're going on.
We're stuck.
So if I can just
I
go to
have
the
one
vice chair.
question, just a hypothetical question. If, let's say, assuming you can build this parking garage on, as of right, you decide to do that, and the school safety says, well, we have concern with this parking entrance and you need to change it. And let's say theoretically, structurally, you can, but it requires you to request Port Authority to give access from teleport. How would you, what is the leverage you have at Port Authority to give you that access?
We have zero leverage. Zero leverage. We asked them, and they said no. They will not let us use their property as an egress entrance, and we have a letter from them that states that.
And if I could point out one thing here, just to put some context to what you're asking, this area right here, which is where the block-off is here, this is where they have all of their satellite dishes for communication, and they want nothing there. All those Port Authority police things that we put, those photos that we submitted to the record, that's all blocked off. There's a constant police presence. This is a highly secure, multi-state area where they've got these dishes for control. So they're just not going to want additional vehicles coming out this way. And then too, I would point out, which I think is very interesting in the DOT letter, DOT said we would like it to go to Teleport Drive, and yet every other comment in their letter was about making this area safe. It's clear that they added that last little point to an appended letter, and it's just incongruous with every other request they're making. The requests are for stops, for this area here, for all these different, means right here, and their request here becomes pointless if the garage is there. It's silly.
The way I am looking at this is this, that we have a very unknown entity known as Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. None of us have any controls on what Port Authority of New York or New Jersey will or will not allow. And we don't. None of us do. Neither does DOT. And so I think if at the end of the day, Port Authority still does not give, even if DOT wants you to and Port Authority does not give you, DOT will find a solution to work within the constraint in making the space as safe as possible for the various programming thing. I truly believe that, and that at the end of the day, DOT school safety will figure out a way to make this existing circulation as safe as possible in the absence of being able to access it from Teleport Drive. And so I really And second of all, I think this is a private, it's not a public roadway. It's a very private roadway with office spaces and traffic circulation, which is very different from a public street where vehicles are coming and going at their own pace and time and other things, whereas this is a lot more controlled. So I do think that working with the school safety, with whatever additional safety measures they will ask you to provide with the existing configuration, I hope we'll address those parking, those safety issues. I personally don't have an issue.
So how about this? We have a meeting with DOT, we can facilitate a meeting. We have room on the July 16th calendar, which would require submission by June 26th. That is like 3 weeks to have a meeting and come to a meeting of the minds of a plan that works for DOT. Would that work for people?
They're saying no.
We could agree to a July 16th hearing with the possibility of a closing grant.
Always a
If
possibility.
the effort comes forth. But the only thing that we would request here on the record is that if DOT, after diligent efforts by our office and the board, fails to respond to us and arrange any sort of meeting before the submission date, that we would ask that it be set for decision on that date. We can't afford to wait forever and ever and ever for DOT.
Understood. But I'll just also note, because there's been some insinuation, I don't know what you're insinuating, but we have been contacting DOT in the regular course. We have not, to my knowledge, we have not been feeding them information as to what they should say in their letters. We have not been having them drag their feet we're trying to work within the same confines you are.
Let me state for the record, we're not insinuating anything's being fed to them. We're not insinuating that the board hasn't made efforts to reach out to DOT. What I am stating is it's been very frustrating at the lack of
Clearly.
response from
Understood.
DOT. It's not the board. We understand that. That said, this project can't be held hostage, the school can't be held hostage if DOT, when there is no legal jurisdiction there, they're offering recommendations. It's a private lot. They absolutely don't have legal jurisdiction there. We can't be held hostage forever when we're diligently working with them.
Sorry, isn't this a charter school? This is a charter school, right? They do have, school safety has
school safety
jurisdiction over charter schools. So actually, sorry, they don't have jurisdiction if you talk about it from a seeker standpoint. This is not a seeker question, this is a school safety question, okay? I just want to get that out of
I believe there clearly will be a set of circumstances that DOT, regardless of where the garage, the entrance is going to be positioned, I'm sure they'll have a set of circumstances that is going to ensure the safety of the children.
I don't know, because by the way, we have 2 schools right now under consideration that they're very upset about, and they don't think so far that there's a safe solution for one of them.
Okay.
So I don't know the answer to that.
But I think in this case, the situation is different. Here, there's a parking garage that can be built as of right. Once you have a parking garage that can be built as of right, but that is the case. I mean, they can build an as-of-right parking garage, and the school is proposing to move in there.
The question,
Then the school
this is not the question. It's the same issue as on the as-of-right building that wants to put a school into it, and all of the truck docks, the 35 truck docks that are in the as-of-right building, put the children at risk as the trucks pull out. And so school safety is saying, whoa, wait a minute, how are we going to deal with this, right? As-of-right use, but the school is not an as-of-right use. That's what brought this all up, right? If you want to have a school in an area where it's not as-of-right, you come to us for a special permit, and then we're looking at whether this is a good idea in an M district to have a school. That's why the condition on approval was, let school safety look at this. School safety, we didn't know that the parking garage was going to be part of the competition for circulation. And so, because I know, I talked about circulation ad nauseum on that application, and had I known there were entrances to the parking garage, that would have come into the question too. And school safety was asked to look at it, or let's say the applicant was asked to have school safety look at it and didn't do so.
I just want to say that I feel that they have been giving us possible solutions to make the site safe for students and other pedestrians since the school program, in terms of giving us school crossing guards and different people who will intervene to make sure that buses stop and cars stop and young people could cross back and forth. And if we look at other sites of schools that are located in M districts, there was one, I think it was on Utica Avenue, which was next door to a parking lot for a Strauss store, which was auto supplies, which is popular, which has people going in and out all the time. And they didn't even recommend the safety issues that these people are recommending. So rather than assume the worst, being that they have a very good track record, as I've been reading, especially since they also have another school at this location that's been doing well, I don't think that they are in the business of being lax and uncaring about the student body. I don't think they would get this far. I don't think that they would have the support of the elected officials in Staten Island if they were anything but very caring providers of education. So I would like to give them the benefit of the doubt based on their previous actions and based on the safety mechanisms that they want to put in place here.
So one of the things that's happened since that Strauss case and since a number of others, DOT has changed its point of view about school safety. It used to be that they said, throw a lot of crossing guards at it and they'll take care of it. And it used to be like, oh, the kids are going to school, it's an urban school, they know how to cross the street in the face of lots of traffic and forklifts and all of that. And now they're saying no. They're saying this is a zero tolerance in terms of the mayor's position on zero, whatever it's called.
Vision zero. Vision zero.
Vision zero. And now they're saying, no, we want architectural solutions that protect the children, not crossing guards, because that's relying on human error.
Human error.
Right, it's a human error concern. So this has actually been a shift on these last two cases that we had, where I was quite surprised to see that all of a sudden DOT is now saying, wait a minute, right? What's the architectural solution for not exposing the children to enormous danger, right? So that's the
I don't think
question.
this is enormous danger. That's what I'm saying. A parking garage where if you go into Co-op City, you've got a garage that is larger than that, right across the street from public school. I mean, this is not a suburb. This is the city of New York, even though Staten Island likes to think they're not part of the city of New York. It's a dense urban area. Young people grow up. My kids, when they were 6, we had them cross the street. We watched them. We told them, go now, go, run. That's what you do. You try and harden your kids for living in the city. And the city has traffic. And the city has traffic issues and potential dangers. Yes, we all have heard about the Vision Zero, and that's a laudable goal. But
it also
people
has
have to live and work. Yeah, a commissioner speaking.
Yeah,
sorry.
Sorry.
I think
At the end of the day, I apologize.
Especially since I'm explaining to the chair why I might be differing in opinion from her.
I apologize.
And suggesting an alternate way of resolving this case, essentially.
What is the alternate way?
Well, you're saying you want to get the benefit of the doubt. Were you suggesting that you would be comfortable voting today, or?
I would be comfortable voting today, but I don't think it would be beneficial to them for us to vote today. And I don't think the chair is ready for a vote, so I'm willing to wait for the chair, but I just want the chair to know where my thoughts lie. I think that the speed bumps at the entranceway, the convex mirrors, the crossing guards, and if you want to add one of those lights that make noise like boo, 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 like that when a car is approaching the exit, that will work too. I would feel comfortable sending my children there on a public bus and wouldn't even think twice.
And I think I want to add to the way the bus circulates, so the bus drops off right in front of the school. It's only when the children are crossing to go to the the other green area, they're going to be escorted out. So it's not like these are students who are walking through the streets and coming and parking. So they're always being dropped off by their parents, by their guardians, or by the school buses. So I think it's a lot different from school drop-offs and pickups happening on a city street as opposed to this being in a private driveway.
They're actually
So-
walking across that street to get to the wilderness area. There's a
I
little classroom
mentioned that,
out
and
there.
I did mention that, and that is happening. That is going to happen when there's going to be a crossing guard who is going to stop the vehicles from from moving when the students are going to cross that. There will be a teacher that will be guiding them, waiting there, making sure they're crossing it. So this is not they're just going to go there whenever they want to. It is going to be a very programmed way of them being able to go there and do whatever classwork or anything that they have to do, and they return with the teacher as the guidance there, and while the school guard making sure there is no conflict between the vehicles and the children while that crossing is happening. So I think this is very minimized. The interference between the children and the parking or any kind of vehicular movement is very, very minimized, and is not the same as if it were on the city street.
And they travel in a group, which is easier to
difference.
see.
What?
They travel in a group, which is easier to see. It's not individual students and teachers. It would be a class.
Okay.
Much harder to miss. I would like to just reset this conversation just briefly. I understand, I hear the concerns. I think that we have represented and expressed a willingness to work through both applications, from the elevator change to the extra garage things. We understand, we're willing to go to July 16th to give DOT time to respond.
Good.
Let's do that. However, I will say this, that if DOT fails to respond and work with us by our next submission date, we are going to respectfully
how about
request
a vote?
a vote.
Okay.
Okay?
You can,
And I just want to do a couple things just to make quick points that was said. Just to know, I think it's important to note here, this is an existing school. They've had that system in place for a decade. I realize it's a different spot, but you have very experienced staff that's doing that. I also would say that while we're waiting, I know Mr. Nicotra has offered, and will offer it again. If any member of the board, whether it's a commissioner or staff, wants to come out and actually see the school loading and unloading, let us know. We'll arrange the time, and I think that that would definitely clear up some of the concerns that somebody might have when they see how efficient it happens, how safe it is at the
It
existing
should
site.
actually be DOT that makes that site visit. They're the school safety people, right?
More power to them. Come on.
Right, okay.
Come to the island.
So you could suggest that to DOT.
And just one final comment, Madam Chair, you are very powerful. Can you get us a meeting with DOT next week?
Well,
Because if you can, I think that we're bright enough, all of us can come up with even more of a plan.
We have to try.
We'll do our best.
We'll do our best. I mean,
I'm available, I just want to sit down and let's discuss it. And honestly, I think this is the safest school in the city now, and if they have other ideas, and we have a few other ideas, then maybe we can make it even
we can
safer.
contact them
They've
and
been open to having meetings. It's just,
We'll go there.
Schedule.
Where are they located?
scheduling.
It's in Water
It's
Street.
Water
It's
Street.
Water Street.
We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out.
We'll
Even though
figure
we're
it
afraid to come to
out.
Manhattan,
We'll
go.
contact you, and we'll reach out to them, and we'll contact
The
you.
last time I was here, we had Target here, I almost got arrested. Target.
I would say that Mr. and Mr. Nicotra should get an honorary zoning degree from all the
The amount of education
cases.
you've been exposed to by
Yeah.
being here is quite.
So July 16th for an appearance, the submission date would be
June 26th.
June 26th,
And we will.
and we will...
And I just want to say that in terms of the submission date, because this is a DOT
yes.
thing,
Not
and so we
solid.
don't hold to those submission dates when we're relying on another agency, right? But it's up to you for rapid turnaround. Every single time they ask for something, you need to respond
Which
very
you have
quickly.
been doing, as you said.
Yeah.
Thank you very
Right.
much for your quick response.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Oh, and just
Okay.
for the record, June 26th submission, July 16th hearing.
Right.
Item number,
But
new case...
Just before you go back.
Oh, sorry.
June 26th submission, but don't make that the adjournment
Yeah,
date,
yeah, yeah.
because if we haven't heard, so it's a loose submission, okay?
Okay, fine.
Note that it's
Okay.
loose.
Okay. Zoning calendar, new cases, item number 1, 2018-191BZ, 215 North 10th Street, Brooklyn.
So
This
they-
case is being postponed.
They had a rep here, is here, he didn't want to wait, or I said he couldn't wait, he didn't have to wait if we chose a date. His date, he agreed to, was the submission of August 28th, hearing September 17th.
Great, okay, great. Thank you, everybody.
This concludes the public hearing for June 4th, 2019. Thank you.